Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Went to Hogwarts and Broke All the Rules movie. Before we start, please go support KING-JEISON for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Chapter 1. Howard's Library, one of the quietest places in the large Howard's building, which was a school. The library was mostly empty as students apparently were not interested in improving their knowledge in any subject or were simply bored of the silence of the place. In any case, today the library was emptier than usual, with around 5 or 7 students sitting at tables far from each other, some from different houses, such as Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff or Gryffindor. These were the ones who entered the library most frequently. The Slytherins, on the other hand, did not even appear at the entrance door, except for one who at this moment was sitting at the back of the library, almost imperceptible to the gaze of anyone who gave a slight glance in his direction. This boy, unlike his housemates who were known by the other students from other houses, the boy was not known by anyone. It was as if no one paid attention to his presence. The only ones who would remember him would be his housemates, and that was because that was simply what housemates were and nothing more. But even because of that, no one in the Slytherin house even said a word to the boy. And you might ask yourself, why not talk to students from another house? Hahaha, well, the answer is simple, because whenever the boy talked to someone from another house, just seeing his green tie and his Slytherin logo, they would quickly look at him with annoyance and simply tell him to get lost. Now it's certainly strange that his own classmates didn't even say a single word to him, and this behavior would be illogical, but for better or worse, this has an answer, since not long after the boy entered the Slytherin house a couple of days later, the boy revealed to his classmates that he was not actually a family of pure-blood wizards. That's where it all began. After that day no one spoke to him again. Okay, at first the boy didn't really care that they were indifferent to him, but after 2 years without anyone talking to him, the girl was worrying that he wouldn't be able to get even a single friend to even chat with. The only conversations the boy had were with the teachers, and that was because he had doubts, but the one he talked to the most was Professor Snape, and that was only because the teacher was in charge of Slytherin House. And although the teacher always answered him in a sharp and direct manner, the boy still continued talking to her about class topics. The boy actually noticed that unlike other students who coldly cut off their conversations, she simply let him talk next to her without any sign of annoyance. The boy actually felt that Professor Snape was the only one he could truly call a friend. But anyway, the boy we've talked so much about was closing a book he was reading a few moments ago to reveal a 14-year-old boy with somewhat shiny blonde hair, his somewhat dull blue eyes with a look that denoted boredom, while they were covered by rectangular red glasses, and on his cheeks, some mustache marks that curiously were the only injury he received in that accident where his parents died. If you haven't noticed yet, this was Naruto Uzumaki, a rare name for an English boy who was born in London, but again no one at the orphanage cared about his name after he was taken there when his parents died in an accident when they were coming from the hospital to take their baby to the crib, waiting for him at home. But well, that's a story for another time, because now we find Naruto walking towards his house to take a nap since it was a bit late and the school rules said that all students had to be in their dorms before 8 p.m. That was another thing Naruto liked, to follow the rules, because for Naruto the world was governed by an endless list of rules that shouldn't be broken. That's how Naruto had lived his entire life, without breaking a single rule. However, why? Because he felt like something was missing from his life, something to give color to the gray and boring life he was leading. Naruto started feeling that overwhelming emptiness 2 years ago, and in reality this feeling was eating him alive and he couldn't stand it. Passing through a room with double doors, Naruto couldn't help but remember the big and famous event that would take place this year at Howard's. Relieving himself a little for having something to think about and ignoring the feeling of emptiness, Naruto began to remember the rules. Well, first, the event was called the Triwizard Tournament, and from the name you could imagine what it was about. Second, Dumbledore placed a line around the Goblet of Fire to prevent students under 16 from being able to put their names in the goblet, thus leaving only those aged 17 and 18 to participate. And finally, the one who was selected could not leave the tournament for anything in the world. The participant would have to participate in the 4 challenges that would be carried out. I know there are 3 challenges, but I want to make it a little interesting, so I added one more. So honor and glory, huh? Naruto's murmur was heard in the great halls of Howard's castle, while Naruto remembered a phrase from Professor Dumbledore again. Whoever triumphs in the Triwizard Tournament will leave with honor and glory. Those had been the words of Headmaster Dumbledore a couple of days ago. Arriving at his bedroom, deep in thought, Naruto simply lay down on the only bed that was in the last room on the men's side. As he closed his eyes to sleep, Naruto faintly remembered that there were only 24 hours left until time was up and the participants of the Triwizard Tournament were chosen. Without further ado, Naruto fell into a deep sleep in which it was difficult for anyone to wake him up, and all thanks to not having a roommate to put up with his snoring or talking nonsense like in other rooms. The next day. Naruto woke up at 5:10 am, maybe you think he got up too early to go to classes, considering that they started at 9 am, however this was already a routine for Naruto, which was to always get up at this time. It was strange in a certain way, because no matter what day it was, he always got up at the same time. Of course that was while he was in school, since when the holidays started, Naruto always got up later. Maybe it was due to a subconscious reaction that remained alert, and that is why it always made him get up so early. Well, the thing is that after Naruto got up he always went out for a run around the school. He did this for 3 reasons: first to keep his body in shape, second to not get bored in his room, and third, and possibly the most important of all, because Naruto knew that the greatest weakness of a magician was physical strength. Once the magician lost his wand he was lost, but Naruto was not willing to lose his life for something so simple. Now Naruto could go out early to the halls for the simple fact that Naruto knew that there is a rule that says that after 5 am you could go out to the halls, so there was no problem in leaving school to exercise a little. Once he finished running at 6 am Naruto would proceed to do different types of sit-ups until 6:45 am, then he would proceed to do push-ups or push-ups, as you prefer to call them, along with some exercises for his back muscles at 7:30 am. This over the years had given him a body that any man would fight to have, a body similar to Naruto's. And that any girl would drool just thinking about touching that six-pack that Naruto had struggled to form, along with a difficult V just below his six-pack that many men struggle to have. Well, Naruto at this moment was walking directly to his room ready to take a bath and put on his uniform to proceed to go to the great dining room and have his breakfast, which ended at 8:30 am. Entering the living room of the Naruto house, he noticed that there were already a couple of people awake in their uniforms, ready to go to the great dining room. Some of them simply gave him a fleeting glance and then continued their conversations, while others did not even give him a look of recognition. Ignoring them equally, Naruto quickly took one of his towels and entered the bathroom to proceed to give him an ice water bath. For a moment Naruto just stood there while the ice water ran all over his body, thinking about anything that came to his mind, until again the goblet of fire reformed in his thoughts. Minutes later Naruto now found himself walking to the Great Hall, still thinking about the Goblet of Fire. Naruto actually didn't even know why he was even thinking about it so much. It wasn't like he could participate after all, it wasn't like he wanted to participate. Want, he said in a whisper. That simple word had left him in a kind of infinite trance. So much time had passed in which Naruto had not wanted something, so much time in which Naruto had not felt that feeling of wanting to do something. Naruto was so deep in his thoughts that he didn't even realize he was already finishing eating his breakfast until his body unconsciously had the urge to stop me, since he had already finished eating. Leaving his thoughts, Naruto proceeded to walk calmly to his first transformation class with Professor McGonagall. On his way, Naruto ran into the group of students from the Bokubaton School of Magic who were invited so that one of them could be chosen as participants in the Triwizard Tournament. The girls walked with such elegance that anyone could be dazzled by the aura of beauty and elegance they gave off. However, Naruto only saw them for a few brief seconds before turning his bored gaze to the front. The girls apparently weren't even affected by that, since not one of them even gave Naruto a glance, except for one who stared at him strangely. However, she quickly ignored it and continued on her way to the great dining room. A couple of minutes later, Naruto was already in front of the doors of Professor McGonagall's classroom, so opening the door Naruto prepared to enter the classroom and was not surprised to see that only one person was sitting at a desk next to his. If Naruto remembered correctly, this girl was the genius of all the classes, Hermione Granger. Naruto actually always wondered if she had been there for a long time or if she had just arrived. However, Naruto did not ask her his doubt, since there could be 2 possible results. First, she would simply ignore his question and pretend he wasn't there. Second, she would give him a dirty look and tell him to get lost. But hey, if Naruto followed the law of probability, the probability of her answering him in a friendly way was equal to Naruto winning the jackpot in a lottery. That's right, the odds were extremely low, and yet Naruto remembered the feeling of wanting something. So sighing a little for the possible buck-up that Arya, Naruto approached his seat and proceeded to sit down and then turn his gaze to the girl who was reading a book, ignorant of everything around her. Sighing softly for the second time, Naruto spoke. "Have you just arrived or have you been here a while?" Naruto asked in a calm and relaxed voice, causing Hermione's eyes that were moving from side to stop abruptly at Naruto's calm voice. So raising her eyes from the book, Hermione laid her gaze on Naruto's dull eyes with little shine. Seconds. Only 5 seconds had passed, and yet those were the most tortuous 5 seconds of his entire life, since in those 5 seconds the girl in front of him had studied all of his features and was beginning to devise possible results that would entail answering her question, the same thing Naruto had done before asking her. More seconds and Hermione finally opened her mouth to speak. Naruto was almost expecting the next phrase so typical that he used to hear, however different from the usual "don't talk to me, Slytherin scum." Naruto received an answer not in a bad way. "I just got here," Hermione replied calmly, showing no sign of displeasure towards him. Well, that's progress, Naruto thought to himself as he nodded to Hermione, who once again began reading her transformation book, possibly to learn more about the class. Naruto had actually already read almost all the books of the course he was in during the holidays. At the moment he only had 1 or 2 units left to read, but that wasn't a problem since there was still a lot of time ahead, so without realizing it, the classroom was already crowded with students who were chatting animatedly about anything that wasn't of significant importance. And there was the tranquility, Naruto said to himself as he listened to the bustle of the students. Hermione gave him a slight look of understanding for the fact that she always arrived early to the classroom to have a couple of minutes in complete tranquility. However, all sounds of conversation instantly fell silent just as footsteps were heard, stopping right in front of the entrance door. A very serious McGonagall then entered, simply walking to the front of the class and beginning to give a brief explanation of what the human being was going to do today. At the end of the explanation, Professor McGonagall asked a series of questions which were answered by a very animated Hermione, who did not give room for anyone else to answer. Well, it was not that Naruto wanted to answer after all, since the last time he answered a complicated question from Professor Snape, his classmates for some reason looked at him with irritation. Maybe they were angry that a mudblood like him believed himself to be much better than them, or who knows why. But on the other hand, Professor Snape congratulated him almost imperceptibly with a small smile. That simple action had brightened his day since at least someone appreciated his effort, even if only a little. After that, Naruto only limited himself to answering questions that anyone would know. But, leaving that aside, Professor McGonagall had now asked the last question, and to Naruto's dismay, Hermione did not raise her hand this time. Even Professor McGonagall seemed somewhat dismayed that she didn't know the answer to that question, although the question itself was very complicated since the answer to that question was in the second to last unit of the book, and this was known by Naruto, who had already finished reading the book, but most likely Hermione hadn't reached that point yet. Naruto actually just stood there looking sideways at Hermione, who was somewhat uncomfortable for not being able to answer the question, so sighing a little Naruto also raised his hand and correctly answered Professor McGonagall's question, ending with a 5-point increase for Slytherin House. Once the question was answered, Naruto looked away from Professor McGonagall, and Naruto quickly noticed the look of surprise that Hermione was giving him. "What?" Naruto asked with some curiosity, to which Hermione responded with another question. "How did you know the answer?" "I'm sure that question wasn't in the book," Hermione asked Naruto, who remained calm and proceeded to answer her. "That's because the answer is in the second to last unit of the Transfiguration book, and it seems you were almost there to have read it before class," Naruto replied calmly to Hermione, who nodded, still a little surprised. The minutes continued passing, and Professor McGonagall gave instructions to try the practical part of what she had explained previously. Hermione did it on the first try. This didn't really surprise anyone, since it was normal for the bookworm to be able to do it on the first try. That was the nickname given to the smart girl at school. This caused 2 feelings in Naruto. The first was understanding, since at least he wasn't the only outcast in the group, and the second was pity, because in Naruto's eyes, Hermione was a girl with a lot of curiosity and desire to learn. But well, in conclusion, today's society is very stupid, because if you are different from the rest, they will end up throwing you aside. "Anyway, we live in a society," Naruto said to himself with boredom, while lazily moving his wand so that his owl immediately turned into a golden cup with some pearls. But of course, no one recognized his success in the test, except Hermione, who looked at Naruto with interest. Once the transformation classes were over, things went by calmly and undisturbed. The classes were not interrupted at all, and, curiously, Hermione kept glancing at him from time to time. This left Naruto in a dilemma. Whether to talk to her or not to talk to her. I could just talk to her, but now that I thought about it, I hadn't spoken to someone other than Professor Snape for so long that I didn't know what topics to talk about without the atmosphere becoming awkward. But leaving that for another time, Naruto now found himself entering a classroom where the classes of Professor Snape, his friend so to speak, are held. Upon entering, Naruto quickly noticed the stoic figure of Professor Snape standing in front of the desks. She always dressed in black and had hair that always remained shiny and pale skin. NT. As I was writing, I started thinking of a suitable name for her, since it is somewhat strange for me to refer to her with the name Snape, so from now on she will be called Severe Navy. PS. If you have a better name, please comment. On the way to her usual place in the classroom, Professor Navy gave Naruto a small glance, who nodded as a form of greeting, to which she responded with a nod in the same way. Sitting calmly in what would be his last class for today, Naruto quickly looked forward where Professor Navy began in a peculiarly calm manner to explain what they would do today, which was a potion called the Peace Filter. In short, what this potion did was deeply calm the person who drank it. It didn't matter if they were in a life or death situation. This potion calmed their entire body and mind, causing the person to think more logically and strategically as a side effect. This potion was going to be fought individually, but groans were heard from the students since the potion seemed really complicated to make. For Naruto it was complicated, but with a little attention he was sure he could do it, so with Professor Navy's indication to start, Naruto looked for his ingredients and began to make his potion. Minutes later and a small explosion was heard through the classroom, revealing a Gryffindor student named Sinus Finiger or something like that, since Naruto didn't really pay much attention to the names of the other students, because if not they were going to be friends, why memorize their names? Minutes passed relatively calmly, and Naruto was looking at his potion in a small glass container while he showed it to Professor Navy, who looked at him with a frown, until she finally softened her gaze to the typical stoic look and congratulated Naruto for his good work. Taking the potion, Professor Navy showed it to the other students and then proceeded to speak. Do you see this? This is without a doubt a good concoction of a high-quality potion, although of course it was to be expected of the Uzumaki student since he pays attention unlike others, said the melodious but at the same time hard voice of Professor Navy as she looked at a black-haired girl with glasses and a scar on her forehead. This was the famous Harriet Potter. The girl who lived. That was the famous nickname that was given to the girl who was now somewhat nervous, seeing the scrutinizing gaze of Professor Navy, while at her side was an even more nervous Rami Weasley, who was sweating for fear of suffering part of Professor Navy's gaze. Rami Weasley was a freckly red-haired girl who was nervous almost all the time and apparently had a constant aura of negativity about her. I couldn't find a picture where she looked nervous, so I'll post this one. Well, that's all for today. You can go, and Uzumaki, you can keep the potion, said Professor Navy to Naruto as she handed him the potion that Naruto took with some condition, since normally the potion stayed with Professor Navy. However, Naruto didn't say anything and simply put it in his pocket and proceeded to take his things and start leaving the classroom. Classes had ended at 4:47 p.m. and now Naruto was quietly heading towards the living room of his house to put away his books and go to the large dining room to. While he was thinking about that, Naruto took the alternative route that he always took, which was not very busy with students since it was longer. But while Naruto kept thinking about what he had to do, that was Naruto after going to the living room of his house, he had to go to the great dining room so that Professor Dumbledore could announce who the participants of the Triwizard tournament would be. At that precise moment Naruto's body stopped completely when he thought about that. Naruto didn't know why, but at that moment Naruto's neck made his head turn to his right where there was another hallway which Naruto knew exactly where it led to. Without Naruto ordering his body to slowly, also his right hand where he knew his watch was to see the time and reveal that it was 5:15 p.m., 15 minutes until the deadline for the students to place their names. At all times Naruto did not change his calm expression even a little. Combined with the somewhat dark corridors, Naruto knew that if someone passed by there they would feel an invisible tension. But it was not time to think about that, since from one moment to the next, Naruto felt how his more than 600 muscles in his body began to braid with a force that he did not know his body could produce, and with all the power he could, Naruto ran down the corridor in the direction of a specific room. What am I doing? Naruto said to himself in his mind as he watched his body move without obeying him at all. What do you think you're doing? His own voice in his mind asked mockingly, shocking Naruto, who hadn't thought about that question. However, he didn't give it much importance since it sounded illogical that another voice like yours would say thoughts that weren't yours, so he simply continued this little conversation he was having with himself while adrenaline began to flood every cell in his body. I don't know, but I know this is clearly wrong, he answered himself only for his voice to respond again. But it excites you, you want this, and you can't deny it, said his inner voice. But this is against the rules, Naruto replied mentally. So? You've been so at the mercy of the rules that I can say that your life is more boring than watching the Titanic movie for the 50th time, the voice said with some annoyance. But Naruto tried to reply, but Pat was interrupted by the voice. No buts, you have to accept it, our life has been nothing more than a deep abyss of pure boredom that never ends, and that's why I'm helping you, so we can have some fun, said the voice with a cheerful tone. Who are you anyway? Naruto asked, expecting an instant response, but the voice remained silent for a few seconds until suddenly he started laughing. Ha, come on Naruto, you really don't know who I am, but come on, don't get discouraged if you want to know who I am. Why don't you look to your right, said the voice in his mind, causing Naruto to turn his gaze to his right, and just like him next to him, there was a copy of him running alongside him while holding a funny smile on his face, and from one moment to the next, the smiling Naruto in front of him began to fade until he disappeared completely, and the voice said a few last words. I hope you take advantage of this opportunity that I'm giving us now. With nothing else to do here, let's begin with the game, said the voice for the last time, while Naruto opened the double doors where the goblet of fire was majestically kept. Breathing somewhat shakily, Naruto looked at his watch again, 5:21 p.m., and Naruto was already here. It had taken him 6 minutes to get here, which told him that he had 9 minutes left to be able to put his name in the chalice, so Naruto fluently tore a piece of paper from one of his siders and quickly wrote his name on it. Now with the paper in his hand, Naruto took his first step towards the goblet of fire, causing the bright celestial fire to shudder somewhat abruptly. Naruto didn't really care much about the goblet's reaction, as he was more focused on his heart, which was hammering hard enough to generate electrical energy for an entire day, thanks to the pure adrenaline running through his veins, injected with pure emotion. 3 more steps and Naruto was about to pass the age circle, and Naruto was sure that his heart could explode with excitement at any moment. However, the doors opened abruptly and Professor Moody entered, seeming somewhat impatient. Not seeing anyone in the room, he walked with his metallic foot towards the chalice with a small piece of paper. Behind one of the pillars that stood out from the room was a Naruto who was breathing heavily and sweating, as if he had been exercising for 8 hours straight. Naruto's vision was blurred, and the muscles in his feet were failing him. For a moment a faint memory of the potion he made in potions class came to mind, and instinctively Naruto placed his hand in his pocket and felt the small shape of passion in his hand. Taking it out with some speed, Naruto uncapped it, and as if it were the last drink in the world, Naruto gulped it down in one gulp, and instantly his heart rate normalized, along with his labored breathing. That was close, Naruto thought as he wiped the sweat on his forehead and thought about what he was about to do. How stupid of me, if I had followed the age circle he would have attacked me, alerting Professor Dumbledore, Naruto thought as he peeked out a little to see who had burst into the room. Professor Moody? Naruto asked conditionally since teachers were not allowed to participate in the tournament. Maybe he's going to take the chalice to the Great Hall. Naruto thought, however that idea went to the trash when he saw that in his hand there was a piece of paper which he was about to place in the chalice. However, a rude person behind Moody's back made him stop and look back. And right at that moment everything seemed to happen in slow motion for Naruto, who was thinking of a way to put his name in the goblet. However, Naruto had no idea that would work, and the most viable option at the moment was to place his paper in Professor Moody's hand and have him unconsciously place it in the goblet. Although it was the most reliable option, it was also the riskiest. However, he had no other options, so sharpening his gaze, Naruto moved his wand, causing his little paper to start floating, and with a fluid and quick movement, he made the paper head quickly to mine, or the distracted Moody's, who at that moment looked back at the heat and threw the 2 papers. Turning around, Professor Moody began to leave the room without giving a second glance back. Once out of the room, Naruto stopped hiding and came out from behind the dark protruding column, while keeping a downcast gaze shaded by his hair. However, slowly a smile began to form on Naruto's face, who unconsciously began to leave the room. Once out of the room, the chalice was left there again, its flame quietly burning until for a moment it turned an intense almost golden yellow, and then returned to its normal color. In the long corridors, Naruto continued walking, now in the direction of the large dining room, since he no longer had time to go to the living room of his house and leave his books, so raising his watch, Naruto again saw the time and noticed that he only had 2 minutes left to arrive. But that was not a concern since he was already reaching the large double doors that, as if waiting for him, opened automatically, showing that all the students were seated, while they turned to look in his direction expectantly to know who was left to enter. Everyone without exception saw Naruto, who kept that mocking smile on his face. Even the teachers stared at him closely. Most of the students didn't even know who he was, but nevertheless, for some strange reason or motive, they couldn't stop looking at said boy who had a mocking smile with some mischief. Naruto, without any visible disturbance, walked calmly to the Slytherin table and calmly sat down in an empty space. At that moment everyone seemed to have come out of their little trances, and Dumbledore, with a clearing of his throat, caught the attention of all the students. Cough cough, the moment everyone has been waiting for has arrived. The champions will be chosen, announced Dumbledore as he made the goblet of fire appear in the middle of the Great Hall, and Aldana followed her hand and waved it around the entire room until it finally ended in the goblet of fire, and it began to react, turning red while it contracted, and as if it was spitting something out, a small piece of paper flew into Dumbledore's hands, who with some patience opened it to reveal the name of Victor Krum. The champion of Durmstrang is Victor Krum, Dumbledore announced loudly, causing the students of the school to cheer and make way for Krum, where Dumbledore pointed to some doors with stairs leading down. But before anyone could comment, the fire in the chalice turned red again and ejected another paper, this time with some light blue feminine designs. The Bobaton champion is Fleur Delacour, Dumbledore announced again, causing more cheers, this time from the female side of the invited girls. Fleur smiled and with a smile on her face walked towards Dumbledore, who again indicated her to go to the doors. And just like the previous time, the fire turned red again, but this time it seemed to twist more erratically until it finally threw out another leaf, which was taken again by Dumbledore, and he froze when he saw the name of the girl that was written on the paper. Harriet Potter, said Dumbledore in surprise at the name on the paper. Harriet Potter? Dumbledore shouted more forcefully so that the aforementioned with some caution and nervousness began to walk in the direction of Dumbledore and with some hesitation, she took the paper and began to walk to the doors where the two previous champions were. On the way there was applause, causing Harriet to raise her eyes slightly, and then more applause began to resonate in the room, cheering the girl a little, who now no longer felt self-conscious in front of everyone's gaze. Once Harriet disappeared down the stairs, applause began to rise, and Dumbledore spoke again. "Excellent, we now have the three champions." I shout with excitement and some concern at the prospect of Harriet participating. But in the end only one will go down in history, only one will lift this chalice of champions, this vessel of victory, the Triwizard Cup. Dumbledore shouted at the end as he pointed to a shining cup. Everyone started clapping euphorically again, however Professor Navy noticed a strange behavior in the Goblet of Fire, which was twisting violently while releasing golden sparks everywhere. Dumbledore, noticing Professor Navy's condition, turned back and also noticed the behavior of the goblet, which instead of turning red, it turned golden yellow, until in a majestic way a small fire dragon came out of the flames until it gave up, leaving a small paper torso that was taken by Dumbledore, who quickly opened it. And as if it were an indication, the smile of a Naruto who remained seated slowly widened as much as possible because he knew that that role was his. Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 2. Naruto Uzumaki, said the voice of a Dumbledore who looked around while mentally wondering who this Naruto student was. The room remained in a sepulchral silence, most of the students wondering the same thing that Professor Dumbledore was wondering at that moment. Only the Slytherins, along with Hermione and Professor Navy, knew of the presence of said boy, who with some amusement, stood up abruptly from the Slytherin table, and under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Naruto walked with a mocking and mischievous smile on his face that all the Slytherins were surprised to see. Since it was known to everyone that the lonely and marginalized Slytherin boy had perhaps the blankest face in the entire school, only matched by Professor Navy, so it goes without saying that seeing that mocking smile plastered on Naruto's face left them without a single word to say. However, the other students who didn't know Naruto began to whisper things like he was a cheater, the Slytherin scum is going to participate in the tournament, or hopefully he will be expelled for cheating, and many other things the other students whispered. However, for Naruto, the importance of the comments of those troglodytes was equivalent to the subject of religion in an elementary school, that is to say Naruto didn't give a damn what they thought of him, at this moment he no longer cared what they thought of him. So walking up to Professor Dumbledore, Naruto with some grace took the still smoking paper and as if it were a joke, Naruto proceeded to blow on the paper to finish extinguishing the embers that were on the paper. Without waiting for someone to make a movement, Naruto also his hand at chest height and waited for Professor Dumbledore to shake him as he had done with the previous students. Professor Dumbledore just kept looking at Naruto, who stood there with his hand waiting for him to shake it, so resigning himself for a brief moment, Professor Dumbledore also his hand to take Naruto's, who smiled more and shook Dumbledore's hand with force and emotion. Dumbledore didn't say anything until Naruto let go of Dumbledore's hand and walked calmly to the doors where the other participants had entered. Once he disappeared down the stairs, Professor Dumbledore proceeded to give a few more words. Meanwhile with Naruto, he had already arrived at the trophy room, in which the first three chosen champions were sitting near a fireplace while they looked at him with curiosity. Walking in her direction, Naruto calmly sat down in the only free space next to Fleur, who looked at him with a look of interest, remembering that moment when they only exchanged a brief glance and he didn't notice any interest in her beauty. Wow, this day is full of surprises, isn't it? Naruto was the one who broke the tension between the four, who only looked at him with curiosity. "What are you doing here? We're supposed to be the only tournament participants," said the bald crumb with a strange Russian accent. "Oh? Well, in that case I'm in the right place since I'm also a participant in this tournament," Naruto replied with a calm smile on his face. "That's a lie, the three of us are the participants of this tournament," Crumb replied angrily, then gestured for him to leave. "Now that you know, why don't you leave?" Crumb continued, insisting that he leave, to which Naruto got a small twitch in his eye. "You and I will get along very badly," boldly said Naruto to Crumb, who did not hide his obvious annoyance at the blonde in front of him. "What did you call me?" Crumb asked angrily, to which Naruto smiled a little more. "Well, it seems the teachers were wrong about the haircut, it seems that being bald makes a person more stupid and deaf," said Naruto with his smile widening even more. "You curse," but Crumb did not finish speaking thanks to the entrance of the three directors, along with some teachers and members of the Ministry of Magic who were sent. "Where is it?" asked a strong voice of Dumbledore as he ran down the steps despite his great age. "Naruto Uzumaki," Dumbledore shouted, finally entering the trophy room, followed by the others, who were annoyed at how unfair it was that another Howard student was participating. On the other hand, Naruto was not even fazed by Dumbledore's shouts, since he already knew that this was going to happen, so he calmly remained seated on the sofa next to Fleur, who was looking in the direction of the group of teachers who quickly sat in front of Naruto, who simply stared at them. Did you put your name in the Chalice of Fire? Dumbledore asked Naruto, who simply denied. Did you ask someone to put it there? Dumbledore asked again, to which Naruto nodded negatively. Although someone had put it there for him, he certainly hadn't asked him to. Lies, it's clear the brat did it, roared the voice of Karkaroff, the director of Durmstrang Institute. That's impossible, the Goblet of Fire is a very powerful magical object, and only a powerful confuse spell could fool it, replied Professor Navy's voice. It seems you know a lot about this, Professor Navy. Karkaroff approached Professor Navy threateningly, but she didn't back down. Have you ever been told that you look like Hitler? Naruto asked mockingly to Mr. Barty, who was the member sent by the minister. Everyone upon hearing that statement turned to look at Naruto, who was still sitting calmly. Fleur and Harriet had to bite their tongues to keep from laughing at the Naruto comparison, while Navy just smiled a small smile. Trying to regain the seriousness of the matter, Dumbledore asked Mr. Barty about this edition whether to remove him from the tournament or let him participate. You dismiss Barty, said Dumbledore, leaving this edition to Barty, who responded. The rules are absolute, the Goblet of Fire has the final decision, Mr. Uzumaki is another participant in the tournament from today on, Barty replied, leaving a tension between those present. At that moment everyone turned to look at Naruto with a serious look, however Naruto did not realize that thanks to having a pleasant conversation with Harriet and Fleur. So that's how I won $5,000 in a lottery, Naruto finished saying to the two girls who answered. It can't be that you earned all that money before coming to Howard, Harriet replied, not believing Naruto, along with Fleur, who didn't believe her either. Oh? You don't believe me? Well, look, Naruto said, pulling out a thick stack of $20 bills. I can't believe it, you really won that much money in the lottery, said Fleur's curious French accented voice. Yeah, I've always had unusual luck in games, Naruto replied. Why don't you participate in more games or lotteries? Harriet asked. No, really, I guess it's because I don't feel lucky at the moment, Naruto replied, and before they continued their conversation, they were interrupted by Dumbledore. Enough, everyone to your dormitories, ordered Dumbledore, to which everyone nodded and left the trophy room. A few moments later Karkaroff, Madame Olympe and Barty also retired, leaving only Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Navy and Professor Moody. This is unheard of, Mr. Uzumaki should be expelled, said McGonagall with annoyance. Professor McGonagall is right, Mr. Uzumaki broke at least 8 school regulations, supported Moody, who was secretly Barty Crouch Jr., a dark wizard who worked for Voldemort. Although he wasn't worried about Naruto interfering with his plans, it was better to be safe than sorry, so he supported Professor McGonagall to have Naruto expelled. You're not going to dismiss that, since Uzumaki is in my house, I'm the one who will give him his punishment, Navy interjected seriously. Silence, we will not expel Mr. Uzumaki, he will be a participant, and that's it, said Dumbledore. But McGonagall tried to reply, but was interrupted by Dumbledore. You heard Barty, the rules are clear, said Dumbledore as he left the trophy room. With Naruto, this ace a few moments had already separated from Fleur and Harriet, who went their separate ways. On their way Naruto's happy face slowly disappeared until finally he was left with his typical impassive face. I don't think it will really work, Naruto thought to himself as he thought about everything he had done and couldn't help but smile a little at the excitement he began to feel. Do you like the feeling? His own involuntary voice appeared again. Naruto opened his eyes slightly in surprise that his inner voice appeared again, however Naruto responded. I don't know, Naruto replied. Well, I don't blame you for not knowing, after all this feeling you had lost it a long time ago, said Naruto's inner voice. I must be crazy for talking to myself, it seems that so much time alone has driven me crazy, said Naruto with a smile. What are you talking about? A brilliant mind like yours can't go crazy, said Naruto's inner voice. You say that, but even here in the magical world, it's not normal for someone just like you to appear out of nowhere next to you and have a mental conversation. You're certainly right, it's not normal for this to happen, but you have nothing to worry about, since I'm not a second personality or anything like that, since you and I used to be one when we were still children, however your sudden obsession with following the rules separated us and kept me hidden, the inner voice replied, leaving an awkward silence. But when we're together again we won't have these conversations, again finished the inner voice to not speak again, since Naruto was now in front of the entrance of the Slytherin house. Once his inner voice stopped talking, Naruto's face recovered the small smile that he almost always wore since he placed his name in the Goblet of Fire. But not long after the smile appeared it vanished thanks to a sigh of annoyance. Why? Well, because Naruto knew that once he passed the entrance he would meet his housemates and inevitably he would be showered with questions of all kinds, so resigning myself, Naruto said the password that quickly unlocked the door and let Naruto enter to effectively find a large number of students in the living room. The moment Naruto's presence was made known thanks to the sound of the door closing behind him, everyone turned to see Naruto with an incredible amount of mixed emotions that ranged from shock, annoyance, intrigue, to surprise. Shortly after his companions saw him, they approached him and began to surround him, then began to roar all kinds of questions. "How did you do it?" Uzumaki asked one of the same age as Naruto. "Mudblood, do you think that by doing this you are better than us?" said another. "Answer Mudblood, if you don't want to regret it later," said another older one, who also wanted to know how Naruto had managed to put his name. Well, he grabbed Naruto by his tie with threat. This action made Naruto's body respond instinctively with a punch to the older student's guts, causing all the air to leave his body and fall to his knees with saliva dripping from his mouth and then fall unconscious. "Don't touch me, imbecile," Naruto said in an annoyed voice. Those present's eyes widened at what Naruto had just done, as he had just knocked out a student 2 years older than him with a single blow that resonated throughout the room. Stepping over the fallen student, Naruto proceeded to walk towards his room while the students made way for him until Proton disappeared into some stairs that went down towards the men's rooms. Closing the bedroom door, Naruto let out a sigh, then took off all his clothes and was left in his boxers, then got into his bed and fell asleep. A few days passed in which Naruto's daily life had not changed almost at all, except for the fact that now all the students seemed to have a kind of hatred towards him for being a participant in the tournament. Apparently everyone thought he was some kind of cheater for wanting to get attention and steal the attention of the famous Harriet Potter, who in reality didn't dislike her, since from time to time she greeted him. Naruto assumed that the conversation he had with her and Fleur in the trophy room encouraged her a little to be at least acquaintances. So for this reason Naruto didn't blame her for the stupid and irrational hatred that others had for her. But leaving that aside, right now we find Naruto sitting in his usual position in the library while reading something about body runes. Apparently these so-called runes were writings with ancient symbols that had to be written on the person's skin with a wand while magic was channeled into the tip of it. However, rune magic was no longer taught for several reasons. First, there was a very limited amount of runes that could be used. Second, printing a rune on the skin was a very painful process for the person on whom the rune was being placed, and removing the rune from the user was another, much more painful process. It was for these reasons that rune magic was considered a useless magic that was not taught in any magic school around the world. However, Naruto knew that runic magic had more potential than could be attributed to it. Why? Because simply no magician in all of history had fully immersed themselves in this type of magic, and the only thing they knew about this magic was only the surface of all the potential that could be done with the runes. But you'll probably say that's not enough to see potential in runic magic. Maybe you're right, but that's not why Naruto saw potential in this magic. The reason Naruto saw potential was because of the amazing amount of symbols that could be used to make runic magic with a total of 90, and the most incredible thing was that only 3 or 5 symbols were needed to create a rune that would give him an increase in physical strength. And that was just one of the very few runes that had been created, since of the 90 symbols only 12 of them had been used, the remaining 78 had not been used in any rune before. Now you're probably wondering how this book came to be in Naruto's hands. Well, it's very simple, since Naruto took it from the forbidden section of the library and no one had realized that said book was missing. But coming out of his thoughts, Naruto also looked at his book when he noticed that someone in the distance was heading in his direction. So calmly Naruto closed the book and discreetly put it in a small bag he carried, and then opened another book that dealt with basic attack spells and pretended he didn't know that the person was filling in his direction until finally he was in front of him, and without saying anything he sat next to him. "Hello Naruto," said a calm Hermione. Calmly opened one of her books and began to read. "Hey Hermione, how's everything going?" Naruto asked calmly as he turned a page in his book. "Fine," was the only thing Hermione responded, leaving an awkward silence between the two. This lasted for about 5 or 6 minutes until Hermione finally spoke again. "So do you already know what the first test is going to be about?" Hermione asked, to which Naruto simply turned another page of his book and answered calmly. "No," Naruto replied calmly. "What? You don't know? And why aren't you trying to find out what the challenge is?" Hermione asked, now staring at Naruto. She calmly closed the book and turned to look Hermione in the eyes. "Hermione, in case you haven't noticed, all the students hate me. The teachers are forbidden from revealing a single detail of the challenge, and my own housemates would rather cut off a finger and stick it up their arse, cough cough. Sorry about that. The fact is, seeing how things are going, it's almost impossible to know what the next test is about," Naruto said calmly, without taking his eyes off Hermione. In the distance, Professor Navy was entering to look for a specific book of possibilities until she saw the scene of Naruto and Hermione staring at each other. This strangely caused Navy to frown a little with some annoyance, staring at the scene for about 10 seconds. Finally, Navy made the decision to leave the matter of potions for another time and give some extra classes to his friend. Okay, Navy stopped walking in Naruto's direction for a moment, thinking of him as a friend, but quickly dismissed it and continued on his way until he arrived in front of the two students who stopped staring at each other when they realized his presence. "Oh hello Professor Navy," Hermione greeted respectfully. "Ranger, if you'll excuse me, I have an appointment with Mr. Uzumaki here for some extra classes," Navy said with his typical stoic voice. Naruto also raised an eyebrow in question, as he doesn't remember having asked for extra classes. Professor Navy, but he was interrupted by Navy, who turned to look at him. "Isn't that right?" Uzumaki, Navy asked with a peculiar threatening gleam in Navy's black eyes that made Naruto gulp. Naruto tried to say, but Navy said again. "Isn't it?" "Naruto," I asked, this time using Naruto's name for the first time in all the time I've known her. Yes, it's true," Naruto finally said, to which Navy smiled slightly until Hermione's voice resonated between the two. Professor Navy, if it's not too much trouble, could I join you?" Hermione asked, somewhat excited that when it came to learning more, Hermione would be there. But before Navy could answer Hermione, it was Naruto who answered. "Sure, why not?" Naruto said calmly as he watched Navy carefully to start with the extra classes. Navy, on the other hand, was tempted to simply tell Hermione to leave, but suddenly the feeling of seeing Naruto look at her with desertion for pushing away a potential friend did not please her, so swallowing her words, Navy began to teach the extra classes to the two students. Time jump. Naruto was now walking next to Navy towards the Slytherin house. The two simply walked in comfortable silence until Navy finally decided to break the silence. "Naruto, did you really put your name in the goblet?" Navy suddenly asked, to which Naruto looked at her briefly and answered. "Okay, I'm going to answer your first question, since you're the only person I can call a friend at the moment," Naruto said, pausing before speaking again. "Yes, I tried to put my name in the chalice," Naruto confessed, to which Navy also raised an eyebrow. "Did you try? What happened?" Navy asked. "I noticed the age circle just in time, so I took out my wand and used the levitation spell and threw the slip of paper with my name into the chalice." Naruto finished lying since, as he said, he answered his first question correctly, so he didn't have to tell the truth to the second one, since if Navy found out that Professor Moody put a name in the chalice, then that would be the missing evidence for them to effectively cancel the tournament, and clearly Naruto didn't want that. Accepting Naruto's explanation, Navy nodded and stopped walking next to Naruto since they were already at the entrance of the Slytherin house, so turning around Navy proceeded to walk away from the place, but after about 5 steps Navy stopped walking and looked at Naruto out of the corner of his eye. "Good night Naruto," said Navy and then continued on his way while listening to Naruto. "Good night Navy," Naruto replied and then entered the living room of his house. When Naruto entered the room he saw no one at all. Without taking it into account, Naruto walked calmly down the stairs until he reached a long hallway with doors on each side. Walking down the hallway for about 2 or 4 minutes, Naruto finally reached the last room, which was his, so calmly Naruto opened the door and entered his room. For a moment Naruto saw a female figure sitting on his bed, but because of how tired Naruto was he hadn't even paid a little attention to her, so with some haste, Naruto took off his upper clothes, leaving him in pants, but when he was about to take off his pants, the voice of the other person in the room was made known. "What do you think you're doing, pig?" said the female voice, causing Naruto to smooth an eyebrow for a moment, mistaking the voice for his inner voice. "What do you think I'm doing?" "Well, I'm undressed," but Naruto quickly stopped and turned his head quickly to the source of the voice, only to see a girl with silver blonde hair, and like Hermione, Fleur, Harriet and Ronnie, she had a beautiful body. But now you wonder who this girl is? Well, wonder no more, since Naruto has the answer, because it is none other than Alice Malfoy. Alice Malfoy, Naruto said almost in a whisper when he saw the one that everyone in Slytherin said was the purest wizard in the entire school. It was funny if you thought about it, the noblest girl was in the room of the only mudblood in Slytherin house, but Naruto wasn't thinking about that right now. No, right now Naruto was seriously wondering if the girl in front of him had some sort of memory loss, since the last time he checked, this was the boy's side, and this was her room, so to satisfy his curiosity, Naruto proceeded to speak. You are aware that this room is on the men's side, right?" Naruto asked Alice, who changed the massive blush she had on her cheeks because of Naruto's almost nakedness for a frown at such a question. "Of course I know I'm on the boy's side, do you think I'm retarded?" Alice said, hoping Naruto would get nervous and apologize for even suggesting that, but all she received was a confused look, and then Naruto would speak again. "Are you some kind of stalker?" Naruto asked Alice, who blushed again in embarrassment. What? Of course I'm not a stalker." Alice shouted in embarrassment with a frown. "Well, if you're here it's for a reason, so tell me how I can help you." Naruto asked with disinterest as he leaned against the wall, still without any type of upper garment. "Jump, I only came to this desolate hollow just to satisfy my curiosity," Alice said with an arrogant tone as if she were surrounded by commoners. "So?" And what is this curiosity about that so desperately needs to be satisfied? Naruto asked exaggeratedly, making Alyssa's eyebrow twitch, who tried to ignore Naruto's condescending tone. It's about how you put your name in the goblet, Alyssa said, waiting for Naruto to answer. That's certainly the question everyone seems to have right now, Naruto said calmly, leaving the room silent. So? Alyssa asked, waiting for the answer. What? Naruto replied. And how did you put it, idiot? Alyssa asked with annoyance. Oh, that well, you're going to have to stay with a doubt because I'm very sleepy, so get out of my room, said Naruto, approaching the bed where Alyssa was sitting and grabbing her by the shoulder abruptly stopped her and then walking to the door and throwing her out and then closing the door with some force. Alyssa just stood there in complete silence as the darkness of the hallway clouded her eyes. What just happened? Alyssa wondered in a whisper only she could hear as she began to shake. How dare he treat me like that? He whispered again as he raised his right hand and clutched his chest tightly. This is the first time someone has treated me like this. I should do everything possible to get him expelled from school, I whisper again in a slightly shaky voice. And yet, what is this that runs through my whole body? It feels so strange, Alyssa said as she looked up, causing the dim lighting from the torches to reveal a flushed face as she breathed with some difficulty. But I don't dislike it, was the last thing Alyssa said to herself. But Naruto, he just sighed a little to continue with his routine and take off his clothes and be in boxers again to get into bed, but before falling asleep, Naruto saw out of the corner of his eye the book of runes that he had been reading before, knowing that he was not as sleepy as he had said before. Naruto got up and put on some clothes and followed me. Or the book, and then peeked his head out of his room to the hallway. Good, there's no one there, he said to himself, and then without thinking he went out and started walking to the living room and then out to the school hallways. Minutes later and Naruto poked his head around a corner right in front of the exit that led to the Forbidden Forest, checking that there was no one who could betray him. Naruto finally came out and started running in the direction of the forest until he finally entered and hid behind a bush. Good, no one saw me, now I just need to find a good place to practice rune magic, Naruto said as he took out his wand and left the bush and began to enter the forest. While walking, Naruto has remained in a state of absolute alert since it was common knowledge that this forest was one of the most densely populated by a large number of dangerous creatures. On his way, Naruto came across a plain where there were a lot of people taking care of 4 dragons locked in cages. Well, at least now I know what the first test is going to be, of course that is if the number of dragons is just a coincidence, Naruto said to himself as he left the place and continued on his way until he reached another somewhat wide field. Perfect, said Naruto as he walked to the middle of the field and sat down, then opened the book and read more in depth about the subject. Well, as it was said before, to make a rune successfully a combination of 3 or 5 symbols is required. Each symbol has a meaning that together can form another meaning. For example, a symbol can mean strength or vitality, depending on how it is used, so combining the symbols can produce a reaction. In short, many things could be done with the runes. Something else that Naruto had noticed was that the runic magic had been focused only on copying it on human skin. They never tried to place them on objects or anything like that. Finally, the runic magic made it so that whoever used it could not be detected, since when the runes were activated, although they left a trail of magic, it was only pure magic, so if someone wanted to know who made the rune they would never know. Smiling to himself, Naruto said to himself. It's time to get creative. The next morning. In the early hours of the morning, some teachers were walking quickly through the Forbidden Forest to investigate a matter that was worrying them a little. What is the situation? Asked a serious Dumbledore who had just arrived at a field. Well, around 12 a.m. until 3 a.m. we started to hear loud sounds coming from the forest. At first we dismissed it as some creature that was causing damage or that they were fighting, however around 2:30 we heard louder explosions, Filch explained to Dumbledore who looked out into the clearing, suspicious of some small craters. Those were apparently the first impacts as Dumbledore looked the craters became larger and larger until 2 trees were down and 4 were barely standing if the cracks were any indication. Any idea who did this? Dumbledore asked as he walked among the ministry wizards and bent down to pick up a stone. However, far from it being a stone, this was a handful of earth that began to fade shortly after Dumbledore picked it up. No one, sir, replied one of the magicians sent by the minister. None of the traces of magic matched the magic recorded in the database of all registered wizards, that includes students, another wizard informed Dumbledore, who only nodded. Anything else? Dumbledore asked, to which the wizard nodded. Yes, there are small traces of magic that go up to 8 kilometers towards the lake, after that the trail is lost, said the magician. In Naruto's room. He was lying on his back while breathing with difficulty. Shit, a little more and they'd catch me, Naruto said to himself as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Shortly after his breathing calmed, Naruto let out a sigh and proceeded to stand up. But Naruto quickly grimaced in pain as he stood up, so lifting his pants a little Naruto saw the runes tattooed on both ankles of both feet. I didn't think it would work, Naruto said as he caressed the tattoo on his ankles and thought about what these runes did, and what they did was that every time Naruto applied magic to the rune, they released a precious air that propelled Naruto. Once remembered that Naruto quickly sighed remembering the countless times he hit his head trying to use these runes. This rune was composed of 4 symbols, which were suction, compression, release and resistance. The first 3 were the ones that made the momentum, the last was more, so that his legs could resist the force of the impact. Apart from these runes, Naruto had used other runes that exploded, but of course Naruto wouldn't use those runes on his body, so being creative, Naruto wrote on the ground the symbols for body, human, reformation, and molding. What Naruto wanted to do was a status to place the explosion rune on his chest. At first a large mass of earth rose and tried to mold into a statue, however it quickly collapsed, so in the other runes Naruto placed more magic which caused this statue to finish molding, but it was too fragile and ended up crumbling. Thinking about it for a moment, Naruto smiled and added 2 more symbols, which were light and water, so the mass of earth used for the statue would turn into clay and would not be so heavy. And Naruto had to nod at the statue in front of him, since it was a perfectly identical copy of him. At first he thought it would only become the standard body of a man, but apparently it takes the form of the person who created it. Then he placed the explosion rune on the statue's chest, and as Naruto expected the statue exploded. Okay, the rune produced a considerably large explosion, but the rune was useless if you had to get close to your opponent and write some runes on him for 1 whole minute. So creating another statue, Naruto thought for a moment until a stone the size of a baseball crossed his sight. Taking the stone, Naruto examined it for a moment and nodding, Naruto placed the rune on it and then threw it towards the statue. However, the stone hit the statue and fell a few moments later since Naruto took a while to activate the rune. Frowning, Naruto created another statue and took another stone and placed the same rune on it and tried several times until, a little annoyed, Naruto stopped trying for a moment and began to think of an idea until he finally snapped his fingers. Of course, how come it didn't occur to me, said Naruto as he took another stone and put the same rune on it, only he added the symbols. Activate and impact. With a smile, Naruto threw the stone and it effectively exploded the moment it hit the statue. But leaving that aside, Naruto now found himself going out to the living room of his house and noticing that there was only one person in the place, which turned out to be Alyssa, who seemed to be waiting for him. You insolent commoner, but she was interrupted by Naruto who passed by her side while saying, "Leave it for another time, I don't have time for your nonsense," said Naruto with some annoyance since he was sleepy since he didn't sleep last night thanks to his training. If Naruto had turned around he would have noticed the blush that was beginning to form on Alyssa's face as she grabbed her breast with a trembling hand. Going out to the school corridors, Naruto began to walk towards the library to read something about dragons, and it seemed that Naruto was so sleepy that he didn't even realize that Hermione along with Fleur and Harriet had silently joined him, and he only realized when one of them spoke. "Hello Naruto, how are you?" Harriet asked somewhat cheerfully, causing Naruto to open his eyes in surprise and turn to look to his right, and sure enough, there were Hermione, Harriet, and Fleur. "What? How long have you been there?" Naruto asked excitedly, to which the 3 looked at each other and began to laugh. "We've been here for about 3 minutes, Hermione said, to which Naruto just sighed. "Is something wrong, Naruto?" Fleur asked Naruto since it was obvious he had a tired face. "Oh, I'm fine, it's just that I couldn't sleep last night and now I'm sleepy," Naruto finally said while yawning. "Oh, so where are you headed?" Harriet asked. "To the library to read something about," but Fleur continued, "on the dragons?" Fleur said, to which Naruto nodded as he opened the doors to the library. "Yeah, I guess you're here for the same reason," Naruto said, to which Harriet and Fleur nodded. "Yeah, I don't see you surprised that they know what the first test is about," Hermione said, briefly looking at Naruto, who shrugged. "I assumed you would already know, just like that bold guy Crumb," Naruto said, taking a book about dragon types. "Oh well, do you mind if we join you?" Harriet asked Naruto, who just looked at her while Fleur and Hermione looked at him with faces that wanted him to accept. "Sure, why not?" Naruto said, sitting at a table for 4 people, and they began their research on dragons. The day passed relatively calmly since after Naruto and the girls finished investigating they went to their classes until they finally finished the last class, which was with Professor Navy, and like most of the time Naruto stayed after class and started chatting with Navy, who responded calmly and quietly. After that Naruto went to the living room of his house and as if he were at Abu, Naruto met again with Alyssa, who again began to speak to him with a previous insult. Naruto didn't know why, but the fact that this girl always acted so arrogant made him want to knock her down from that throne she sat on so proudly, so clenching his fists Naruto gave Alyssa an annoyed look. "Shut up," Naruto said in a whisper, but Alyssa heard it clearly, causing her to effectively remain silent. "But what? was the only thing Alyssa asked since after that Naruto quickly approached her and took her tightly by the shoulder and brought his mouth to Alyssa's ear and then proceeded to tell her. Listen to me carefully, shut up if you don't want me to force it shut on you, and believe me, you won't like it, Naruto said as he moved his hand to Alyssa's pale neck as if it were an example of how he would carry out his task. Do you understand me? Naruto asked, but not expecting an answer, Naruto walked away from Alyssa, whose eyes were shaded, and not a second later Naruto passed by her side, and again she missed a massive blush along with a small smile, while breathing with some difficulty. Did I miss you a little? Naruto mentally wondered as he heard Alyssa's breathing, mistaking it for sobs. No, he deserves it, he said again and then went to his room. Time jump. It had been about a week in which Naruto met Hermione in the library, and needless to say they had become more sociable with each other as they talked about different types of topics, whether it was classes or other types of books that seemed interesting. Although he didn't know if Hermione liked him, he was almost sure that in the end if she liked him they would go to Hermione. And he wasn't wrong since Hermione also liked Naruto, so that helped their friendship flow normally. But Harriet and Fleur they also got along well, and unlike Hermione who talk about class topics, Naruto knew that if he talked to them about those topics they would get bored quickly, so to further strengthen their friendship, Naruto brought up casual topics, and sometimes they bothered each other to get a laugh from the two girls, and thanks to Harriet, is that now he met Ronnie, Harriet's best friend. At first it was hard for Naruto to talk to the girl, since Ronnie didn't seem to trust him much because he was a Slytherin, and his constant nervousness didn't help much either, but in the end they were able to talk normally about any kind of thing, mostly board games or Quidditch, since Ronnie seemed to get excited when he heard those two topics of conversation. And with Alyssa, well, Naruto has met her a few times where she tries to talk to him with her typical proud tone, which usually ends with Naruto pushing her against a wall and giving her a warning and leaving behind a very blushing Alyssa. He also continued doing his morning exercise and training with rune magic to try to invent new runes that would be useful to him. But leaving that aside, Naruto was now taking a shower in the men's bathroom that was near his bedroom, perhaps this was one of the very few advantages of being in that room. Once he finished bathing, Naruto put on his towel and, leaving the bathroom, the first thing he came across was the door to his room half open. This was strange since he was sure he had closed it. So, peeking cautiously, Naruto saw that it was Alyssa breaking into his room again. It's her again, Naruto whispered as he watched Alyssa seem to be searching for something or someone with her gaze. After a while, Alyssa seemed to relax and then approached her bed and then threw herself onto Naruto's bed while hugging her pillow against her face and taking a deep breath. But what the hell? Naruto wondered with wide eyes seeing such a scene, but his thoughts were interrupted by the next thing Alyssa said. What's wrong with me? Why am I doing this? Because it excites me that someone like him treats me so badly, Alyssa said as she inhaled more of the pillow. Ah, this commoner scent, I want, Alyssa said while Naruto listened and watched the whole show. Don't say it, Naruto said to himself since if Alyssa said what he thought she was going to say then it would confirm his suspicion. I want Naruto to demote me as his pet, Alyssa said causing Naruto to sigh. And she said it, so the noble mage is a great masochist, Naruto said to himself as he continued watching Alyssa writhe in her bed. Naruto really couldn't help but smile maliciously, Naruto wouldn't deny it and would say that she certainly has some perversion. Naruto would be sure that any boy he met would flatly deny that he was a pervert, but no one fools him since, no matter who, every boy has a perverted side, whether towards the opposite hex or the same hex, but those were already preferences. So smiling a little more, Naruto opened the door abruptly, alerting Alyssa, who quickly recomposed herself as best she could, and with a massive blush, Alyssa began to stutter. Did you hear everything? Alyssa asked, but more than a question, it was a statement that Naruto would not deny. And I didn't just hear, I saw everything too, said Naruto, making Alyssa blush even more. I can explain it, Alyssa tried to say, but Naruto quickly continued. No, you can't explain it, although it would be fun to hear the ridiculous excuse you'll tell, said Naruto as he walked towards the bed and proceeded to sit down. And Alyssa tried to say but was interrupted again. Shut up, said Naruto, and instantly Alyssa obeyed. That's how I like it, so you're just a masochist, huh? Naruto stated. No, Alyssa tried to speak again, but Naruto looked at her again with annoyance. What did I say? Naruto asked Alyssa, who kept her blush and said. Shut up, Alyssa replied. Well, it seems you have a fetish that very few have, Naruto said to Alyssa, who was beginning to breathe with difficulty while her heart hammered with expectant excitement. Come on, you don't have to suppress it in front of me, after all I already know, said Naruto, to which Alyssa spoke. Can you adopt me, Pages? Alyssa asked in a whisper. How? He didn't hear you, said Naruto. Can you adopt me as your pet? I asked this time more audibly, to which Naruto placed a hand on his chin. Maybe if you kneel down and beg I can consider it, Naruto said to Alyssa, who, as if it were the most important order of her life, knelt down and begged. Please adopt me, master, Alyssa begged, now adding the title of master to Naruto. So master, it doesn't sound bad, very well my dear pet, I'm going to adopt you, Naruto said calmly, making Alyssa look up with a smile. Really? Alyssa wanted to affirm. That's right, now go and don't forget to act normal while you're in public, Naruto said as he stood up and proceeded to open the door for Alyssa to leave, which she proceeded to do. But just at the moment what happened in front of Naruto, he gave Alyssa a rather strong slap that made her let out a small moan and finally left the room. Closing the door, Naruto stood there silently with his head down for a moment until after a few minutes, Naruto also looked at him in surprise. What did I just do? For a moment I felt like it wasn't me, Naruto said in surprise. That's because we're slowly reuniting, Naruto's inner voice came forward, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow. And what does that have to do with us reuniting? Naruto asked in confusion. What? Haven't you noticed? Even you just said it. Well, we both just said it, no matter how much a man refuses, he's always going to have some perversion, and unfortunately that was also a feeling that you repressed with me, or don't you remember when you first locked eyes with Fleur, you didn't even give her a second glance, even though she's a hot eye, said Naruto's inner voice. But that's wrong, what if they sue me for sexual harassment? Naruto asked while getting nervous. Listen Naruto, being perverted isn't bad, of course you don't have to take it to extremes, just a little is fine, and it's not considered harassment if she also wants intimacy, and I'm sure Alyssa wants it, but of course, don't rush it, Naruto's inner voice lectured. Well, for the moment I'm not going to give it much importance, said Naruto, calming down. Oh, don't worry, nothing bad is going to happen, said Naruto's inner voice, then disappeared again. Sighing, Naruto lay down on the bed and proceeded to sleep. Today he was too tired to go train with the runes. Time jump. Excitement was what Naruto felt right now. Why? Well, today the first test of the True Wizard tournament was going to take place. After a month of waiting, the first challenge was taking place. Naruto could hear the screams and cheers from the stands outside the champion's box. Naruto was currently standing in front of a curtain while he thought about how he would pass this test. He was so focused that he didn't notice Harriet and Fleur approaching him, nor did he notice Hermione and Ronnie peeking behind the curtain. Naruto? Hermione asked worriedly, causing Naruto to come out of his thoughts and see that he was being surrounded by the girls who were watching him closely. What's wrong? He asked somewhat nervously, to which everyone simply stared. We were asking if you were okay, Ronnie said, to which Naruto nodded in realization. Oh yeah, I'm fine, Naruto said nonchalantly. Are you sure? You guys have to, Hermione tried to say but slowly fell silent until Naruto followed the sentence. Face the dragon, said Naruto, to which Hermione and Ronnie couldn't stand it anymore and proceeded to wrap everyone in a group hug with Naruto in the middle. But just at that moment a flash appeared, drawing the attention of the five, who saw a cameraman taking a photo. Oh how sweet, a group of girls fervently seeking the love and approval of a boy. Who will this Casanova stay with? Find out in our newspaper, the prophet, said a woman, while a flying pen wrote down everything she said. On the other hand, the four girls blushed at what the woman said and quickly separated. This seemed to bother a certain bald guy who decided to approach the woman and tell her that he couldn't be here. You can't be here, this place is only for champions, Crumb said to the journalist who just looked at him. It doesn't matter, I already have what I wanted, said the woman, leaving the place. Not long after, Dumbledore entered the box looking somewhat hurried as he was followed by Barty, who was carrying a small bag. Well, before we begin you have to choose which dragon you are going to fight. Go ahead Mr. Barty, said Dumbledore to Barty, who quickly stood between the participants. Very well, Miss Delacour, said Barty as he handed the bag to Fleur, who with some effort put her hand in and then pulled out a small green dragon. The Green Welshman, Barty said, then handed the bag to Crumb, who ended up taking out a Chinese fireball. Later he handed the bag to Harriet, who put her hand in and took out the Hungarian horntail. Finally she handed the bag to Naruto, who put his hand in and felt something burning him, but he didn't care and took the small-scale dragon, which ended up being a Russian Terralava. Chapter 3. Quietly sitting in a chair in the participants' box was a bored Naruto waiting for his turn to participate. While he waited for Harriet to finish getting the golden egg, Naruto slightly shifted his gaze towards the same curtain where Hermione and Ronnie had gone a long time ago. Looking around, Naruto made sure there was no one around. Once servilely making sure there was no one, Naruto approached the curtain that made slight jerky movements until he finally stood in front of the curtain and opened it to reveal an Alyssa who was trying to look inside without being discovered. What are you doing here? Naruto asked the pale girl who maintained her act as the indomitable noble girl of the great Malfoy family. Naruto didn't know why, but Alyssa emitted an aura that drove him and made him want to always abuse her. So pushing her against a wall in the narrow wooden hallway, Naruto cornered her and spoke into her ear. "Drop that noble girl facade right now," Naruto ordered the girl who looked at him submissively. "But you said not to stop acting in public," Alyssa said, shrinking from the somewhat strong grip on her throat. "Tell me, do you see any audience here?" "Huh?" Naruto asked Alyssa, who slowly shook her head, finally letting go of her performance. Please punish this disobedient pet for contradicting you," Alyssa said submissively, to be silenced by a slap with some force that left her cheek somewhat reddened. Then Naruto took her by the chin and gave her a chaste kiss that left her in shock. "What is this?" Alyssa wondered as she was forcibly kissed. "He's desecrating my first kiss," continued his thought, reacting in real life when Naruto broke the kiss, and Alyssa looked at him with a silly smile on her face. "Ah, master, continue desecrating this rude pet," Alyssa said with lust in her voice. "And that's what I'll continue to do," Naruto said, taking Alyssa's pale thighs and lifting her up to his face while pressing her further against the wall. Instantly Alyssa, trying to be a good pet, entwined her feet around Naruto's waist. Kissing Alyssa fervently for a couple of minutes, Naruto proceeded to break the kiss to look directly into Alyssa's eyes and then attack her neck and leave a pacifier mark on the pale neck of the masochistic noblewoman. "Remember that you are my property and no one's, I hope that stays rooted in your brain," Naruto said to an Alyssa who, with a massive blush, nodded in agreement with what Naruto said. "Good, now go, I have a dragon to fight," said Naruto, releasing Alyssa's pale thighs, leaving Naruto's handprints printed on them. Nodding submissively, Alyssa turned around and walked away, skipping slightly. Naruto also turned around to return to the participants' box to wait for his turn. Harriet's fight had already ended about 5 minutes ago, so in theory there were 15 minutes left until her turn to face the dragon. There were always 20 minutes between fights to bring out the dragon the participant fought with and then bring in the next dragon. Thinking for a moment about what Naruto had done to him, he couldn't help but mentally ask himself, what the hell did I do? Because seeing her makes me want to denigrate her so much. Naruto thought to himself, without realizing that another person had entered the box. Approaching Naruto, the person landed right behind the thoughtful blonde-haired man who was still questioning his taming tastes. However, Naruto quickly became alert when he felt a hand land on his shoulder. So, with some abruptness, Naruto turned towards the person to reveal an impassive Navy that looked at him with his typical calm face. "Professor Navy? What are you doing here?" Naruto asked, his heart still a little shaken by the scare his favorite teacher gave him. "I just came to make sure you weren't scared by the challenge," said the always serious Navy to Naruto, who had already relaxed and proceeded to give his friend a small smile. "Oh, was that it? Don't worry, I'm more than calm, in fact I'm somewhat anxious to start," informed Naruto with a small smile on his lips. For a moment Naruto could notice a small flash of concern in Professor Navy. She quickly returned to her impassive face. "Well, I guess my presence was not necessary here," Navy said to Naruto, who just looked at her. "Oh come on, don't say it like that, it seems like I don't want you in my presence," said Naruto, to which Navy smiled a little and, in a rare occasion of fun, decided to play a little joke on Naruto. "So you don't dislike my presence at all? How strange, I always thought it was the opposite," joked Navy with an almost imperceptible smile, but that Naruto still noticed and decided to return the joke. "Oh? I didn't know Professor Seriousness could make jokes, that's a new facet I didn't know about," Naruto said, widening his smile a little, causing Navy to look away with a blush when her joke didn't come out the way she wanted. "Well, it seems that," but Naruto didn't finish speaking as the amplified voice of Professor Dumbledore began to be heard outside the box announcing his entrance. "And as the last participant we have Mr. Naruto Uzumaki Howard," said Dumbledore, while saying some more unimportant things that Naruto didn't hear. "Well, you heard, it's time for my," but again he was interrupted by a quick Navy hug that kept him like that for about 20 seconds until they finally separated. "Don't lose," said the impassive Navy to a Naruto who didn't say a word due to the surprise of the hug. Coming out of his trance, Naruto quickly recovered and gave a reassuring smile to Navy, who just nodded and proceeded to leave. "Well, that's something new," Naruto said as he turned around and started walking down a hallway that led to the combat field. Every step closer to the exit you could hear the noise of the spectators, hundreds of students from different schools, but among these the Howard students stood out the most. Now you would think that they would support this last contestant who belonged to the same school, however the truth was different when only boos and insults were heard directed at a blonde who didn't give a shit what they thought or said about him. Watching these scenes were different types of important people who watched the tournament either to look for talent in the contestants or just watched it for the pure love of the sport and did not even give importance to the boos from all the students. Now little by little the noise began to calm down until it was only a deafening silence, where only Naruto was standing in a small space with coal black rocks everywhere. Naruto assumed it was due to the countless flames of fire that had been launched by the 3 previous dragons. Speaking of dragons, Naruto was somewhat confused since wherever he looked, Naruto could not see any dragon anywhere. Looking more around him, Naruto felt the area to find any trace of the dragon, however, the only thing Naruto could notice was the golden egg lying on top of a mountain of rocks that could only be climbed by climbing a large, somewhat pointy rock. Not wanting to reveal the functions of his runes yet, Naruto proceeded to approach said rock for climbing, still with his guard at its maximum alert point. Placing a foot on the rock, Naruto quickly propelled himself upwards to subsequently grab onto a stone that protruded in a pointed shape. When Naruto was about to take his second jump, however, he was interrupted by the surprise jolt of the rock he was climbing. Once this happened, Naruto didn't take long to come to a possible conclusion, so, turning staring in front of him, slowly some eyelids opened, revealing an eye a little bigger than Naruto's head itself. This has to be a bucking joke, Naruto said to himself as the eye and different parts of the mountain on which the egg was placed began to glow a bright reddish orange, quickly followed by a jaw that appeared, opening to try to eat it. So instinctively Naruto, using the runes on his ankles, propelled himself back as far as he could from the jaw, which caused a loud bang as it closed forcefully. Standing up completely, the dragon revealed all its majesty to the public. Shit was the only thing Naruto could say before he once again used the runes to dodge a jet of lava coming from the mouth of the dragon he had to face. Now how do I take care of this? Naruto mentally asked himself, looking for an idea to take the egg that unfortunately was stuck between two spikes on the dragon's back, who didn't even realize it. You have to be creative, echoed the amused voice of his inner self, who was enjoying the thrill of the challenge. Is that all the advice you can give me? Naruto asked, unfazed by the sudden appearance of his inner self. And what do you want to burn? I am just your emotions, the voice responded, amused by the situation. Ah, but how? The damn egg is on his stupid back, Naruto thought with annoyance as he continued to dodge the constant jets of lava. Well, you have to think fast if you don't want us to burn in all that lava that dragon is leaving, said his inner self, and it was true, the battlefield was increasingly running out of places where Naruto could step. Naruto thought in frustration until there was a point where the dragon took longer to shoot the jet of lava. There, Naruto said, pushing himself towards the dragon with everything he could, and indeed Naruto grabbed the dragon's chest, who, upon feeling the intruder clinging to him, quickly began to shake himself to get rid of him. It's not going to work, said Naruto as he activated a set of runes on his right shoulder, causing both of Naruto's hands to turn a dark black similar to steel. Well, what these runes did was turn any part of the body, or if you wanted the whole body, into pure steel. However, although it seemed like an incredibly useful rune, it had a good couple of disadvantages that would be harmful in the long term, since activating these runes caused great muscular tension in the area that remained made of steel, thus causing the person in question to get tired as time went by. So thanks to this rune, Naruto could stay firmly attached to the dragon that was getting annoyed at not being able to get him off, but in a sudden moment the dragon stopped shaking and then spread its wings. Shit, don't tell me, Naruto thought, but instead of flying away, he began to stamp his wings on the ground and then used his front legs and began to dig with overwhelming speed, so in less than 5 minutes the dragon was already a large amount of meters underground. What does he plan to do? Naruto wondered curiously as he continued to cling to the dragon, who remained still for a while until he began to agitatedly roll around in the hole, crashing into the rock walls that surrounded it, causing rocks to fly out and end up hitting Naruto hard, who with some annoyance ended up turning his entire body into steel. This lizard is smart, Naruto said to himself as he was hit by rocks that he barely felt hitting his steel body. The spectators watched this with excitement, of course with the exception of Harriet, Hermione, Ronnie, Fleur, Navy and Alyssa, the former because they had considered the blonde Slytherin a friend in the short time they had known him, and the latter because he was her teacher who had tamed her. Now returning to the frustrated dragon who couldn't get Naruto off of him, he just gritted his teeth because of the muscle pain that these runes brought. Damn, if this keeps up I won't be able to take it anymore, Naruto said to himself, no longer able to bear the muscle pain. However, the dragon stopped again and Naruto quickly dropped the rune technique, causing his body to return to normal. Now with all his clothes in tatters that only made an effort to cover his chest and right shoulder area, his once long pants now reduced to knee-length pants, one longer than the other, his body all sweaty with his muscles spasming for irregular periods of time while he breathed sporadically. However, Naruto didn't have time to take a break thanks to the sudden jolt that caused the dragon next to him to begin to rise rapidly into the sky. Holding on with all he could to the dragon's hot rocky skin, Naruto held on and hoped that everything would turn out alright. However, how things were going, Naruto doubted it. Once the dragon had risen a good number of miles in height, Naruto had to hold his breath as he looked down at the side of the steps they were standing on a moment ago, reduced to just a mere speck in the landscape around them. Making a sharp turn, Naruto couldn't stand it anymore, and as if everything froze at that very moment, Naruto let go of the dragon. At the moment the golden egg, the reason why he was fighting with this dragon from the beginning, was released from the dragon's back and remained floating in front of Naruto a few meters away, while the beautiful glow of the sunset gave it an air of majesty. However, the force of attraction towards the earth began to be present in a cruel way by taking them back from where it came at an impressive speed, so quickly leaving the dragon in the sky, Naruto descended next to the egg, while Naruto made vain efforts to catch the ladder. As Naruto plummeted while trying to take the egg, the dragon seemed to react to seeing the egg about to be taken by Naruto, so with its throat glowing orange, the dragon launched a ball of lava that headed much faster towards Naruto than Naruto was already falling. Noticing this, Naruto couldn't help but curse. "Damn, this lizard doesn't get tired," Naruto said to himself, activating the runes on his ankle to finally propel me forward and take the egg, effectively dodging the ball of lava that headed towards the stadium where they were fighting before. Not wanting to stay like that, the dragon quickly spat out another design of lava balls towards Naruto, moving further away with his impulse runes. However, Naruto was so focused on dodging the lava balls that he didn't even realize that the dragon, not even a second after launching the wave of fireballs, surrounded him, causing the dragon to appear on his side from a cloud while opening its jaws. "Damn, what bad luck," Naruto said to himself before turning his legs and right arm into steel, while in his left arm, he had the egg to rest the powerful bite of the jaw of this dragon that did everything possible to kill Naruto. Not long after Naruto began to resist his bite, he began to sweat profusely as he saw how his right hand, which had become steel, began to bend. Shit. Naruto cursed, sweating profusely until Naruto finally felt that he let go, sighing for a moment at the thought that the dragon had gotten tired. Naruto now noticed how the back of the dragon's throat began to glow, and you didn't have to be a genius to know what the dragon was going to do. "Fuck, this is going to hurt," Naruto said as he tensed his muscles, tiring his entire body to become steel, and not a second later a ball of lava crashed so hard into Naruto's body that he flew down almost as if he were a blur. In the stands, everyone was somewhat calm after a design of lava balls had fallen. Of course, nobody was really worried, since there were a lot of experienced magicians there who in the end ended up deflecting the lava balls. So everyone remained calm, waiting for what could happen. Since Naruto and the dragon had disappeared a while ago, most of the students waiting, without saying everyone waiting for the dragon to have killed the blonde. However, little by little, the whistling of a projectile cutting through the air began to be heard. Searching for the origin of said projectile, everyone finally fixed their gaze on an object, or rather someone, that was descending furiously just behind a mountain that was right next to the stands. The object was going so fast that not a single magician had time to react, so the object ended up crashing into the tip of the mountain to continue straight and crash right in the middle of the quadrilateral. Absolute and unbreakable silence reigned throughout the stands as they waited expectantly to see what would happen next. Even the dragon came closer and flew over the stands, staring at the spot where Naruto had crashed. Needless to say, every important person or person with a noble status was more than surprised by the boy's display of skill and resistance, so if for some strange reason the boy were to survive that tremendous impact, they themselves would speak to him in person. Stones moving. They were heard in a small pile of stones that moved slowly until a somewhat grayish hand came out of the small pile of rocks, a sign that the runes were barely staying active. The hand had some scratches and blood stains that almost imperceptibly began to close. Following the hand came the entire body of a bruised Naruto, who looked like he would kick the bucket at any moment while holding the golden egg tightly in his right hand, a series of rune sets glowing brightly on Naruto's chest just above his heart. Most people would agree that Naruto's state was more than pitiful, however that feeling went out the window when they saw the excited smile that was plastered on his face. Crack, snap. The sound was heard as if a bone was breaking, however more than breaking, it was Naruto's own broken bones as they readjusted, and his body proceeded to increase the process of producing osteoblast cells to repair the broken bones, as this was the function of the runes that shone on his chest. Fun fact. Osteoblasts are cells that make new bones and help repair bone injuries. Roar. The dragon roared, making his presence known, preparing to attack Naruto again, who still maintained his smile, while finally the last bone settled and Naruto stood up again. Come. Naruto responded to the dragon who was about to attack if it hadn't been for the more than 75 beast-taming wizards who surrounded the dragon and began to spray the dragon with a large amount of a powerful sleeping pill that didn't take long to take effect, causing the dragon to end up falling asleep. A sigh came from Naruto's lips as he stood there watching the sleeping dragon, the excitement of the battle over and the adrenaline in his body decreasing in intensity, causing Naruto to grimace at the pain of feeling his wounds close and his bones heal. He definitely had to perfect those 2 new runes that he used so much today. Turning around, Naruto started walking in the direction of the same hallway from where he had previously left, arriving at the participants' box. Naruto sat heavily on his sofa while he gave a sigh of tiredness and placed the damn golden egg next to him. And what do you think? It was fun, wasn't it? Said a voice that Naruto was already getting used to speaking out of nowhere and that he knew exactly who it was, after all, it was his own voice. Funny? It almost killed me, Naruto replied with an audible sigh. But don't deny that the excitement of fighting moved you to a level you never thought you'd reach, Naruto's inner voice replied. I have to admit that fighting is really exciting, Naruto admitted tiredly as he looked at a blonde woman wearing high-quality clothing. She had a serious and imperturbable face that almost reminded Naruto of a certain teacher who was his friend. Once the woman entered, she walked calmly towards Naruto and began to speak. "Hello, I'm Sophia Smith and I wanted to know if I could talk to you," said the woman now recognized as Sophia with a relaxed voice, almost the same as Professor Navy's. Naruto would almost swear that she was some kind of long-lost sister of Professor Navy if it weren't for Sophia's blonde hair. Leaving those thoughts aside, Naruto simply shook his head and replied. "I'm sorry, but it's not a good time to talk, but if you still want to talk to me you can find me at breakfast tomorrow in the great dining room there. We can have a coffee and discuss whatever it is you want to talk to me about," Naruto replied to Sophia, who nodded with understanding. "I understand and thank you for your trouble," said Sophia, nodding a little at what Naruto suggested. "Don't worry," Naruto replied as he watched Sophia leave the place, and just a few moments after Sophia left a group of at least 10 people entered, each of them with exaggeratedly fine clothes as they walked until they were in front of Naruto. "Well, it seems we'll have more visitors," said Naruto's inner voice, so as not to speak again. Naruto just kept looking at the group of people who stood in front of him with very interested looks and clothes that denoted that they were people of a very high socioeconomic status, and more if we count the golden garments that each one of them wore without exception. "Hello, how can I help you?" Naruto asked without even looking for any kind of spare clothing to replace the only broken item of clothing, which was his pants. "Mr. Uzumaki, you have caught our attention today, that is why we wanted to talk to you as soon as possible," said a man in the group. "Well, I don't know if you haven't noticed, but I just finished fighting a Russian dragon who probably drank a lot of vodka, and right now my wounds still need to finish healing. Besides, I'm tired and right now I feel like taking a big bath and going to sleep for a whole day," Naruto said tiredly as his wounds continued to close little by little, releasing an almost imperceptible vapor. "So? We don't care, we want to talk to you, and that's specifically what you're going to do," said another of the men in front of him, who was reluctant to wait for a good moment to talk to Naruto, who simply laughed a little. "Well, in this world there are many people who want something just like you want to talk to me, however the others don't care what those people want," said Naruto calmly. "Certainly, but our case is different because other people do care about what we want," another man said to Naruto, who gave a little more. "Well, congratulations, because you are in front of the first person who gives a shit about what you want," Naruto responded with a jovial voice to the men present, who frowned. "Brat, you didn't mean that," said another of the men threateningly. "Oh? I know myself very well and believe me when I tell you that I am 100% sure that is what I meant," Naruto replied with a face between serious and amused to the group of men who clenched their teeth and moved their hands slowly to their wand sheaths while Naruto slowly tensed his sore muscles. However, before anyone could do anything, the curtains opened and Dumbledore, along with the other teachers and members of the ministry, began to enter. "Naruto, we were looking for him to take him to the infirmary," said Dumbledore to Naruto, who simply stood up and took one of the many towels that were next to one of the beds in the box and then began to clean the blood stains on his toned body, all under the watchful eye of a navy that did not take their eyes off him. "Well, then Professor Magona," Dumbledore was about to say when he was abruptly interrupted. "I'll accompany you to the infirmary," Navy said abruptly. Not even she believed she could speak so loudly, a slight blush appearing on her impassive face as she looked away from everyone's gaze. "Well, Professor Navy will accompany you to the infirmary," said Dumbledore, switching to Naruto's guide. Nodding, Navy signaled for Naruto to follow her and get out of this place as soon as possible, knowing Navy better than. "Goodbye," Naruto nodded and began to follow Navy out of the box towards the infirmary. On the way neither Naruto nor Navy said a word. This was unlike the comfortable silence they sometimes had when both did something together. This was a somewhat uncomfortable silence in which Navy gave off a kind of angry aura. When they were crossing the bridge that was just before reaching the entrance of Hogwarts, Navy stopped walking, causing Naruto to stop walking as well, turning around calmly, but still giving off the aura of anger. Navy said the first word after the long walk they walked in silence. "Naruto, I want you to give up as soon as the last 3 challenges begin," Navy said abruptly, leaving an awkward silence between the two again. Navy was the only thing Naruto said, to which Navy spoke again. "Please Naruto, do what I ask of you," said Navy, now with his hands clenched into a fist while trembling, and Naruto simply looked attentive to what he would say next. "In that challenge I felt like I would lose you," Navy said with his head down, pausing for a moment before continuing. And I don't want to lose someone important to me for the second time, Navy finished saying with a trembling voice, while Naruto continued looking at Navy to continue taking a step forward and slowly and calmly giving her a hug that was tremblingly reciprocated by Navy. Don't worry Navy, you're not going to lose me, besides if I die in these challenges who do you think will bother to spend time with you, that's something I can't allow, so whatever happens in these challenges, I don't plan on leaving you alone, Naruto said in Navy's ear, who slowly nodded and leaned her face against Naruto's muscular chest. Time jump. After Naruto was taken to the infirmary by Professor Navy, she only stayed for a few minutes until she finally left Naruto in the care of the school nurse who healed some minor wounds that Naruto had on his body, since most of Naruto's wounds had already healed almost completely. But now we can find Naruto walking through the halls of Howard towards the Slytherin house with his body all tired. Thanks to the healing runes he had on his chest, since accelerating the production of cells in your body was very demanding for it, and combined with the almost torn muscles of his entire body by the steel runes, it goes without saying that every step taken by Naruto was as if he were pushing a truck with the brakes on. Ignoring for the moment how difficult it was to walk, Naruto shifted his gaze for a moment towards a window to his left that overlooked the immense and almost endless forbidden forest, the full moon at its highest point, indicating that it was past 12 at night, his body walking limping as if he were on autopilot, and the pleasant silence, it was undoubtedly a moment of tranquility. Can I help you? A female voice appeared next to Naruto, causing Naruto to have to suppress the instinct to use his runes and get as far away as he could, so instead of doing that Naruto simply looked to his right and finally saw a pale blonde girl with pale skin just like Alyssa. Naruto inspected her for a moment, the girl having a gaze that seemed to be constantly lost in space. Her uniform identified her as a member of the Ravenclaw house, if her blue tie with silver lines was anything to go by. How long have you been here? Naruto finally asked the girl, who didn't change her expression or her look. I've been here since you started looking out the window, the girl replied calmly. I see, and why didn't you say anything? Naruto asked again. I was wondering if the stars wanted me to take your attention away from them, he answered in a somewhat peculiar way, but Naruto didn't really care much about his way of speaking, he actually liked his way of speaking, it was relaxing and philosophical. And what did they tell you? Naruto asked, his walking now completely stopped, only concentrating on the girl in front of him. Nothing, but they are shining more than the previous nights, maybe they communicate through the brightness, the girl answered to Naruto, who nodded slightly. What's your name? Naruto finally asked, wondering the name of this girl who relaxed him so much. I'm Luna Lovegood, a pleasure to be with you, introduced the now recognized Luna. Nice to meet you, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto introduced himself. Now that you ask, what are you doing so late in the halls? Naruto asked Luna, who looked at her feet, causing Naruto to follow her gaze and noticed that Luna was barefoot. I'm looking for my shoes, they hid them again, Luna replied to Naruto, who also raised an eyebrow at that. Who hid them from you? I asked, to which Luna simply shrugged. My housemates, Luna said simply. NT. If I remember correctly, Luna said it was the elves or some other creature that hid her shoes, but I better make her know it was her housemates. Sighing at the incomprehensible actions of the others, Naruto simply nodded and looked at Luna to say. Come on, let's go find your shoes. I'll cast a spell on you to find them, Naruto said to Luna with an understandable smile, since he himself had been played these jokes in the first few days at Howard's. And what spell is that? Luna asked curiously, to which Naruto simply took out his wand and said. Achio, Luna Lovegood's shoes. Naruto cast a spell, but nothing happened. Well, it seems your shoes are not in this hallway. What this spell does is bring you the object you are looking for, but only if it is within a radius of 20 meters, Naruto said to Luna, who nodded. Then why don't we go to the places you think he might be, Naruto said to Luna, who nodded and began to guide Naruto to various places. Hour and 47 minutes later. Naruto and Luna entered the room where the school's cleaning tools were kept. It was a large place full of brooms, mops, buckets, soap, and many other things. Pointing his wand at the room at large, Naruto proceeded to cast a spell for the 50th time tonight. Achio, Luna Lovegood's shoes, said Naruto, and almost instantly some shoes came out of a bucket full of water in the corner of the room, along with 2 more pairs that came out of other random places. Huh? There are 3 pairs of shoes? Naruto asked, seeing the 3 pairs of shoes in front of them. So this is where they always hid it, said Luna, also looking at the shoes, her gaze never changed, not even a hint of annoyance, anger or rage, just nothing. Aren't you upset? Naruto asked Luna, who turned to look at him with those gray eyes, unexpectedly free of any negative feelings. Not really, my mom said that having those feelings made you do bad and illogical things, Luna said simply to Naruto, who nodded in understanding. People often did illogical things, such as the incomprehensible hatred of the Slytherins for him and the Mudbloods in general. Well, I guess I'm going to go to sleep now. "It was a pleasure spending time with you," Naruto said, giving a reassuring smile to Luna, who nodded and smiled back with one of her own. "It was a pleasure spending time with you too," Luna replied as she waved goodbye and Naruto did the same. Turning around, Naruto continued to follow his way to his soft and comfortable bed that was waiting for him in his room. Minutes later. Naruto entered the living room of the Slytherin house, and as Naruto expected there was no one. Nodding to himself, Naruto headed down the stairs, and as usual he walked through the hallways full of rooms, listening to occasional snores from some room when it was cooking. Reaching the door of his room after a tortuous 5 minutes, Naruto finally opened his door, revealing his room untouched and no changes. Well, if it was someone else I wouldn't be surprised, but I half expected my stupid housemates to come and destroy my room for thinking I was better than them, Naruto thought to himself as he took off the spare clothes he had been given in the infirmary and entered his bed in his boxers, ignoring the abnormally visible bulge in his bed. However, fatigue and his muscle aches made Naruto show little importance to it and simply lay down to then hug his warm and soft pillow in the shape of a very realistic girl and finally fall asleep. Chapter 4. Morning was breaking in the misty surroundings of Howard Castle, the 6:30 a.m. sun warming and evaporating every trace of moisture around it. This of course caused a certain blonde to wrinkle his face in some annoyance as he felt a ray of sunlight hit him right in the face, so getting up out of obligation Naruto dropped his warm pillow and sat on the edge of the bed with a sleepy face. Thinking about what had to be done today, Naruto remembered that he was being given 3 days off for the completed challenge until the next challenge took place in 2 months. Sighing, Naruto was about to return to his bed to continue sleeping until a faint memory of a pending appointment at breakfast crossed his mind. "Right, I have to meet Sophia at breakfast," Naruto said to himself tiredly, but before Naruto got up to head to the bathroom, a pair of female arms wrapped around his neck from behind. "Good morning, master, how is it dawning?" Came the sleepy voice of an Alyssa who had just woken up, turning her head not surprised at all by the presence of her pet. Naruto looked at her for a brief moment, thus noticing that the girl was in white underwear. "Oh Alyssa, you were here, any reason for you being here?" Naruto asked calmly to the girl who was not fazed by her teacher's carelessness. "Well, since you seemed tired after finishing the challenge, I thought sleeping with you might make you sleep more soundly," Alyssa said to Naruto, who nodded in understanding. "Wow, what an obedient and loyal pet I got, that deserves a reward," suggested Naruto to the complete joy of Alyssa, who smiled with anticipation at the reward her master would give her. "However, you'll have to wait because I have another matter that I have to attend to," Naruto continued, making Alyssa pout for not receiving her reward immediately, but Naruto quickly grabbed her roughly by the nape of the neck and pulled her into a fierce kiss, causing all traces of disappointment to go away. Breaking the kiss, Naruto walked away from a blushing Alyssa and then left the room with a towel and headed to the bathroom. Minutes later and it was 6:57 a.m. Naruto was now walking in the direction of the Slytherin house living room. Going up the stairs, Naruto noticed that some students were already awake talking to each other, so without wanting to attract attention Naruto quickly and as discreetly as he could left the room and began to head to the Great Hall to have breakfast. Walking as calmly as he could, Naruto moved through the still empty corridors of the castle. After all, Naruto was in no hurry since breakfast ended at 8:30 a.m. and it was around 7:06 a.m., so he had plenty of time. In reality, Naruto didn't expect the woman named Sophia to already be in the dining room, so he would walk calmly and eat calmly until the woman appeared. Getting into his thoughts, Naruto went over one in particular about runes. Apparently the more complicated or surreal the function of the runes is, the more side effects they will have when used. For example, the first rune that was placed on him wasn't actually that surreal, since it only compressed air into the soles of his feet and released it. However, the runes that turned his body into metal and the one that healed his body were so surreal that they ended up having the side effect of wearing down his body and muscles. Perhaps this was another reason why no magician used it. Although these runes wore him down, it was just that, simple tiredness, nothing that a day of sleep couldn't fix. Anyone would say that was a good thing, but for Naruto, it was an imperfection that he wanted to fix, since it bothered him to feel tired every time he used the rune excessively, so Naruto made a mental note to solve these effects. Entering the Great Hall, Naruto walked calmly to the Slytherin table to a specific place in a corner of the table as far from the front as possible. Sitting down, Naruto only had to wait about 5 seconds for a plate to magically appear in front of him with 4 eggs, 4 tossamos, 2 pancakes, and a cup of coffee with milk. Still thoughtful, Naruto took the fork and knife to calmly begin eating his breakfast, completely ignoring the person who sat next to him with a cup of coffee. Minutes passed in complete silence, and the person thought it was time to make his presence known when he saw that Naruto was about to finish eating. "Good morning, Mr. Uzumaki," the person next to Naruto finally spoke, causing him to calmly turn his gaze to said person, swallowing the contents in his mouth. Naruto answered with a calm smile. "Oh, good morning, Miss Sophia." Naruto also greeted Sophia, who nodded. If you allow me, I think it's time for our conversation, the woman suggested to Naruto, who nodded while drinking some coffee. Right, the conversation, well, tell me what that was about that you wanted to tell me, said Naruto, waiting for Sophia to talk about the matter. You see, Mr. Uzumaki, in the first test of this True Wizard tournament, I noticed something that really caught my attention, Sophia began, placing her chin on her hands resting on the table. Naruto also raised an eyebrow, wondering what it was that caught his attention. Perhaps it had been the runes. But before continuing, let me ask you something, do you practice any kind of sport or just exercise? Sophia asked Naruto, who remained somewhat thoughtful at the question. When he was a child he used to play soccer. In fact, there was an occasion in which some university students went to his school when Naruto was in 5th grade and taught them how to play American football. In the end, the university students told him that he had a future in sports, however Naruto really didn't think much about it. Well, as a child I played soccer and American football, but right now I only exercise, Naruto replied to Sophia, who nodded. I see, Sophia said thoughtfully to Naruto, who just continued looking at her. Well? Any other questions you want me to answer? Naruto asked, to which Sophia nodded. Tell me what you plan to do when you finish studying at Howard. Sophia asked Naruto, who was going to answer, however Naruto quickly ran out of words, as he really didn't think about what he wanted to do when he graduated, so taking a couple of minutes that Sophia didn't bother to give Naruto to think deeply. What did she want to do when she graduated? That was the question. There were so many options to choose from, however, each one more torturously boring than the last. For starters, she could work at the Ministry of Magic. That seemed to be the best option par excellence, thanks to the stable salary it provided. Secondly, he could work in Azkaban prison as a guard. This was possibly the most exciting job there was among the others, the pay was good, but Naruto really wouldn't like to be in a place depressingly far from all civilization and with nothing to do but listen to the wails of prisoners emaciated by the Dementors. The other options were more than boring and really did not give a good salary. The other jobs were about working in companies as a receptionist, customer service, administration of magical products, etc. In conclusion, Naruto really did not know what to do. Sighing audibly, Naruto finally laid his gaze directly into Sophia's blue-gray eyes and said. I really don't have any promising goals that I can consider worthy of my effort, said Naruto with some disappointment when he realized that the magical world was not really as exciting as he really thought. Sophia, upon hearing Naruto's confession, smiled a little, and without breaking the gaze of Naruto's eyes, Sophia spoke. Well, now that you've said that, let me tell you something, Sophia began. You see, not long ago, around 60 years ago, some of my father's colleagues and he decided to create a corporation dedicated to inventing new magical sports based on Muggle games, said Sophia, pausing for Naruto to ask any questions he had in mind. 60 years, that's really a long time, Naruto said to Sophia, who just laughed at that. Well, that's nothing compared to the 473 years that Quidditch has been around, Sophia said with a faint hint of mockery. I don't really know how many years Quidditch has existed, but let's assume it's been 473 years. Naruto wasn't really surprised by the number of years that Quidditch had been around, since he became aware of the magical world. The only sport he had heard about everywhere was Quidditch. Damn, Naruto wouldn't be surprised if another sport didn't even exist. But here Sophia was telling her that her father and his colleagues had created a corporation dedicated to inventing magical sports, and not just 60 years ago, but if it was 60 years ago they should have invented one at least, but apparently it is not so popular that not even Naruto has heard anyone talk about said sport. I suppose you have already created some sport, right? Naruto asked Sophia, who nodded at the question. In fact, at least 3 different sports have already been created, Sophia responded to Naruto's question, who nodded. But because I haven't heard of any of these sports, I mean I must have heard something, Naruto said to Sophia, who only responded. Well, as you've probably already noticed, the only sport that has been carried out in Europe is Quidditch, and nothing else. No one in Europe has ever bothered to do something new, it's always the same, wizards riding broomsticks trying to score points only for the seeker to end up catching the golden snitch, and said team wins, said Sophia, simply giving a brief summary of what Quidditch was like. If you put it that way, it's surprising that no fan has ever gotten bored of the same thing, Naruto replied calmly. Yes, and that is what our corporation wants to do, we want to bring variety to the sports world, Sophia said to Naruto, who stared at her for a moment until Naruto spoke. But it seems they haven't done very well in their goals, Naruto said to Sophia, who smiled a little. Actually, it's not like that, I said that Europe only focused on Quidditch, but I didn't say that we focused on making sports popular only in Europe, Sophia said to Naruto, who began to understand what she meant. So you, Naruto was going to say. That's right, our sports are already famous on 3 continents, Sophia said with a slightly wider smile. Interesting, and we're talking about? Naruto asked, more interested in what Sophia said, who answered his question. America, Australia and Asia, Sophia responded to Naruto's doubt, who nodded. Very interesting. Now I guess he wants me to join some sport, and since I'm participating in the Triwizard tournament, I'll draw attention to his sports, Naruto analyzed, making Sophia smile. In part it is like that, but on the other hand I wanted to personally ask you to join one of my teams, Sophia said to Naruto, who stared at Sophia for a few moments. First I would like to know what the sports are, Naruto said to Sophia, who nodded. Ball striker, magic soccer, hunter point, magic basketball, and mortal down, American football, Sophia answered to Naruto's question, who was mentally wondering how to serialize these magic-powered games. Their corporation is doing something very interesting, but honestly, I don't think I'm interested in your offer. Naruto was going to deny the offer until Sophia interrupted him, saying something that left Naruto stunned. Before you reject my offer, let me tell you that the lowest paid player among the 3 games is $700,000 annually, Sophia said with a calm smile as she took a sip of her coffee. Naruto's mind flew when he heard that cider, and not only that, but the pay was going to be in American dollars, which was worth more than the pound sterling, which was the currency used in London. Naruto had done the calculations, and needless to say that said lowest paid player was earning the same as the 5th highest paid player in Quidditch. Making that calculation left Naruto speechless. If he was successful playing these sports, not only would he get an exaggeratedly good pay, but he wouldn't have to be sitting in a stupid chair in the magical ministry reviewing unimportant papers. Anything that wasn't related to that was fine, and at the moment 98% of the jobs were like that. So turning to look at Sophia, Naruto proceeded to say. Tell me more about the matter, said Naruto, now paying full attention to what Sophia would say next. Well, in fact, I already told you everything I wanted to tell you, now it only remains for you to decide which of the 3 sports you want to be in, Sophia said to Naruto, who nodded thoughtfully. In that case I choose. Time jump. It had been a couple of minutes since Naruto had said goodbye to Sophia, and they had concluded their little business talk, and they had agreed that when the Triwizard tournament ended along with the school year, Naruto would start attending the practices of the team he had said goodbye to join. Deciding to stop thinking about it for the moment, Naruto was about to turn a corner when he ran into a group of 4 girls very familiar to him, who, upon seeing him, quickly approached him. Naruto, what do you think you're doing walking around like nothing's happening? You should be resting, said a worried Hermione about her new friend. Hermione is right, you should be in bed. Didn't they tell you that the tournament contestants had 3 days off? Fleur asked as she inspected Naruto's body for any kind of imperfection, of course, all the while a small blush accompanied her pale cheeks as she felt Naruto's muscles. Come on, let's go with you to the infirmary, suggested a somewhat nervous Ronnie, who looked at her feet, almost hoping that Naruto wouldn't get angry for some reason or motive. I think it would be best if we take him to Slytherin House, Harriet added, somewhat calm but also worried, looking anywhere but at Naruto, causing a small blush to go unnoticed. Girls, I'm fine. There's no need to get so alarmed. I just need some rest and that's it. Naruto reassured the girls, who looked at each other. Fleur was still unconsciously massaging Naruto's abdomen with her hands. Naruto didn't really say anything about it and let the girl continue with her work. But Naruto, you were very bristling yesterday, Hermione said to Naruto, who shrugged. I guess the school nurse healed me too well, Naruto said nonchalantly, feeling Fleur's delicate hand slowly rise to Naruto's chest. Are you sure? I really don't think the school nurse could have treated all those wounds, Harriet said now, while a vein of annoyance began to appear in the heads of Hermione, Harriet and with Ronnie, she simply felt uncomfortable. Harriet is right, some of your hedgehogs were particularly deadly, said Ronnie, offering his opinion while speaking with a little discomfort. Well, what can I say, the nurse really excelled this time, Naruto said as he shrugged and noticed how Fleur was now absent-mindedly massaging Naruto's chest from behind him. Even so, will you stop touching him already? Hermione shouted, now noticeably annoyed as she watched Fleur stop touching Naruto with a surprised face, almost as if she had come out of a trance. What? What happened? Fleur asked herself as she wondered what she was doing. Nothing, forget it, said Hermione, calming down a little when she saw that Fleur was touching Naruto, as if he were a statue. Hey, now that I think about it, shouldn't you guys be in class? Naruto asked the girls, 2 of whom widened their eyes a little when they realized they were already late for class. Right, classes, Hermione and Ronnie said in unison before starting to run, leaving behind a calm Harriet, Fleur and Naruto, who only saw where the 2 of them went. For a moment Naruto considered the idea of returning to Slytherin House to continue thinking about the decision he had made, but then he thought better of it and decided to stop thinking about it and let things happen as his luck dictated, so seeing Harriet and Fleur, Naruto said. Do you want to take a walk around the lake? Naruto asked the 2 girls, who nodded and started following Naruto while talking about unimportant things. It was incredible how things could change from one moment to the next. A couple of weeks ago, no one but Professor Navy knew of his existence. Hell, even Headmaster Dumbledore didn't know who he was when he read his name on the paper that the Goblet of Fire expelled. But ever since he had the unusual impulse of wanting to participate in the Triwizard Tournament, he was now known throughout the school. Even now, young lady had proposed him to join one of her foreign teams where the pay was extremely good. But well, those were the ironies of life. At this moment Naruto concentrated on the company of Harriet and Fleur, who at this moment spoke calmly about topics that any man would not understand. It was as if they spoke in another dialect, and in reality Naruto could not help but chuckle at that image. So Naruto stood there watching two of his new friends talking quietly, while the cold wind slid around their bodies. Naruto saw the facial expressions of the two every time they said something about hair and how to keep it from getting ruined. And so the walk went, calm and comfortable, perfect to relieve the thoughts that were going around in Naruto's head. The topic of the second challenge came up, which caused a curious Harriet to see Naruto and ask. "And have you already discovered who will be doing the second test?" Harriet asked Naruto, who looked a little thoughtful but shook his head. "No, the truth is that I was planning on going to take a bath in the washroom in the fourth tower at some point. I usually go there to take a bubble bath to think about things that have me confused and also to keep Moaning Myrtle company," Naruto informed Harriet and Fleur, who exchanged a silent glance, indicating that they had to try this bubble bath that Naruto mentioned. After this little conversation, the group of three separated and each went their individual ways, since each one had things to do. Although they had 3 days off, well, Naruto actually had nothing to do, but Harriet and Fleur did have things to do regarding how to discover what challenge was next. Naruto, after a few moments of separating from the girls, walked calmly through the wide meadows that were around the school while he thought about what he should do. On his way, Naruto dazzled the Forbidden Forest. Naruto stood there watching the Forbidden Forest in the distance while he wondered what director would think of building a school right next to a forest in which dangerous creatures were found. Leaving that thought aside, Naruto simply shrugged and walked in the direction of the forest with the mindset of devising a new ability with his runes. Entering the forest, Naruto walked between the tall trees that covered most of the sky. Many would say that this forest was scary not only because of its appearance, but also because of the creatures that lived in it, but for Naruto, it really wasn't that scary. Hell, he had fought a dragon, what else could stand up to him? Naruto thought to himself until suddenly the familiar sound of the wind cutting around a body alerted him, and as if a switch was turned on, the runes on his ankles were activated and compressed air at an alarming speed, so that in less than a nanosecond, it exploded and sent him flying towards the branch of a tree, narrowly dodging a pale arm that almost pierced his chest. Shit, that was close, Naruto thought to himself, looking up to be surprised to see a blonde lady who looked at him with a calm look and a kind smile, as if she hadn't even tried to explode his heart with her hand that curiously had abnormally long nails. "Ara, what a surprise, you are the first person in centuries to manage to dodge my attack. Maybe I'm getting rusty," were the first almost melodic words of the woman in front of Naruto, who was confused while the woman's nails began to recede until they were like normal nails. "Centuries?" Naruto asked in confusion as he looked at the woman who appeared to be around 25 or 27 years old. "Ara, didn't they tell you?" the woman asked Naruto, who began to rack his brain for an answer until Naruto's eyes began to widen in shock as he came up with an answer. "And you are," Naruto was going to say, but was interrupted by the woman, who smiled a little more. "Ding dong, that's right, I'm a vampire," said the woman to Naruto, who didn't know exactly what to do. Naruto knew almost nothing, not to say anything about vampires, since the information about them was lost over the years. The only thing he knew was that there was supposed to be not a single one left in the world, but apparently that information was false. In front of him was a jacket that continued to look at him with that calm expression on his face. And there was a possibility that she wasn't the only one, so racking his brain again, Naruto began to come up with different ways to escape or deal with her. "Who are you?" was Naruto's question to the vampiress, since even though the woman seemed calm and serene, Naruto knew she was getting impatient with his lack of action. "Now, little boy, I am Zelda," the now recognized Zelda introduced herself. Naruto was going to ask something else, but before he even opened his mouth, Zelda continued and said. "But enough of this prologue, how about we get to the action?" Zelda said, disappearing in a blur of speed and appearing right next to Naruto with her right hand extended back with her nails lengthened again and with the intention of stabbing Naruto right in the chest. However, Naruto activated the metal runes as quickly as he could, thus turning the small part where the impact would occur into metal. Crack. The impact was heard all around the forest as Naruto was seen jumping from the branches due to the impact on his chest. You're a little surprise box, what's your name?" Zelda asked as she watched her broken nails grow back to new. "Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto replied, running a hand over the impact side and noticing that even though he had turned that part into metal, it was still able to injure him if the blood gushing from some small wounds was any indication. Jumping instinctively, Naruto narrowly dodged another attack from the vampiress and then grabbed a couple of stones from the floor and quickly used the rune in his hand to stick the explosive rune on each of the stones and then threw them as hard as he could. Zelda, seeing this action, simply raised an eyebrow. Was that supposed to do some kind of damage? She wondered, before simply extending her right hand and with a quick movement catching the stones that, not a nanosecond later, produced a huge explosion that sent the vampire flying in the direction of one of the trees, cracking them along the way. Zelda, can you calm down for a moment and discuss peacefully? Naruto asked Zelda, who was standing as if nothing had happened while all the burns began to repair themselves and her now non-existent right arm began to grow at an incredible speed. Once again, Zelda was impeccably beautiful. The only indication that she had been injured was her dress, which was somewhat dirty and torn in some places. So those were runes you were using. You really are something rare to see. In my entire existence, I have only seen maybe 5 mages who used runes, and needless to say they were terrible. But you are unusually skilled with runes, said Zelda calmly, while a small smile combined with a small blush appeared on her cheeks and a look with some lust. There's no doubt that you're a really interesting human. What other things will you be capable of doing to surprise me? Zelda spoke again, now deeply interested in Naruto. Can we talk to stop fighting? Naruto asked, now calm and with his typical calm face. A few moments ago he was worried because he was caught off guard, but now he had taken control of himself and as he had always done, he was taking the situation calmly. Don't worry darling, I'm not interested in killing you anymore, as you can see you're something new to see here on the outside. I'm going to be watching you and maybe you can be useful to us. Zelda finished saying the last part in a whisper that Naruto couldn't hear. How many more are there like you? Naruto suddenly asked Zelda, who was not fazed by the question, but still answered. It's just me, but I'd rather not talk about it, Zelda said for the first time dropping her calm expression. Naruto nodded and decided not to go deeper into the subject, however before he asked another question Zelda continued. Well, I think that's enough for today, goodbye darling, we'll see each other again before you know it, said Zelda as her body disappeared into smoke, leaving only Naruto, who let out an audible sigh. Now tired and with no desire to create any runes, Naruto headed back to Howard Castle and let time pass until it got dark. NT. Well, before you say anything about vampires in Harry Potter, according to a resource in the first film it was mentioned that they existed when Harry met Professor Quirrell in the Leaky Cauldron, and if that's not the case, well then in this story they do exist. Now at night Naruto had finished eating his dinner with his group of friends who were talking about anything until Hermione asked him. And what did you do all day? Hermione asked Naruto, who was left thinking about what to say to her. I just walked around the school, I didn't really do anything interesting. Naruto lied to the girls who accepted what Naruto said, since it was true that there weren't many things you could do around the school. Naruto thought for a while longer, remembering the conversation he had with Sophia in the morning. Seeing the girls, Naruto's gaze went directly to a calm Ronnie, who got a little nervous when she noticed Naruto's gaze. Ronnie, Naruto was saying, pausing. Yes? The girl asked nervously. Do you know of any other popular sport other than Quidditch? Naruto finally asked Ronnie. Upon hearing about sports, his nervousness quickly disappeared, leaving Ronnie thoughtful. My brother Charlie said that he once went to a country in America, I don't really remember which country, but he said that although Quidditch was popular there it certainly wasn't the most popular. He said that position was held by a game called it was something with Mortal I'm sure, said Ronnie to herself. Mortal down, said Naruto, to which Ronnie nodded. Yes, that's the same one. My brother said it was an extremely dangerous game, but that the level of fame of that game was 3 times that of Quidditch, said Ronnie to Naruto, who nodded thoughtfully. So some people here already know the games, but they prefer to stick with Quidditch. Well, actually I don't care if it becomes famous here. What matters to me is that playing this is going to leave me with so much money that I won't have to work all my life, Naruto thought to himself while. The others on the other hand were intrigued by the conversation that had taken place since they had never heard of that other popular game, but in the end, they simply decided to save their questions for another time and separated so that each one could go to their respective houses. Which didn't last long since Naruto was already walking down the hallway to go to his personal room. Sighing from time to time at the events that had occurred today, he couldn't help but feel the weight of tiredness on his shoulders. It was really exhausting to know about all these events when you were already used to having a quiet life following the rules, but once again this is what he wanted, so what could he complain about when he was the one who wanted to get out of this monotony that was his life. Arriving at the door of his room, Naruto was about to open the door when Naruto suddenly stopped his hand upon hearing noises inside his room. Okay, if it was only Ulysses' voice that was heard inside, Naruto wouldn't worry. However, there were 2 voices that were heard inside. The first one Naruto obviously recognized as Ulysses, but the other Naruto had to raise his guard when he recognized it as the same vampire woman who attacked him in the forest. So opening the door quickly Naruto entered the room only to see the two girls sitting on the bed talking pleasantly, Alyssa in her underwear being covered with a simple Naruto nightgown and Zelda in a bathrobe, indicating that she had not long returned from bathing. "Oh master, you arrived, you didn't tell me you had another pet," was Alyssa's voice calmly pointing at Zelda who gave Naruto a submissive nod. Master, it's good that you're back," said Zelda with something that Naruto almost recognized as mockery. "This has to be a joke," Naruto said to himself, placing a hand on his face. Chapter 5. Days had passed since his new pet had appeared and needless to say, having it around kept Naruto on absolute alert, and it wasn't because it would attack him again, oh no of course, not rather it was because Naruto felt that something was up. It wasn't normal that a vampire would appear out of nowhere, attack you, tell you that she's interested in you, that she wants to watch you, pretend to be my pet, call me darling well, I don't really dislike this one, and finally, that she would say "RR. I know something is up," Naruto said as he emerged from a large bathtub filled with bubbly water. That's right, Naruto was now in the washing room of the fourth tower, while trying to find out what the next challenge was about, but as you can see, Naruto got a little sidetracked towards a certain vampire who was supposed to stay in his room. "So I guess I'm not going to get anywhere if I keep thinking about that," Naruto said to himself as he felt the water begin to level slightly between his legs. Sighing to know who it was, Naruto simply moved and sat on the edge of the tub. "Hello Myrtle, how have you been?" Naruto asked nothing, however a few seconds later a ghostly head appeared right in front of Naruto, revealing a girl with black hair tied in two braids, freckles on her cheeks and giant circular glasses, the perfect image of a nerd. "Hello Naruto, how have you been?" Myrtle asked Naruto who did not change his calm expression and answered. "Well, nothing new to highlight really," said Naruto, even though a few moments ago he was talking about a vampire. "Oh that's boring, you really haven't done anything?" Myrtle asked again while clinging to Naruto's chest, who didn't even flinch since if anything Naruto felt as if Myrtle's body was a pile of foam and bubbles. "In fact, I have made friends," Naruto said to Myrtle, who abruptly stopped moving her index finger on Naruto's chest and stared at him with a shocked face. "What are you?" Myrtle asked in confusion. "That's right Myrtle, I've made friends in all the time I've been here at this magic school," he turned to Myrtle who started to cry. "Why I thought you and I were going to be the only friends." Myrtle squealed to Naruto who didn't change his facial expression, almost as if he didn't care that Myrtle was crying, and he did. Naruto didn't care because she always feels about everything, and that's why they call her Crying Myrtle, so Naruto let her scream and fly out a window. "So well now I'm going to give you all my concentration," said Naruto taking the golden egg in his foamy hands, as Naruto really hadn't touched the egg since he got it, Naruto hadn't even opened it, so as the first thing that came to his mind, Naruto quickly opened it, however once opened, Naruto's calm face turned into a grimace of pain, as he felt his eardrums being almost destroyed by that squeak worse than Myrtle's. So trying to close the egg Naruto resisted the grimace of feeling the egg slip between his two hands and fall straight into the water, for a moment Naruto did nothing seeing the golden glow in the water. "So well at least you can't hear that thing anymore," Naruto said to himself bending down to take the egg, however when Naruto put his hands under the water and his face was inches from the water Naruto could hear him. Although it came out as a whisper, Naruto could hear a kind of song coming from underwater. "This has to be a joke, how did they suppose that we knew that we had to put the egg under the water," Naruto said to himself and then submerged himself completely under the water and just then the doors of the bathroom began to open and voices began to be heard that Naruto would recognize if he were out of the water right now. Minutes before. "Come on Hermione, you're going to like it," said an excited Harry who was walking next to an also excited Fleur. "BP but no one comes to this wash," said the timid voice of Ronnie who followed Harriet meekly. Okay, maybe it would be a good idea to take a break from homework," Hermione said with a smile, then turned her gaze to her left and saw a quiet Luna walking without saying anything. Naruto had introduced them yesterday and had asked them to be his friends. Of course, it wasn't as if Naruto wasn't going to spend more time with Luna, but rather it was so that he would have more people to talk to. The girls actually didn't dislike her at all, the only drawback was that thanks to her lack of conversation, there were times when they forgot she was there with them, but other than that they got along well with Luna. "And what do you think, Luna? Have you taken a bath like that before?" Hermione asked Luna. "Do you mean a bubble bath or a bath with someone?" Luna asked, to which Hermione replied. "A bathe with other people," said Hermione. "Yeah, this is my first time bathing with other people," Luna replied and then asked. "And you? Are these your first times?" Luna asked. "Well I guess so because here in London people don't usually bathe together," Harriet answered to Luna's question, but at that moment they remembered that in the group there was someone who wasn't from London, so turning quickly they all saw Fleur who had a somewhat silly face, well she had fantasies that everyone already imagined what she was and they couldn't help but blush at the idea. He's probably imagining himself in a bathtub with Naruto, said Hermione, red with annoyance and a bit of jealousy. And you still ask? Harriet asked, also annoyed and a little jealous. Ronnie on the other hand just blushed massively at the image of Fleur's imagination, and Luna, well, Luna was Luna. Hey girls, we're almost there, said Luna's calm voice, seeing the door to the bathroom. Walking up to the door, Harriet quickly opened it to reveal what would be a bathtub. It was more like a huge pool with water and foam. Wow, that's impressive. How come no one knows about this place? Hermione asked. No, in fact it was Naruto who told us about this place, said Harriet, causing a fanciful Fleur to snap out of her daydream and start searching everywhere. Huh? Naruto? Where? Let's take a bath together, Fleur said to no one in particular, while Hermione and Harriet had veins popping out on their foreheads. Fleur, calm down, Naruto isn't here, said Luna surprisingly, who for the first time spoke voluntarily the entire way. Ah, what a pity, said Fleur, somewhat disappointed. Well, whatever, why don't we go and ride away? Continued Fleur, who began to take off her clothes in front of everyone, who blushed a little but began to take off their clothes anyway. But Naruto, he was still underwater listening for the third time to the poem or song that came out of the egg. Now after hearing it for the first time, Naruto had already deduced that the next challenge was going to be underwater and that they would take what he valued most. In reality it was not that difficult, but he still listened to it 2 more times so that he would not forget what it said. So the next challenge will be underwater, and it turns out they'll be taking something I value a lot. Interesting, Naruto thought, completely ignoring how the water around him was moving, thanks to some acquaintances who were already in the pool. But the girls. I really wish I had known about this place a long time ago, Hermione commented, relaxing in the water surrounding her curvaceous body. Surely, why didn't Naruto tell us before? Harriet asked, splashing a little in the water. Harriet, we haven't been friends with Naruto for long, said Luna, leaving the comment hanging in the air for everyone to think about. Well, whatever you know, I wish Naruto was here so I could spend more time with him, Fleur said to the others, who blushed again at the idea of bathing next to the blonde. What are you talking about? He's a boy and we girls can't bathe together, said Hermione nervously and blushing. Come on, Hermione, don't tell me you haven't imagined Naruto without his shirt, showing off those muscles cut down by the gods, Fleur said to Hermione, who was blushing more and more, and a small trickle of blood was running down Hermione's nose. See if you imagined it, said Fleur. I didn't know French women were so perverted, Luna commented calmly, but if she stared at you closely, she also had a blush on her pale cheeks. Say what you want, but no matter how much you deny it, we all have a pervert inside of us, and right now my inner pervert wishes Naruto was here, said Fleur, so that at that moment the water in the middle of them all began to rise, until a somewhat agitated Naruto came out of the water, totally naked. Ah shit, I almost forgot I had to breathe, said Naruto, breathing heavily as he walked to the shore. The girls on the other hand had their eyes so wide open that one would think they would pop out and float away in the water, but the funniest thing about all of that was that they all only kept looking at one specific point, which was the anaconda that Naruto had hanging between his crotch. Sitting right in the middle of a stunned Hermione and Fleur, Naruto let out a sigh and relaxed back into the waters of the bubble pool. "You now Benis, God bless us," was said by a flower that still hadn't come out of her shock, but this little phrase in French brought everyone out of their shock and caught Naruto's attention, who started to look around. Hey? Girls, what are you doing here? Naruto asked, looking at each of the girls who responded in unison. No, what are you doing here? They all asked. I don't believe it, Fleur began to say, drawing everyone's attention to what they were going to say. The pool grants wishes, said Fleur, throwing herself at Naruto, who showed no resistance. Instead, Naruto put a hand on the waist of the beautiful French woman, who hugged him tightly. I don't think so, Fleur, Naruto said to the French woman, who didn't give much importance to the statement. So how are you here? Asked Hermione, who was red-faced and stuttering a little from the embarrassment of the situation. Well, it's very simple, I was already in the bathroom when you arrived, Naruto calmly responded to Hermione's doubt. But since we arrived until now at least 5 or 6 minutes had passed, how did you hold your breath for so long? Harriet asked now, covering her breasts. Oh, you'd be surprised how much doing cardio for 3 years helps, Naruto said calmly as he felt Fleur's smooth skin stick to him. Well, in that case, we're going to leave, right? Asks a very embarrassed Ronnie, who wanted to leave the place. What? But why? Asked a disappointed Fleur, who didn't want to leave. Because Naruto is here and it is clearly wrong for us to bathe next to Naruto, said Hermione, who was about to get up, but again, she remembered that she was naked, so if she got up, she ran the risk of Naruto seeing her. Or come on, relax and let's calm down a little more here, said Naruto, leaving the golden egg at the side of the pool. Yes, Naruto is right, Fleur supported Naruto, who was doing exactly what she said and was relaxing. And why do you want to spend so much time with Naruto? Harriet asked Fleur suddenly, who remained silent for a moment but responded anyway. Because once this tournament is over, we might not see each other again for a long time, if not ever, since I'll be returning to France and back to my boring life as the school's star student," Fleur replied to Harriet's question. "But I thought being a model student was the best thing," Ronnie asked, to which Fleur snorted. "The FFF, yes, at first it was like that, but after a while you realize that they only want you there because you are just another pretty face. Besides, arriving here makes me reinforce that statement, all men see me like that," said Fleur, somewhat annoyed by that. "And Naruto? What's so special about him? I mean, the T is like that, right? No offense," Hermione asked and said to Naruto, who gestured for her not to worry. "It's true, Naruto, what's so special about him? I mean, he's very handsome, he has a dream body, magical eyes, he's friendly, he listens to you when you have something to complain about, his blonde hair is so beautiful," said Harriet, who was beginning to get lost in an incredible fantasy with Naruto, who only listened with an amused smile. "And don't forget that he's intelligent," Hermione added with a blush. "Yes, and intelligent," Harriet repeated. "And kind," added now Moon, who made her presence known. "It's true, he's kind," Harriet repeated. "And he's patient," added a nervous Ronnie. "Yes, he is patient," Harriet repeated. "And don't forget how strong and hexy," Naruto said jokingly. "It's true, how can I forget him, he's so hexy," and Harriet was saying, but she quickly fell silent along with the others so that they slowly turned towards a calm Naruto. "Naruto? How much did you hear?" they all shouted in unison. "Huh? Are you forgetting that I was already here a while ago?" "Of course I heard everything you said," Naruto said with a wide smile, causing a massive blush in everyone present except Fleur, who already knew that Naruto was still there thanks to the fact that she kept hugging him the whole time. Minutes later. Minutes had already passed in which Hermione, Harriet and Ronnie kept Indira's head right under their noses, trying to make Naruto not notice their massive blushes. Luna, on the other hand, didn't say anything, either out of habit or because she was embarrassed, but what was certain was that she had a small, almost imperceptible blush, but it was still there. Naruto was also more than sure that the girls didn't even remember that they were in a bathtub or pool completely naked with him, and hey, Naruto wasn't going to complain about it, so he would let things happen calmly and as the almighty divinity of the writer wanted. "Suo, then I've already found out what the next challenge is that will take place," was what Naruto said, finally breaking the awkward silence in the washroom. "Wow, really? How did you find out?" Harriet asked, forgetting her embarrassment from a few moments ago. "It must have been something very complicated and ingenious," said Hermione, imagining an incredibly difficult puzzle. "Actually no, I discovered it by pure chance, because it turns out that since I hadn't touched the golden egg since I got it, I didn't know that when I opened it, it was going to make that squeaking noise, so I accidentally dropped it in the water, and it turns out that underwater, you can understand what the golden egg says," Naruto explained to the girls, who nodded, except for Hermione, who patted her face for simply expecting more of a challenge from the egg. "So, what's the challenge about?" Hermione asked. "Let's see, it seems someone is going to take something that the participants value, and to recover it, we have 2 hours to find it underwater," Naruto explained. "Underwater? But where under the water?" Hermione asked, then became thoughtful, and an expression of realization appeared on her face. "Don't tell me it's," Hermione was going to say, but Naruto cleared her doubt. "That's right, it's at the lake," Naruto informed the girls in general, who only looked back and forth between Naruto and Hermione. "DP, but wait, in the lake there are dangerous creatures just like in the Forbidden Forest," said a scared Ronnie. "Well, we'll have to be careful, but for now why not," Naruto said calmly while discreetly preparing his hands under the water and forcefully throwing water at everyone who didn't expect such an action. "Because we don't have fun," Naruto finished saying to the girls, who for a few moments didn't react at all, but soon the laughter of the girls and the splashing all over the washroom began to be heard. Hour later. "Ah yeah, that was fun," said a calm Harriet as she dried her hair with a towel, completely unaware that anything was wrong. "Don't even think about it, we should do this again," Naruto said calmly while drying his hair. "Right, we should do it again, this is stress relieving," Hermione added excitedly as she dried her back and still felt something was wrong, but she didn't pay much attention to it. "Certainly, hey Hermione, you have some foam on your right buttock," Naruto said, pointing to Hermione's buttock, which arched back to get a better look at where the foam was. "Here?" Hermione asked, to which Naruto denied. No, a little more to the left, let me help you," said Naruto, approaching and calmly wiping Hermione's firm mauve skin with a towel. Hermione appreciated the help. "Hey Ronnie, you also have a little bit, but on the left side," said Hermione, pointing at Ronnie's mauve, who got a little nervous. "Huh? Where?" I asked what Naruto pointed at. "A little higher, come on, I'll help you," Naruto approached to do the same procedure he did with Hermione. "Wow, look at the time, we're really late, if we don't hurry up we'll surely get scolded," said Fleur looking at the time on her wristwatch. "That's true, well in that case let's hurry," said Naruto putting on his pants. Minutes later. Naruto and the girls walked through the halls of Howard while talking about anything, and they continued feeling that slight sensation that something had happened, but they couldn't remember what it was. Well, here we separate, see you tomorrow in classes girls, said Naruto, saying goodbye to the girls who in the same way said goodbye and went their separate ways. Wow, Naruto sure knows how to get the stress out of the body, was what Harriet commented, ignoring the feeling in her head. It's true, well this is as far as we go, see you tomorrow, said Fleur, taking another path. Well, let's continue, said Hermione, looking to her right and talking to Luna. Hey Luna, what did you think of this little adventure? Hermione asked Luna, who continued to stare straight ahead but responded anyway. It was really new for me, I had never done an activity with a group of people, commented on her experience a quiet moon. Well, that's a good thing, Ronnie added. Yes, was the only thing said by Luna, who stood up and said. Well, I'll leave this way, said Luna, starting to walk down a different hallway, but then she turned around and said. See you tomorrow, said Luna, saying goodbye to her new friend, so to speak. See you tomorrow, said the three Gryffindors, who walked calmly to their house and continued to their respective rooms and put on their nightclothes and lay down in their beds, and without knowing it, each and every one of them were thinking about something that bothered them and they did not know what it was. What is this that I don't remember? Hermione wondered to herself. This feeling is new, but what is this feeling that causes it? A quiet moon wondered in her room. What is this that I don't remember? They all asked themselves mentally in unison, but nevertheless, they all remained completely paralyzed when they went over everything they had done. Wait, I took a bath with Hermione, Ronnie, Fleur, Luna and Harriet said to herself. And they all said to each other in unison without knowing that they were actually thinking the same thing. And Naruto. They all shouted at the same time as they got up from their beds. Meanwhile, Naruto was relaxing in bed while hugging a sleeping Alyssa in her underwear and being hugged from behind by Zelda, also in her underwear. It seems they already realized, said Naruto, hearing the screams of each of the girls. You did something naughty, darling, Zelda commented in Naruto's also, who didn't flinch and responded. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything at all, I just let it all flow, Naruto said to Zelda, who also raised an eyebrow but downplayed the matter and simply pulled Naruto closer to her. Naruto, on the other hand, was left thinking about what runes he should create these days he had before the challenge. Obviously it had to be something that would help him underwater, but the problem was the combinations of runes he had to make for this to work. Since any other formula he had in mind seemed like it couldn't be created, I mean Naruto could make air appear in his lungs magically underwater, but the problem is that that was totally surreal, so it was obvious that using those runes would end up with serious side effects, which didn't encourage Naruto much. Well, I guess I can think about that tomorrow or maybe the day after, but for now I'll just enjoy my acquisitions, Naruto said to himself mentally as he dragged his right hand to Alyssa's buttock and gave it a light squeeze, which caused a small moan from Alyssa. But what a pervert, said Zelda to Naruto, who again did not react to what Zelda said. Why don't you do that to me too? Zelda asked Naruto, who shook his head. Don't think I'm stupid, unlike you I know that Alyssa wants me to do that kind of thing to her, but I know that deep down you don't want me to do that kind of thing to you, Naruto said to Zelda, who remained silent, and although she had something to say, Naruto didn't let her as he continued talking. And that worries me, because if you're not here just to have fun, then why are you here? Naruto asked a question that ended the small talk as Zelda didn't answer the question and simply ignored it in favor of trying to sleep. Chapter 6. Explosions were the sounds that were heard in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Surely you are not wondering who was responsible for said explosions, because you already know who it is, but I am going to tell you who it is anyway, because it is none other than our blonde protagonist who took a little moment to create new ways to use the runes. And by a short moment I mean about 4 hours, or that was what Naruto expected, since he had only been there for an hour and a half until a paper stuck to a tree with some runes written on it, and underneath it said in big words, "West began to burn." Next to that paper were 3 other papers that also had the same runes but had different names, which were North, South and East. Naruto, seeing that the western paper was burning, quickly cursed since he knew why it was burning. The reason? Well, it's a bit simple to explain, and that's because these papers alert Naruto that someone is heading toward his training location. How do they work? Well, these runes are divided into 2. Those that send the signal and those that receive it. First, Naruto places 4 runes at a considerable distance from where he is and places them more specifically towards north, south, east and west. This creates a field that connects with the 4 points. Now if any animal or magical creature enters the area, the paper where they entered will write the name of the creature that entered, so that Naruto knows what the creature's danger index is to use it as a training opponent. But that doesn't explain why the paper caught fire. I'm sure you'll say that, but don't worry, I'll get to that. The reason the paper caught fire is because professors from Howard and agents from the Ministry of Magic entered the area. The runes were programmed to do that once those people entered their area. So grabbing a bag with some things he carried to snack on while training Naruto, quickly shot off in the direction of his escape route. And now you'll wonder how Naruto was prepared for this. Well, the reason goes back 15 days when Naruto woke up from that night when he had his little talk with Zelda about the reason why she was with him. After that, Naruto had to go back to class, but that didn't really bother him since he was going to be able to talk to Professor Navy because he hadn't been able to talk to her since he had that conversation with her when she was accompanying him to the infirmary after the first test. And that's how the day went. Naruto went to his classes with Professor Navy, who gave him slight glances that Naruto responded with a small smile and nod. After class, Naruto did as he had done many times before and stayed after class and talked to Navy. No matter how much Naruto saw her, he noticed that Navy was much more communicative with him. Naruto really liked the fact that Navy finally spoke more freely with him. And the fact that Navy did that made Naruto feel that he was someone important to her. After the small talks that Naruto had with Navy, Naruto went to the library to read something about magical creatures since it seemed useful to him. Sitting at his usual table, Naruto finished reading one of the 3 books he wanted to read that day. When he was about to take his second book, Naruto noticed that someone sat next to him, so moving his head a little, Naruto could notice the blushing face of a Hermione who seemed to want to ask him for something. "Oh, hello Hermione, how's everything?" Naruto greeted Hermione. Or if everything goes well, what are you reading?" he answered and asked Hermione, trying to add a topic to talk about. "These are books about magical creatures. I really wanted to read them because they seemed like something interesting to know," Naruto replied to Hermione, who nodded in understanding. "So what are you going to read?" Naruto asked Hermione, who shook her head. "Oh no, I'm not going to read, I'm going to do the homework that Professor McGonagall left 2 days ago," Hermione replied, to which Naruto nodded. "If you want, I'll help you," Naruto suggested to Hermione, who didn't refuse help. This is how Naruto and Hermione spent their time doing Professor McGonagall's homework. Most of the time, Naruto noticed the blush that refused to disappear from Hermione's cheeks. Naruto wasn't stupid and he knew the reason why Hermione couldn't stop blushing. Naruto knew clearly that it was because of what happened in the washing pool of the 4th tower, and Naruto would be more than sure that the others would also be in the same state as Hermione when they saw him and talked to him. Well, Naruto had his doubts about Fleur. She didn't seem to mind being naked with him, but well, that was just a point in her favor. "I see you enjoy causing this reaction," spoke a voice that Naruto instantly recognized for the simple fact that it was his own voice, so raising his eyes a little from Hermione's notebook, he noticed that on the other side of Hermione, more specifically to her left, is her inner self sitting while resting his head on one of his hands. "It's you, I haven't heard from you in a while," Naruto thought, turning his gaze back to Hermione's notebook. "Hey, that's cold, haven't you noticed anything new in me?" his inner self asked, pretending to be hurt. Naruto smiled at what he said and looked back at his inner self, not noticing anything at the moment. "What do you want me not to?" Naruto stopped in his thoughts when he realized that his inner self seemed to not be as solid as when he saw it for the first time. I mean, his inner self was becoming transparent. It was not transparent enough to realize it at once, but enough to see through it. "What's happening to you?" Naruto asked his inner self, who smiled. "I'm working on you, slowly but surely," said her inner self. "What? But I haven't noticed anything new about myself," Naruto said in confusion. "No. Haven't you noticed that the first few times I appeared your smiling face always fell? Well, that didn't happen a moment ago. You smiled. That means a part of me is already where it should be," said his inner self with a friendly smile. "How long will the fusion last?" Naruto asked, to which his inner self replied. "I don't know, it could last a few weeks or months, but I don't think it will last more than a year," her inner self informed Naruto, who was answering a question from Hermione's notebook while the girl blushed at being very close to Naruto. "But enough about me, why don't you attack this pretty girl so she falls madly in love with you," said his inner self as he brought a finger to Hermione's cheek, but it simply passed right through it. "Haha, what a pity you can't touch her," Naruto thought with an internal smile. "Oh? And why don't you touch it?" "If you touch it, I'll feel it anyway," said his inner voice to Naruto, who remained a little thoughtful, then smiled and thought. "Why not?" he thought, then looked directly at Hermione and without thinking, grabbed one of her cheeks. What are you doing?" asked a frozen Hermione, who could do nothing but feel Naruto's warm hands. "I'm removing a stain you have on your cheeks," Naruto replied so convincingly that Hermione couldn't help but believe him. "Wow, they are so soft," Naruto thought. "You can't even say it, it's like grabbing 2 mauve discs," said his inner self. "It's true, 2 very soft mauve discs," Naruto replied. "Can you imagine how soft her breasts must be?" said her current intern. "Okay, you're going too far," said Naruto, letting go of a blushing Hermione's cheeks, who quickly looked away to avoid them seeing her blush. "I think that was it," Hermione said, closing her notebook and leaving the library, leaving a smiling Naruto who sat there to finish reading the books he was going to read from the beginning. He also had plenty of time to deal with Hermione in the future. Time flew by and Naruto had just finished reading the third book. The truth was interesting that most of the creatures found in these books could be found in the Forbidden Forest next to the school. That fact really put Naruto on a ship and made Naruto always ask himself the same question: what was the idea of building a school next to a deadly dangerous forest? Anyway, Naruto had already left the library and was now walking through the halls towards the great dining room to eat his dinner. It was incredible how time passes so quickly when you're doing something entertaining, but well, those are the curiosities of life. But leaving that aside, Naruto took his gaze off the hallway windows and looked forward to notice a quiet Harriet, Ronnie, Luna and Fleur talking quietly. Naruto really hadn't noticed the moment he stood behind them, but he really didn't give it much importance, so speeding up a little Naruto caught up with them and listened to their conversation to find a moment to enter. "Have you really not seen Hermione?" asked a worried Harriet who had not seen her friend after class. "Well, I saw her entering the library and I never saw her again," said a nervous Ronnie. "I saw her talking to what was his name? Ah yes, with Victor Crumb," Fleur informed the girls, who were a little thoughtful. Fleur, what do you think of Crumb?" Luna asked Fleur, who also raised an eyebrow. "In what sense do you ask?" Fleur asked back. "If you're attracted to him or something," Luna said again, making Harriet and Ronnie interested in the answer. "What? No, of course not. Crumb is too muscular for my taste. He looks like an ogre," Fleur replied with a grimace. "And not just his looks, his attitude too," Harriet added mockingly. "Hehehe, you're right, as you see Crumb is not my type, I prefer something more refined and exotic," said Fleur, while thinking about a certain blonde. "Fleur, we already know you're talking about Naruto," Harriet said with a hint of annoyance, jealousy, and a blush on her cheeks. "You don't really mind revealing those feelings?" Ronnie asked in surprise. "And why would I do it? I mean, I want him to know that you're after him, and I really wouldn't be surprised if other girls were after him. In fact, I wouldn't even be surprised if you were interested," Fleur said with a mischievous smile. What? How did you come to such a conclusion?" asked a red-faced Harriet. "Oh come on, you saw it yourself, he's a hunk, his body was carved by the angels themselves, and his face," Fleur was about to say, but was interrupted by Harriet who joined her praise. "And his face looks like God himself created it," Harriet added with a noticeable blush. "And your junior is from another world," added a lively Ronnie with a little blood running from her nose. Wow Ronnie, I didn't know that side of you," said a surprised Harriet who couldn't believe what her friend had said. "But you're absolutely right," added a calm Moon who seemed unperturbed, but if you focused your gaze, you could see a small blush on her cheeks. "Wow, how suggestive they are now," was Naruto's voice that froze them in their places, and they slowly turned to their lefts and finally noticed a smiling Naruto. "And then Naruto, how long have you been here?" Harriet asked nervously. "Huh? Me? I've been here since you asked about Hermione," said Naruto, to which everyone screamed. "That's almost from the beginning," they shouted in unison. "But it was good to know that you prefer me instead of that bold orangutan," Naruto mocked Crumb. Harriet was going to say, but Naruto calmed her down. "Relax, you have plenty of time to keep thinking about those feelings of yours, the same goes for you," Naruto said now with a calm smile. "Well, why don't we have dinner together?" Fleur suggested, taking Naruto's hand and starting to walk towards the Great Hall. This action caused a vein to appear in Harriet and Ronnie's eyes, who started to follow them. Luna on the other hand didn't know what to do with Fleur and the others' actions. It was clear that the three of them seemed to have feelings blossoming for Naruto, but her. Luna was never interested in anyone, so she didn't know if these feelings were similar to theirs, but she knew that it was undeniable. Seeing them do that bothered her, so Luna pouted and began to follow them. Once they arrived at the Great Hall, they quickly looked for an empty place that would fit everyone. In their search they noticed that a quiet Hermione was sitting at the Gryffindor table with several empty seats. "Well, at least now we know where Hermione is," said a calm Luna, starting to walk towards the aforementioned Naruto, and the others shrugged and simply walked behind Luna and sat around Hermione, who looked like she was going to break someone's neck. Exactly 15 seconds passed in which no one said absolutely anything until a confused Naruto asked. Hermione, did you happen?" But he was interrupted by a furious Hermione who said. "If something happens to me, and thanks for asking," Hermione finally spoke, unable to contain her annoyance any longer. "Oh? And what would it be?" Naruto was about to ask again, only to be interrupted by Hermione. "It's about that Hermione tried to say while glaring at a Crumb who was blissfully ignorant of Hermione's fury. This caused everyone to turn their gaze to where Hermione was looking and saw Crumb. "Are you talking about the champion of the bald people?" Naruto asked, making everyone smile, and to a lesser extent Hermione, who looked at Naruto to come up with a stronger insult, which Naruto was more than happy to oblige. "Donkey with asteroids?" Naruto asked, to which Hermione seemed not to be satisfied. Broad forehead. Court head. Infinite forehead. Popeye. Naruto suggested, but none of them seemed to satisfy Hermione, so they stared into each other's eyes for a short 5 seconds and then said at the same time. "Bald orangutan," they said while smiling. "That's my Hermione, come on, high five," Naruto said as he high-fived Hermione. "Well, back to the topic, it turns out the orangutan asked me to be his partner for the Yule Ball," Hermione said, to which everyone looked at each other. "So? What's wrong?" They all asked except Naruto, who knew there was something else. "Well, there was nothing wrong with it other than he's not my type, the bad part happened later when I told him I didn't want to go with him to the ball," said Hermione. Then let me guess, the orangutan's fragile pride was hurt, Naruto guessed, and then Harriet spoke. "And he started telling you how great it would be to be his partner," Harriet added with some annoyance. Yes, predictable from a famous and spoiled player," added Ronnie. "Huh? I thought you liked Crumb?" Harriet asked. "Or not only do I respect how he plays Quidditch, but his attitude is another matter," said Ronnie seriously. "Wow, you guys sure know how to read people," said Hermione, somewhat surprised by the girl's deduction. Naruto actually expected it. "Well, we are women, we like to read between the lines," said a smiling Fleur. "Certainly, but what is your excuse?" Hermione asked Naruto, who only smiled a little at the accusation. "Well, it's actually kind of embarrassing, but as a child I wanted to be a lawyer, and to be one you have to know how the human mind works and know all the laws and codes of the country," Naruto told the girls, who were a little surprised. "Did you want to do it because you were passionate about it?" Luna now asked Naruto, who remained silent before her. He asked and then answered. "No, I didn't want to be one because I was passionate about it, I wanted to be one because lawyers make a lot of money," Naruto confessed, leaving a silence in the small group. "There have been many things that I have wanted to do, but I can assure you that there is never anything in my life that I have wanted to be. If there is something that allows me to have a life in which I can do what I want, believe me, I will specialize in it and I will achieve it," said Naruto, strangely serious, making the girls a little nervous as they looked at him in surprise. However, that seriousness dissolved when Naruto's expression changed to one of fun. "Well, that's something from when I was a child, but you have to look on the bright side. After all, it doesn't hurt to know how to defend yourself when you're sued," said Naruto, calming the atmosphere. After that, dinner passed quietly as they talked about this and that. Once dinner was over and everyone had gone to their respective homes. Time skip 8:30 p.m. Naruto was lying on his bed, and this time Naruto had told Alyssa to stay in her room, so today he was only with Zelda, who just kept looking at him calmly until Naruto saw his clock on the nightstand. So getting up calmly under the watchful eye of Zelda, Naruto headed to the door and then left the room, and with relative calm Naruto prepared to leave Howard Castle, all while an interested Zelda followed him with a royal walk. Minutes later and Naruto was already in front of the Forbidden Forest, and without even thinking for a moment Naruto entered, and that's when Naruto began to use the impulse runes, and at full speed, Naruto entered the forest, followed of course by Zelda, who could follow him El Paso. Another 10 minutes passed and Naruto was now in his new training ground, so as he prepared for an exhausting night, Naruto began to think of new runes that could help him in the future. Are you going to practice with your runes?" Zelda asked Naruto, who didn't turn to look at her, but nevertheless answered her. "That's right," but he quickly had to jump from where he was to avoid the fangs of a two-headed snake with a considerably giant size. It seems the forest doesn't want you back," said amused Zelda, seeing that the snake was focused on Naruto, who was only prepared for a fight. Minutes later. Naruto was a bit agitated, but not so much as to say that he couldn't last another half hour fighting with that snake that was currently missing one head and the other halfway to disappearing. "Well, it seems that I will have to work on something that warns me of something like that before," said Naruto, thinking about something which did not last long, since Naruto was already combining runes. Minutes later. Naruto sighed with satisfaction as he saw the 4 leaves in front of him. He was really satisfied since his first 7 runes had not worked as he wanted, but this one had finally worked, and he could see how 2 unicorns entered to the north and 5 minotaurs to the south and then disappeared, indicating that they had left the area. "Okay, now I can continue with," but Naruto noticed something that put him on alert, since the eastern leaf said 1 person, and then it changed to 3 people, and then it changed to 12 people, and at this moment Naruto knew he had to get out of there, so taking his things, Naruto got away from the place as fast as possible. "Damn that magic ministry ruining my training," Naruto said with annoyance. They always boast of knowing everything, but they don't even know what's left of their feet," Zelda commented mockingly, drawing Naruto's attention. "What are you talking about?" Naruto asked, which Zelda quickly answered. "It's nothing you should know yet," said Zelda with the last thing saying it in her mind. For the moment Naruto didn't give it much importance, so he just continued running away. Minutes later, where Naruto was before. "Damn, we're late," said one of the Ministry of Magic agents. "I want you 5 to sweep the area for 10 kilometers with brooms," said the one who claims to be in charge of the case. "Yes sir," said the five mentioned, and then went to do what was ordered. "I'll catch you whoever you are," said the manager. Present. And that is what now puts us in the present, 14 days and 2 hours and 5 minutes after what happened. After that little incident, the Ministry of Magic agents went from being a minor nuisance to a real pain, with their more hasty interruptions. Tonight the bastards had beaten their record, now they had lasted 1 hour and 45 minutes to appear on the radar of their runes, and not only that, now it turns out that many more agents were joining the case. Naruto would swear that the agents of the magical ministry were joining, because the fact that chasing him seemed more exciting to them than sitting at their desks reviewing complaints from civilian wizards. Sighing, Naruto quickly and stealthily left the forest, and with an almost professional silence, he sneaked into the castle to the living room of his house. Without wasting time, Naruto walked to his room to then enter, and as was customary to be summarized by a half-naked Alissi who was asleep in his bed. Smiling, Naruto got into his bed to fluidly take Alissi by the hips and hold her to him in a hug. Naruto also noticed how someone hugged him from behind, and knowing who it was, Naruto didn't utter a complaint and let Zelda hug him too. The next day, Naruto walked through the halls, classes had ended, and Naruto thought about the things he had done in the last 15 days, apart from creating new runes. Naruto had made it a habit to meet Hermione in the library and spend some quiet time and witty comments with Hermione. I had also spent a lot of time with Harriet and Ronnie, as the two were almost always together. With Luna he always met her in the afternoons or at night, so they talked about philosophical things. It was something relaxing and confusing. Relaxing because the tranquility that Luna emitted as the topic they talked about calmed him, and confusing because the topic they talked about made them seem as if they had smoked 10 joints of marijuana. With Fleur it was a little more random. Sometimes he would run into her with Harriet and Ronnie, as well as in the library with Hermione. There were also occasions when he would run into her in class or while walking aimlessly, and unlike the others who seemed hesitant to make a romantic advance with him, Fleur was more flirtatious and would take advantage of any opportunity she had to make advances on him. Of course Naruto reciprocated her advances, but that was all. They were just advances that ended in friction and nothing more, but Naruto would not rush her and would let her advance at her own pace. While Fleur was clear about her goal of having Naruto, the others, although they had also clarified their feelings towards Naruto, seemed to lack the self-esteem to even try to make a move with him. At this rate, Naruto was going to take the reins and make progress with them to see how they reacted. What better time to start now than with a calm Hermione who was sitting at her usual table in the library. "Well, let's see what can come out of this," Naruto said mischievously. Chapter 7. The library was as quiet and calm as it has always been in the early years that our favorite blonde remembers, but now we felt in a calm Hermione, who remains seated in Naruto's usual position. She doesn't even know why she always sits at that table now. Of course that was what Hermione struggled to tell herself, but deep down Hermione knew that she did it because she wanted the blonde to appear to her and keep her company, and yet she didn't have to wait any longer when she heard the voice of a blonde that she knew and expected. "Hello Hermione," said a calm Naruto who was standing to the right of Hermione, who quickly turned around and saw Naruto. "Hello Naruto," Hermione responded, equally trying to mask her happiness as much as possible. "I see you're calmer than yesterday. The orangutan stopped bothering you?" Naruto analyzed while smiling slightly. "Well, I've been avoiding him every time he comes into my visibility radius, so you could say he's stopped bothering me," Hermione replied to a Naruto who only smiled more. "That's a good strategy, but well, let's leave that bold guy aside and tell me what you read," said Naruto, looking at the potions book that Hermione was reading. "I'm trying to understand why the potion I made in Professor Navy's last class didn't work," Hermione informed him, causing Naruto to think back and certainly remember Hermione's failed potion. "Oh yes, I remember that," said Naruto, still thoughtful. "So no matter how much I read the instructions I can't figure out why it doesn't work," said a frustrated Hermione, who looked like a vein was about to burst from the annoyance. "Hey, calm down, I'll help you," Naruto suggested as he sat as close to Hermione as he could, causing all that annoyance he had to change to an unmatched embarrassment. "Let's see, tell me how you made the potion," Naruto asked. To find out, Hermione obeyed nervously and with a blush that Naruto didn't miss. Minutes later and one explanation later, Naruto just laughed mentally at the stuttered explanation Hermione gave Naruto. They didn't have to be a genius to know that the brown-haired girl was nervous about the closeness and the occasional clashes Naruto intentionally caused. But well, leaving that aside, Naruto decided to respond to Hermione's mistakes with the potion. "Well, there is just one problem I found in the creation of the potion," Naruto began, to which Hermione, removing a little embarrassment, asked. "And that will be it?" I asked a little calmer. "Well, before you cut the ortensilon roots, you should have squeezed the root first," Naruto explained, to which Hermione also raised an eyebrow. "But that's not in the instructions in the book," Hermione said doubtfully. "Exactly, and that's because I did it that way because I thought it would be more effective," Naruto responded to Hermione's doubt. "What? But how did you know exactly that it was the Ortensilon route you had to juice? Hermione asked, to which Naruto replied. Well, there are two factors. The first is because in a book that dealt exclusively with roots, it said that the Sika root of Ortensilon maintained its effects more unlike the nectar that you have to squeeze because it inhibits the effects by 27%, said Naruto, the first reason leaving Hermione impressed. And the second one? Hermione asked curiously. I didn't know exactly what ingredient I had to alter, everything was by trial and error. Before that potion I had created 5 potions which were highly dangerous, haha, even one emits nuclear radiation, said Naruto, as he remembered how he had the neon green bottle inside a display case, along with 2 other bottles of different colors, and they emitted light neon glows. On the other hand, Hermione looked at Naruto with disbelief at what Naruto had said. This lasted for about 10 more seconds until Hermione finally composed herself and said. Wait, you're telling me you have a potion that has the risk of generating a large-scale nuclear explosion in a school, Hermione mused, making Naruto simply nod. If you put it like that it sounds a little bad, but don't worry, you have nothing to worry about, that potion will never be able to damage this school, said Naruto, trying to calm Hermione down, while now remembering the 25 high reinforcement runes that he placed under the display case, so that if in case the 3 potions explode, they can't spread beyond the inside of the display case. However, Hermione came to the conclusion that the potion simply emitted radiation but would not detonate, so with that in mind, Hermione sighed and visibly relaxed, which Naruto noticed. Wow, thank goodness you relaxed, you might get wrinkles, Naruto began to say mockingly, popping a vein in Hermione's face, who was about to protest. So I better not make you stressed, I don't want that beautiful face to go to waste, Naruto finished saying while gently passing his hand over the cheeks of an almost smoking Hermione, who could hardly make her face turn redder. I guess it was a knockout, Naruto said to himself, seeing a paralyzed Hermione. Minutes after that little flirtation on Naruto's part, he found himself walking through the halls of Howard while thinking about what he should do next, which weren't many options, classes had finished, and it wasn't so late to go to the Forbidden Forest to invent new runes. Of course, he already had the runes that would help him in the next challenge, but it didn't hurt to have more runes, you never know what situation might appear. However, Naruto's thoughts were cut off when a hand grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and pulled him into a completely empty classroom. For a moment Naruto was somewhat surprised by the action of said person, so looking around to find out who his kidnapper was, Naruto came across soft lips that pressed against his own. Opening his eyes in surprise, Naruto saw that it was none other than Fleur who was now kissing him, and yet Naruto's mind quickly analyzed, registered, understood and adapted to what was happening, so reciprocating the kiss, Naruto quickly took her by the waist and pulled her to him, while his other hand grabbed a good piece of Fleur's buttocks, who moaned at Naruto's bold move. Add background music. Breaking the kiss, Fleur looked at Naruto with a seductive look and then guided Naruto to one of the many unoccupied seats in the classroom, and not a second later Fleur followed that action, accompanied by her sitting astride Naruto, who only smiled at Fleur's actions. I couldn't stand it anymore, Naruto, Fleur whispered into Naruto's ear with a tone between seductive and excited. And what do you expect, you don't have to put up with it, was the only thing Naruto said, giving a clear indication that he could proceed to do what they had in mind, and Naruto was not disappointed when he felt Fleur's lips join his again in a heated kiss that was quickly mastered by Naruto, while Fleur began to quickly unbutton her shirt until she revealed her white lace bra. Lemon skipped. The Howard halls were quiet and somewhat dark since it was 5:50 in the afternoon, but if we focus on a hall that was curiously close to the dormitories assigned to the students of Bobaton's academy, we can see how Naruto stealthily left said dormitories while looking around, and with silent and quick steps, Naruto proceeded to move away from there. Once away from the place, Naruto walked calmly towards the great dining room to have some dinner. Before that, Naruto had suggested to Fleur to eat something, but she simply dismissed it, saying that she was too tired to even do anything. However, Naruto was not satisfied with that and ended up giving her some sandwiches that he had saved to eat when he went to train with the runes. Naruto ended up staying until Fleur finished eating and saying goodbye with a kiss. Naruto let her rest. And now in the present, Naruto was already at the double doors of the great dining room, which were open. Preparing to enter, Naruto was interrupted by a voice that Naruto recognized as the woman who had proposed him to join one of the sports that his family and colleagues created. Hello Naruto, how are you this afternoon? Sophia greeted Naruto, who turned to look at her with the same tranquility that Sophia exuded. Hi Sophia, I'm fine, and how are you? Naruto greeted her in the same way. I'm fine was Sophia's only response, to which Naruto smiled a little. I guess you're not here just for a walk, Naruto deduced, to which Sophia smiled as well. You understand the issues very well, Mr. Naruto, Sophia praised. Come on, I'm not one for formalities, Naruto is more than enough, said Naruto calmly. I'm glad you think so, I'm not one for formalities either, said Sophia, to which Naruto nodded and bowed his head in the direction of the dining room. In that case, why don't you join me for dinner to discuss the matter you want to talk about? Naruto suggested, to which Sophia smiled and nodded, then entered with Naruto to the dining room, which was somewhat empty since it was at 7 o'clock when most of the students began to enter for dinner. Taking a seat at the Slytherin table, Naruto and Sophia had to wait for 2 cups of tea to appear in front of them while the food was being prepared in the school's kitchen to be transported to the tables. So what's the reason for this visit? Naruto finally asked. This is an issue that has been affecting the team, Sophia said as she sipped some tea. And what would that matter be? Naruto asked curiously, to which Sophia let out a small sigh and answered. It's about the fact that in the last 6 years the team hasn't been able to win a single league out of the 5 that exist. Sophia finally dropped the bomb, leaving Naruto somewhat quiet and confused. Wait, but you told me the team was very good, Naruto said with some confusion. And it was, but it turns out that 3 players retired for lessons and 5 because they had simply reached the age to stop playing, said Sophia calmly, stirring her tea. And they couldn't get other players? Naruto asked. Yes, we did, but the prospects weren't as good as they seemed, Sophia replied. Okay, so how bad is the team? Naruto asked. In all of them we didn't make it past the round of 16, or we simply didn't qualify to participate, Sophia replied, to which Naruto raised an eyebrow. From what Naruto knew about sports, there were leagues on continents that didn't require qualification to be able to participate in said tournament. That meant that each continent had enough teams to need them to play each other to fight for their position in the tournament. That left him with a doubt of how many teams there were on a single continent. Wait a minute, Sophia, how many teams are there in a single continent? Naruto asked, to which Sophia replied. Well, each country has around 3 to 5 teams, and if we take America for example, which has 35 countries, there is a total of between 138 to 175 teams, Sophia calculated while calmly sipping her tea. Wow, that's a lot of teams to beat, said Naruto, also drinking his tea. You can't even say it, Sophia replied. Well then, how can I help you with that? Naruto asked, finally wondering why he needed it. I'm going to be direct with you, Naruto. I want you to start training with the team so that you can start playing for the team as soon as possible, declared Sophia, leaving Naruto speechless, who said absolutely nothing for a few moments until she finally spoke calmly. Sophia, you do know I'm 14, right? Naruto asked calmly. Yes, I am aware of that, Sophia replied calmly. And if you know that I'm not allowed to participate in any major league sports, if Naruto was saying but was interrupted by Sophia, who continued on the. If it's not until I'm 17 or 18, I'm also aware of that, Sophia said. Then you'll know that I can't help you until I come of age, Naruto said, to which Sophia replied. Actually, you don't have to worry about that, said Sophia, taking out a folder with a few papers inside that Naruto proceeded to read and then let out a small laugh of amusement. So you managed to get the Ministry of Magic to approve me for your team despite my age, Naruto said, leaving the sheets on the table. And it wasn't even that difficult, they even gave us approval to take you out of a classroom when you have a game and you're needed on the team, Sophia said calmly. Well, so when will I meet the team? Naruto asked. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow at 8 AM right here. Chapter 8. Once again the sun entered through the window of Naruto's room, who was lying on top of a completely disheveled Alyssa, who seemed like she wasn't going to wake up for a while, and yes, apparently Naruto wasn't totally satisfied with Fleur, so he finished satisfying his need with the now tired Alyssa who couldn't move a muscle. They really made a lot of noise last night, said a smiling Zelda who watched as Naruto sat quietly on his bed. Hey Zelda, where were you last night? Naruto asked the vampire, who just shrugged. Well, last night you looked like a beast hungry for company, and as you said before, you weren't going to consider doing it with me, because I certainly don't want to, so I left you two alone this time, Zelda explained to Naruto, who stood up without shame to let Zelda see his nakedness. Zelda, seeing this, couldn't help but be curious and see Naruto's enormous member. She was about to make fun of him, but stopped because to begin with there was nothing to make fun of, and most likely she would end up praising Naruto. Well, I'm going to have breakfast and meet someone to do some business, Naruto commented to Zelda, who didn't flinch at what he said as she continued watching Naruto dress. What did you say? Zelda asked confused, making Naruto raise an eyebrow. You're very distracted today. I said I'm going to meet someone to do some business, Naruto repeated, as Zelda understood what Naruto was talking about. You're talking about meeting the team of that foreign sport, Zelda said, to which Naruto was not surprised. Wow, it's like you're my secretary, you know everything, Naruto commented to Zelda, who smiled jovially. So you have a fetish with secretaries. If you want I can dress like a hexy secretary for you, Zelda mocked. Do it if you want, remember if you want, Naruto said the last thing with a mischievous smile that Zelda noticed, and her smile faltered a little. Well, I'm going, see you later, said Naruto, leaving the room in the direction of the great dining room, leaving behind a Zelda who dropped her smile to remain with a thoughtful expression. Minutes later and it was 7:30 am, enough time to have his breakfast and look for Sophia. Well, let's change that, just have breakfast, because Sophia was already waiting for him at the double doors of the large dining room. Hello Sophia, were you waiting for me? Naruto asked, obviously knowing that I was waiting for him. That's right, Naruto was Sophia's only response as she followed Naruto into the dining room and sat down at one of the many empty seats. As usual, the food appeared, along with some cups of coffee. You must be anxious if you waited for me to show up, Naruto commented, starting to eat his breakfast, while Sophia just smiled calmly and answered. I just wanted to talk to you about the team captain, Sophia said, pausing for Naruto to say something. So? Well, tell me, what should I know about the captain, said Naruto, to which Sophia nodded and spoke. You should know that she is somewhat, how to say, aggressive, Sophia began, to which Naruto nodded. Well, from how you explained the game to me, you have to be one if you want to shine on the court, Naruto said calmly. Yes, well, she can also have a rather volatile character, so Sophia was going to say, but Naruto interrupted her. So I don't have to provoke him, Naruto said, remaining in a somewhat thoughtful silence as he realized something. Wait, all this time you've been referring to the team captain as she? Does that mean? Naruto was about to say, but Sophia confirmed his doubt. That's right, the team captain is a woman, Sophia declared, leaving Naruto in silence. Wait a moment, you didn't tell me this sport was mixed, Naruto said in surprise, seeing Sophia, who looked away. Don't tell me you forgot, Naruto said, incredulous that Sophia had forgotten something like that. Well, we were so focused on the history of how sports were created that I missed that detail, Sophia explained with her imperturbable expression of tranquility. The two remained silent, staring at each other until Naruto simply shrugged and continued eating, raising an eyebrow. Sophia wondered why he suddenly didn't seem to care about having a female captain anymore. It seems that the fact that El Capitan is a woman no longer bothers you, Sophia reflects while taking a sip of coffee. It never bothered me, it just surprised me a little, said Naruto, finishing eating the last of his food. Just that? You were just surprised? Sophia asked, standing next to Naruto as she continued to leave the Great Hall. That's right, it was just a surprise. Also, since I started teaching at this school, I have observed that most women do not like to be criticized for their gender, as well as they do not like what to do and what not to do, although there are exceptions, said Naruto, while whispering the last thing, remembering a certain masochistic girl who is still in his room. Wow, you're very observant, said a calm Sophia. Yeah, it's something you learn when you don't have someone to hang out with, so you inevitably start watching others, Naruto said. Well, that's something interesting, but as I was saying, don't provoke her, said Sophia, referring to the team captain. I don't promise anything can happen in that little meeting, Naruto said calmly, making Sophia let out a small sigh, knowing that something was definitely going to happen. Going out to the main entrance of the castle, Sophia took out a kind of cube that in Naruto's opinion looked very futuristic. What is this? A teleporter? Naruto asked curiously, to which Sophia smiled. That's something better, said Sophia to release the cube, and instead of it falling to the ground, it quickly flew right by the umpteenth of them to then separate into several pieces, forming a circle that began to shine until it was completely neon blue. This, Naruto, is a portal, was the last thing Sophia said before the said portal came down on them and swallowed them completely, leaving absolutely no trace of Sophia and Naruto. Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Naruto and Sophia appeared in what appeared to be a luxury apartment. Your home? Naruto asked Sophia, who was already moving around the apartment. No, I only use it when I want to go to the beach, said Sophia, removing a drop of sweat from Naruto. You sure know how to treat yourself, Naruto commented, to which Sophia just shrugged. Follow me, we're going to Rita's house, said Sophia, opening the apartment door. Taking an elevator to the roof of the building, Sophia snapped her fingers and almost instantly a hatch to her right opened, revealing 4 futuristic brooms. Why does everything look futuristic? Naruto finally asked curiously, making Sophia smile and say. Well, that's because the 3 continents are united in an alliance, and because the magical government of each country contributes a large sum of cash to the magical artifact laboratories, Sophia explained, handing a broom to Naruto. Very different from the Muggle government, but how is it that none of the other continents have noticed this technological advancement, I mean magical? Naruto asked. That's simple, every country on all 3 continents has a radar system that covers the entire country. This allows them to know who are foreigners from another continent, and they cast a completely imperceptible spell that makes the futuristic artifacts they see change to a not so advanced one, Sophia explained, taking a second to breathe. For example, if you were bewitched right now, you would be seeing a Nimbus 2001 instead of the futuristic broom that it really is, Sophia explained. An illusion, Naruto summarized, to which Sophia twitched her eye. If you put it like that, it's an illusion, said Sophia, exiting the elevator with Naruto. I suppose they have all the Muggles under a spell too, Naruto guessed, to which Sophia nodded. You're right, Muggles are also enchanted. Once we fly away on our broomsticks, no muggle will be able to see us. It would be as if we were invisible, said Sophia, getting on the broomstick, followed by Naruto, who did the same. And this broom like Naruto was going to ask, but Sophia quickly answered him. It's the same as using a Nimbus 2001, Sophia replied, taking flight. Naruto just nodded, and as he did with his broom in Howard, Naruto began to fly to the same height as Sophia. Okay, let's hurry, it's almost time, said Sophia, flying at a considerably fast speed. Wow, these brooms are fast, Naruto said in surprise, since the speed they were going was equal to that of the Nimbus 2000. Fast? What are you just talking about? We're just taking a walk. If you want to know how fast it is, why don't you try to go faster? Sophia said with an amused smile on her face. Naruto hesitated a little, but finally nodded, so leaning forward Naruto had to apply force with his hands to avoid being thrown off the broom, as he felt the speed increase from one moment to the next, and Naruto knew it was increasing more, so holding the broom tightly Naruto forced it to stop until it was completely still. Wow, you managed to reach 974 kilometers per hour, you have the strength to even continue holding onto the broom, commented a calm Sophia who was right behind Naruto. You don't even look messed up, said Naruto looking at Sophia while he looked like he had combed his hair back. Well, if you touch the button that is near where you are holding on, it creates a dome that protects you from the harshness of the wind, said Sophia pointing to the button. You should have said that from the beginning, said Naruto touching the button on the broom, and instantly a translucent dome appeared around him. Well, I thought it was funny to see how the skin on your face was moving backwards, Sophia replied, pressing the button so that the same dome appeared. Ah ha ha, how funny, Naruto laughed sarcastically and then flew off with Sophia at an incredible speed. Minutes later. I definitely have to get one of these brooms, Naruto said as he broke the sound barrier, followed by Sophia, who also broke the sound barrier. Well, if you get one, which I have no doubt you will, I'm afraid you'll only be able to use it on these continents, Sophia said through an intercom that made what she said audible inside Naruto's dome. Now that you mention it, why are they hiding it from the other continents? Naruto asked curiously. Because we want them to join our alliance by pure will, and not just because they want our magical advancements. If that were to happen, there is a high probability that a war would start, Sophia informed Naruto, who nodded. And the continents that are already in the alliance? There's no chance they'll attack each other? Naruto asked. If there is one, but it is very low, the attacking continent must be very naive, because if that happens, not only will the country that was attacked launch a counteroffensive, but the full force of both continents will fall upon the attacking country, Sophia explained. That's interesting, was the only thing Naruto said. Well, let's leave that topic for another time. We've already arrived at Rita's house, Sophia reported, pointing to a mansion in the middle of the forest right next to a river. You guys really do indulge yourselves, Naruto said, looking at the mansion with a drop of sweat. Don't worry, you will too when you start earning millions playing for the team. Besides, this is the mansion he uses when he wants to be away from all the hustle and bustle of the city, Sophia said to Naruto, who nodded and then asked. Out of curiosity, is there a magic city here? Naruto asked, to which Sophia nodded. Of course, in every country in the world there is a magical city, Sophia answered as she descended with Naruto into the courtyard of the mansion. Once they were on land again, Naruto and Sophia walked calmly to the entrance of the mansion, and then Sophia entered as if the house was hers. This disconcerted Naruto since the normal thing would be to knock on the door or ring the bell. Is it okay for us to go in just like that? Naruto asked curiously, to which Sophia simply nodded. It's okay, she lets me into her house whenever I want, Sophia said as she started walking down a specific hallway. The house inside was really cozy, it was like the typical cabin where you would spend Christmas with the family. A few seconds into the walk, Naruto began to hear the sound of iron hitting, not so loud that whoever was causing the sound was doing it on purpose, the sound was more like they were putting iron blocks on top of each other carefully and repetitively. Walking up to a sliding tempered glass door, Sophia turned to look at Naruto to finally speak. Okay Naruto, Rita is on the other side of this door, so once again I ask you not to provoke her, said Sophia. However, what she said didn't match her face, which showed that she really didn't care if Naruto provoked Rita. Well, I have to say that there are really few things that could bother me enough to start provoking this Rita, so I would say don't worry, but I don't promise anything because many things could happen, Naruto said calmly, and then Sophia opened the door and revealed what Naruto recognized as a gym with multiple exercise machines everywhere. Naruto and Sophia entered the place without saying anything, either because they saw the various machines or because they simply had nothing to comment on. Clam. The clash of iron was heard, causing Naruto and Sophia to turn to their right and see a very tall woman of about 1.76 meters with blue hair and eyes of the same color, who was now leaving a machine and began to walk in their direction. Oh, but look who's here, if it's none other than the manager, said Rita with a smile that many would say was wild, and they wouldn't be wrong because it was a wild smile. "Hi Rita, how have you been?" Sophia greeted Rita, who shrugged. "I've been fine, but tell me what this visit is about," Rita said as she took off some gloves and proceeded to throw them onto a table near the door. "I'm glad you suggested it, in fact I came to introduce you to him," said Sophia pointing at Naruto who was calmly unperturbed. On the other hand, Rita finally paid attention to Naruto's presence and raised an eyebrow at the reason why Sophia introduced this brat. "Are you going to introduce me to your nephew?" Rita asked curiously, in the process making Sophia's eye twitch as she tried to stay calm. "Rita, you know very well that I don't have brothers to have nephews, and even if I did, I'm still too young to have nephews calling me aunt," Sophia said with a hint of annoyance. "Well then why did you bring this child?" Rita asked as she looked at Naruto with curiosity, while Naruto did not seem perturbed by the child thing. "Well, remember when I said there's a new player for the team?" Sophia asked, causing Rita to nod slowly, now clearly seeing where this was going. "Well, let me introduce you to Naruto Uzumaki, the new player," Sophia finished, leaving an awkward silence in the room until Rita decided to speak. "Hahahahahaha, you have to be joking, do you really expect me to believe that this kid is going to play on our team? You have to improve your jokes," Rita said laughing at what Sophia said who remained serious, and this was noticed by Rita who was stopping laughing and her face was starting to change from one of laughter to one of disbelief. "You're not serious, are you?" Rita asked, now serious. "This is very serious," was what Sophia said, leaving Rita slowly starting to get angry. "Oh no, what is serious is that we have been losing for 6 years in a row, and yet you still look for a goblin to play for our team," Rita replied, causing a twitch to appear on Naruto's eyebrow as she directly insulted his height. Naruto is 1.50 meters tall in this story. I was going to put the original height which was 1.46 meters, but I decided to round it to 1.50. "And he can be a good player, he's strong and fast," said Sophia. "Well, it looks like he has some muscle, but I don't think he's as strong as you're saying." Rita inspected the few muscles she could see. "Well, this goblin, as you mentioned, fought barehanded with a lava dragon, so I have reason to say that he is strong," said Sophia, leaving Rita somewhat surprised, however she quickly recovered. "Well, I don't care. I refuse to let this goblin, who only serves to clean under the table, play for our team," said Rita, staring at Naruto with annoyance. Sophia was going to say something, however, and Naruto with a stinging vein on his forehead spoke up. "Oh sorry for not being as tall as a giraffe as you are ma'am," Naruto insulted with a calm smile, while Rita on the other hand opened her eyes in surprise. "Oh no, here we go, how troublesome," Sophia complained to herself as she slowly began to back away. "What did you call me? Tadpole?" Rita asked menacingly, a vein beginning to bulge on her forehead. "Oh, I apologize for not considering how deaf you may be working as a traffic light," Naruto insulted Rita again, who couldn't stand it any longer and threw a punch at Naruto, who didn't dodge it and received it on the cheek, sending him flying towards an exercise machine, destroying it in the process. "Damn son of a bitch, how dare you insult me for my height," Rita yelled at him in the corner where Naruto was supposed to be. Assuming that Naruto was unconscious, she began to turn around, however the sound of moving iron caught her attention, so turning around again, Rita now found herself with a fist that hit her in the nose, which also sent her flying into another machine. "You damn bitch, you almost knocked me out," Naruto said, spitting out a little blood. "Damn, I have to admit, for your size you hit like a sledgehammer," Rita said as she wiped a line of blood from her nose and stood up with a metal barbell used for lifting weights. "Thanks for the compliment, you hit hard too," Naruto replied, while Romano also pulled a metal bar from the ground. "Well I guess I'll go get something to eat," Sophia said, leaving the place while closing the door, and not a second later the sounds of metal hitting began to be heard. This is how the whole day went by, where all you could hear were the constant blows they gave each other, along with the grunts of pain from both of them who didn't back down from each other, and this wasn't until 8:47 p.m. where we see Naruto putting Rita in a neck lock, who chose to crash hard against a wall. Grunting in pain, Naruto loosened his grip a little, which was quickly taken advantage of by Rita, who grabbed him by the foot and slammed him against the floor, then lifted him by the neck, revealing Naruto's condition, which could be said to be terrible, and yet Rita didn't look any better. The two of them seemed to be giving their last strength. "Last words before I put you in a coma," Rita said, raising her fist in preparation for the punch. "It's getting late for you to go light the streets," Naruto insulted, and not a second later Rita threw her fist forward, but Naruto would not give up, so firmly taking Rita's arm, he hit her in the joint that dislocated the bone, causing her to release it and miss the blow. Groaning in pain, Rita grabbed her affected arm and cradled it, then with a strong movement, she put it back in place. "I'm surprised I didn't think you'd last this long," Rita complimented, starting to walk slowly towards Naruto, who nodded. "Thank you, you are really formidable, without a doubt you are the best of the team for some reason," Naruto praised him in the same way, walking until he was in front of Rita who was looking down at him. I must emphasize that Naruto reaches Rita's chin. Okay, training is every Tuesday, Wednesday and Friday from 3 to 7 p.m. I don't want you to be late, Rita said to Naruto, who nodded. I won't be late, Naruto replied, and instantly Rita fell on Naruto, who couldn't dodge her and ended up under Rita cheek to cheek. I don't have the strength to move, I guess there's no other way, I've said sleep, Naruto thought to himself as he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 9. Moan. "Oh my damn arm," said a whiny Rita, who opened her eyes slowly and sleepily while she sat on something and gently stroked her arm. "Good morning, how are you waking up?" asked the voice of a calm Naruto, who was under a somewhat confused Rita until she raised an eyebrow at the compromising position in which the two were, since Rita was sitting on Naruto's pelvis, who did not flinch at Rita's soft valgus. "Oh, it's you, how did we end up like this?" the blue-haired girl asked calmly. "Well, you collapsed after you told me the training schedule so I could go train," Naruto explained to Rita, who tried to remember until she finally nodded in recognition. "Right, well let's go, I'm hungry," said Rita, getting up from Naruto, while some bones cracked and Naruto followed her example, and like her, Naruto's bones also cracked. Walking out of the dethroned gym, Naruto and Rita headed to the kitchen calmly. "I think I left a couple of boxes of pizza in the fridge, do you want some?" Rita offered to Naruto, who smiled at the offer and then nodded. "Sure," Naruto replied as they arrived at the kitchen, and Rita proceeded to take out 3 almost whole pizza slices and heated them in the oven. While they were waiting, Naruto turned his shoulder a little and made a cracking sound. "Look, I think this was the 4th time you've dislocated my shoulder," Naruto commented as he moved his shoulder in a circular motion, causing Rita to laugh a little. I'm surprised you're so tolerant of pain, plus I think I have a couple of cracked ribs," said Rita, praising Naruto as she took out the now ready pizzas, and they headed to the living room and sat together on a leather sofa to cook and turn on a 120-inch plasma. "Well, since I accepted that you are on the team, it is my responsibility to let you know what you are getting into," Rita began, starting to control the television until she put it on what Naruto assumed was a presentation. "It's reasonable," was the only thing Naruto said as he took a piece of pizza and began to eat it. "This is what we teach people who don't seem to understand what the game is about, like foreigners like you," Rita said with a somewhat bored tone as she began to quickly go to an image where you could see what Naruto recognized as one of the largest stadiums he had ever seen. "However, you seem to know your stuff, so I'm going to get straight to the point. To start, let me tell you that in this game, the only rule is not to touch the ball with your hands. If that happens, there's a free kick where the rule violation occurred," Rita explained calmly. "Now, since that's the only rule there is, that means that anything else you have in mind is valid, such as making an aggressive entrance accompanied by a punch to the ribs or the face. You could even break someone's foot and it won't affect you at all," Rita continued explaining to a calm Naruto, who simply finished eating the slice of pizza and took 2 more slices and then handed one to Rita, who took it calmly to start eating. "Don't worry about it," said a curious Rita while chewing the piece of pizza, while Naruto gulped to answer. "Well, I knew what I was getting into when Sophia told me that the game was somewhat aggressive," Naruto responded calmly, causing a smile to appear on Rita's face, who nodded. "But just out of curiosity, what kind of protections are used?" Naruto asked calmly. "Well, they wear shin guards, and the uniforms are enchanted with some magic to have a little shock absorption, but it's almost as if they weren't enchanted. The hits you'll receive are too strong for the reinforcement spell to take the full impact," Rita replied as she took control and changed image. "Now let's move on to what the ball would be," Rita continued to Naruto, who was now looking at a futuristic designed ball of a grayish-black color similar to metal. "Is the ball made of metal?" Naruto asked in confusion. "Don't let the appearance fool you, that ball is as soft as a muggle ball. The only difference is that in the center of the ball, there is a core of concentrated magic that is activated every time it is kicked with force. In other words, that core is a power that multiplies the force with which it was kicked to 5 times. That is why goalkeepers have much more protection than us," Rita explained to Naruto, who this time was a little surprised by what he had just been told. "But that's not much for the goalkeeper. I mean, the goal wouldn't be too big for even the goalkeeper to be able to cover half of the goal to stop the ball," Naruto said conditionally, since it was true, or so Naruto thought. "Well, that would be true if a muggle goal were used, however this is not the case with us, since the goal we use is slightly larger than half that of a muggle goal, and that is where the difficulty of scoring goals lies, a small goal, and a very protected goalkeeper, who is not afraid to put up his own face in order to avoid being scored on," said Rita with an amused smile. "Well, apart from everything I've told you, the only difference is that instead of the game lasting an hour and a half, it lasts 4 hours, meaning 2 hours of first half and 2 hours of second half. I suppose there are some more details, but those will be explained to you during practice," Rita said calmly, then turned off the television and continued eating pizza. Well, if another person saw them, it wouldn't even cross their mind that just yesterday they were breaking each other's backs," was the calm voice of Sophia standing behind the two, who simply looked at the blonde. Well, what do you want me to say? The brat has enough to deserve a bit of respect, Rita said calmly. I certainly deserve that respect after all, I wasn't the one who collapsed first, it was now Naruto who spoke calmly, to which Rita looked at him with narrowed eyes. Don't be so brat, Rita warned Naruto, who simply shrugged. I just told the truth, Naruto replied, taking another pizza while staring into the blue-haired girl's eyes until they both simply smiled. Good. I want to see you this Tuesday at 3 p.m. without delay, Rita said to Naruto, who nodded while he lifted her up and walked next to Sophia. I guess we're going then, Naruto said calmly while Sophia nodded and proceeded to take Naruto, however before leaving the mansion Naruto turned around to ask with some doubt. Now that I think about it, what country is this team from? Naruto asked, to which Rita simply looked at him and answered. The team is from Panama, Rita responded to Naruto, who also raised an eyebrow. Are you from Panama? Naruto asked Rita, who simply denied. No, I'm Brazilian, said Rita. And why do you play for Panama? Naruto asked. It's because every team can sign any player from any country like we're doing now with you, Sophia was the one who spoke now. That's right, the team has players from various countries like Chile, Argentina, Mexico, Germany, Holland, there are even some from Japan and Korea, said Rita. I see, was the only thing Naruto said as he turned around to leave the mansion. Time skip. The days had passed normally, but now with the addition of the training that Naruto had to go to, now Naruto had to admit that the training was really demanding, and he liked that. But apart from that, the day of the second test had arrived and the students were anxiously grouped in some stands behind some platforms in the middle of the lake. While on one side of the platform the 4 participants began to climb, wearing bathrobes that protected them from the morning cold. Naruto had noticed for a long time the lack of the presence of a certain potions teacher, and this confused him a little. She would not have missed this without a doubt, although she denied it as an obligation, but Naruto knew that it was to support him. He also noticed that Hermione, Ronnie and a certain masochist had also not appeared anywhere, and it made him suspicious, but putting that out of his mind, Naruto simply took his place on the platform while he watched as Harriet and Fleur took off their robes, revealing their pale skin and their curvaceous figures that made him want to buck. Concentration, Naruto, calm the hormones, Naruto mentally scolded himself and then came out of his thoughts when he heard slight screams from some fangirls who saw Crumb's muscular body, downplaying that Naruto simply took off his robe, now revealing his body with compact but defined muscles that quickly received an even bigger ovation from the fans who practically fantasized about his body, including of course Harriet, Fleur. Naruto's body was perfect for agility and speed, as well as being resistant, not for nothing could he resist an entire night fighting with possibly the strongest woman he had ever met and fighting with a dragon. But leaving that aside, Naruto had just heard Director Albus Dumbledore's explanation that it was something about looking for what we were rushing under the lake. Without anything else to say, let us begin the second test, Dumbledore was saying, however before he could finish speaking a cannon shot interrupted him again, thus marking the beginning of the second test. Well, everyone, go, said a somewhat stunned Dumbledore to the participants. Immediately everyone jumped into the icy dark lake. Naruto simply stayed underwater watching the different ways the others used to pass this test. Fleur was using a kind of bag that apparently held a large amount of air. With Harriet she decided to be a little more orthodox and used some seaweed that made her grow fins and gills. If Naruto had to guess he would say that Harriet used gillweed. But well, now jumping with Crumb, he apparently used a potion that turned him into a deformed shark, but well, Naruto was not one to criticize the methods of others. So Naruto calmly activated the slightly modified runes on his ankles that began to swirl the water to use them to propel him, followed by Naruto calmly taking out a dental guard that he had bought a long time ago when he was practicing American football. Now you will ask yourself, why use a protector underwater? Well, very easy, since if you looked closely inside the protector you would see some runes that Naruto had created. Now the function of these runes were very simple, since the purpose of these was to store a large amount of oxygen that came out every time Naruto applied a little pressure by absorbing with his mouth. Putting the protector in his mouth, Naruto moved fluidly around the entire lake in search of what he already assumed were Professor Navy, Alyssa, Hermione and Ronnie. The minutes had passed quickly and Naruto was really getting frustrated at not finding the girls. There came a time when he questioned if they were really the girls he had to look for, but he put that thought aside and continued searching everywhere. At this moment he was searching in what Naruto considered to be the deepest place in the lake, located right next to the Forbidden Forest, letting himself fall to the depth of the place Naruto touched, found it and quickly had to activate some runes in his ears to level the water pressure to prevent air from coming out of his ears, and believe me, that is not pleasant. But leaving that aside, Naruto would be lying if he said that being in this hole didn't give him chills combined with some fear, and to make matters worse, the darkness of this place didn't let him see beyond his own hand. So with some quickness Naruto brought his hand to a wand holster on his thigh, where his wand obviously was, and then took it, and with slight thought he thought. Lumis Maxima, thought Naruto, and at that moment a flash of light began to come out from the tip of the wand that began to illuminate the place. The first thing Naruto saw at that moment was a kind of pointed rock a little bigger than his size, bone-colored, that was about 2 meters from his face. With curiosity Naruto touched the rock and noticed how slimy it was. Stopping touching it for the moment, Naruto decided to see what else was around him, so turning around Naruto now noticed that in the background about 20 meters away, there was what looked like a wall. However, this was not what caught his attention. Instead, what was calling his attention was that the wall seemed to have fins. Fins? Naruto asked himself without understanding. At first he thought it was the fin of some great weight that had died, but upon looking more closely, Naruto saw that the fin was stuck to the wall. At this moment, Naruto was already starting to get nervous at the possible deduction of what was really going on here. However, a stream of water coming from his back left him completely paralyzed, so turning around slowly while praying to every god who was listening to him at this moment that he wasn't what Naruto thought he was, Naruto, now that he had completely turned around, noticed that something above him was moving. So looking up, Naruto noticed that indeed a large row of what Naruto instantly knew were sharp teeth closed right in front of him, next to what he previously thought was a sharp rock. So that rock was a tooth all along, Naruto thought, now seeing the long row of closed teeth with some panic, thinking that whatever this thing was hadn't noticed his presence. Naruto slowly turned around to leave the place where he came from. However, Naruto froze when he saw the big eye that was watching him at this moment in what Naruto assumed was a wall. He's okay, I just don't have to move, Naruto thought, staying completely still. However, the creature in front of Naruto began to slowly rise until it stood completely still, revealing what Naruto thought was the sea dragon as the most gigantic creature he had ever seen in his entire life. If I don't move it won't see me, if I don't move it won't see me, if I don't move it won't see me, Naruto repeated to himself countless times when it was obvious that that thing was staring at him, but Naruto's erratic thoughts went to shit when he felt movement behind him, so looking out of the corner of his eye, Naruto was now paler when he saw the second largest creature getting up to stare at him. At this moment Naruto was now seriously thinking about what he should do, but he couldn't continue thinking when he heard the guttural roar of the two creatures on his two sides. Okay, buck all this, I'm getting out of here, Naruto thought, activating the runes on his ankles with maximum power, causing Naruto to be propelled to the surface at high speed, and not a few seconds later the two large creatures came out behind him. Naruto dodged as fast as he could while trying not to look back, knowing that the two things were following him closely. Thinking that it was better to go to the shore of the lake, Naruto added more magic to the rune that increased its power. However, Naruto noticed out of the corner of his eye what he had been looking for quite some time now, that is, among a large amount of seaweed there were some ruins, and in the middle were the girls tied to chains. Naruto also noticed that it was only Professor Navy, Alyssa and another girl that Naruto recognized as Fleur's sister, so he assumed that Harriet or someone else had already taken Hermione and Ronnie. Shit, I can't just leave them here, Naruto thought, changing course towards the girls. The mermaids who were guarding the place when they saw Naruto were on guard, however they quickly became scared when they saw the two creatures that were following Naruto and immediately left there, leaving the place completely empty, leaving only the girls apparently unconscious. When Naruto was arriving at the place, he quickly raised his index finger which contained a small rune, and with a fluid movement, Naruto made a blade of water cut the chains, leaving the three girls floating happily unconscious. However, they did not last long floating in nothingness when Naruto hurriedly passed, taking Professor Navy on his right shoulder and Alyssa and Fleur's sister in each arm, who if he remembered correctly was called Gabrielle. Okay, let's get out of here, Naruto thought, taking a quick look back, only to regret it when he saw the large jaws of one of the creatures almost catching him. Fucking mother. Naruto shouted mentally as he dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the huge bite of the alligator guard that was following him. But teachers, students and talent scouts. Well, the only one missing is the participant Naruto Uzumaki, said a commentator who was being recorded with a camera that looked somewhat old, and next to him, there was a row of many more commentators. Maybe we expected too much from this guy, another female journalist said while speaking to the camera. I don't think the boy will surprise us anymore after this, of course, that is if he's still alive, commented another journalist. I certainly don't think the Uzumaki boy will appear. Wait, what's that? Asked a commentator looking in a specific direction, drawing the attention of everyone present. Yes, it's Naruto Uzumaki. And apparently he rescued 3 girls, said another commentator, while watching a Naruto that seemed to be skating on the water at high speed. I didn't find the gif. Wow, look how it comes at great speed, what the hell is that thing? Said a commentator about to praise Naruto's ability, however he couldn't finish praising him when he saw a creature behind Naruto come out of the water. In the stands everyone was in shock seeing this scene, even the teachers were not even sure what to do, but before they even left their shock a second creature came out next to the other, while they seemed to be in a competition to see who could reach Naruto, well with Naruto. Run 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 run, he said repeatedly while sliding on the water, however Naruto quickly felt like a somewhat sleepy Navy, Alyssa, and Gabrielle opened their eyes at the great noise that was heard. But to the horror of the three girls the first thing they saw were the jaws of the two creatures trying to eat them. Die. The three of them shouted loudly at the same time as they clung tightly to the closest thing to them which was clearly Naruto. But the teachers. I can't believe what I'm seeing, said a stunned McGonagall as everyone watched Naruto pass them by leaving a small path of drizzle, and followed by that the two creatures passed at the same speed as Naruto, leaving a torrential rain that wet everyone in the place. But Naruto and the girls. Faster Naruto. Shouted a scared Alyssa who was clinging to Naruto by the left side. And then Naruto, move faster, they'll catch up with us. Navy shouted now, wrapping his feet around Naruto's waist while wrapping his hands around the blonde's neck. And I don't know you but I'll do anything if you get me out of here. Gabrielle screamed, clinging to his right side. Don't wait, we're coming. Naruto replied, already seeing the shore of the lake that was in front of the school. This was while the creatures gave one last push with their mouths open, about to give the bite that would possibly swallow Naruto and the girls. But giving his all, Naruto jumped with all he could, saving himself by just a couple of centimeters. Naruto was able to reach the shore while sliding backwards through the grass with the girls on his back. Finally, after sliding for about 40 or 50 meters, Naruto and the girls stopped until they were left in stunned silence. Slowly turning towards the creatures, Naruto and the girls simply watched as they stared at them until they simply began to slowly submerge and disappear into the large lake. Releasing a sigh that he had been holding for quite some time, Naruto let his body stop being tense and relaxed, while the girls did the same and let themselves fall on Naruto. And we were about to die, said a stunned Alyssa while trembling slightly. We certainly almost died, said a slightly calmer Navy, still trembling slightly, but then continued speaking. That's why I should do this before it's too late, Navy finished saying as she took Naruto by the cheeks and planted a deep kiss on him. This was seen by a surprised Alyssa and a stunned Gabrielle who, although she didn't know Naruto very well, still blushed. Breaking the kiss, Naruto stared into Navy's dark eyes that didn't take their gaze off Naruto while keeping a blush on his pale face. Take this as a thank you and as a token of my appreciation, said the black-haired woman. Back with the journalists and spectators. What just happened, everyone asked themselves, not knowing exactly what had just happened. They had never seen those creatures before, but now this 14-year-old student appeared, making a discovery that would leave its mark on the history of magic. I don't believe it. This kid just made history. A journalist began shouting euphorically at the camera. No doubt this will be remembered until the ends of history. The man shouted. Chapter 10. It had been about 5 days since the second test had been carried out, and needless to say, said test was on the lips of every wizard and witch you heard speak. And not only that, but in every newspaper you read you could see the name of a certain blonde Uzumaki who at this moment was in a box while kicking a ball that at the moment of being kicked shone a neon blue color and then shot out like a rocket while taking a curved effect until finally entering right in the upper right corner of the goal. That was a good shot, said a calm Rita as she analyzed what position to put Naruto in. So? Do you know what position to put me in? Naruto asked, wiping his forehead with a towel. These last few training sessions I'll put you in all the positions to analyze your performance in each one of them, Rita began, rubbing her chin a little as if to show that she was thinking. Now, although you are a good defender, it would be a waste to put you in that position, since your true potential would be as a center forward or left back. You could even be a right back since you are ambidextrous, Rita finished saying to Naruto, who nodded. I know I said I'm ambidextrous, but I feel more comfortable kicking with my right foot, Naruto added calmly, to which Rita nodded and added that detail to the mix. Okay, so you'll be a center forward. Well, it's not like it matters that much, after all, we can put you in any position during the game, Rita said with amusement, to which Naruto raised an eyebrow. Are you serious? Naruto asked, knowing what Rita was referring to. Of course, if Sophia wanted, she could put a goalkeeper as a striker, Rita said, shrugging her shoulders. Downplaying this fact, Naruto simply proceeded to walk to the locker room to change because training time had already ended. Good training, Brad. Oh, and by the way, be careful with the journalists when you get back to your country, they're a pain in the ass, advised a funny Rita to Naruto, who only snorted at the memory of what awaited him when he got to school. And the journalists had been trying to get information out of him at every moment about how he found the creatures from the second test. Okay, at first it was interesting to have all this attention, but it got to the point where they were starting to sneak into the school to interrupt classes and ask them questions. Leaving that aside, Naruto, now changed, was walking out of the small training state and then took out a cube just like the one Sophia had used when she took him to meet Rita. At this time Naruto was in Argentina, and it was not because the training was always in a specific country, rather the training always varied from places like the previous time they trained in Canada, with a temperature of 20 degrees below zero. This in Sophia's words was so that we would be used to playing in different types of weather. Naruto didn't have to at all, so by throwing the cube Naruto teleported right next to the forbidden forest. Sighing, Naruto began to walk to the entrance of the castle with unbreakable tranquility. "And what does it feel like?" asked a voice that Naruto hadn't heard in a long time. Well, that would be strange since that voice was exactly the same as his. "Wow, you've been missing for a while," Naruto thought, seeing the almost invisible inner Naruto walking beside him. "Well, I don't really have to do much anymore. I'm about to fuse with you and be united again like we once were in the past," said Naruto's inner voice, causing the real Naruto to smile. "You know I would appreciate it, but then what good would it do if it's myself I'm thanking?" Naruto said with a grateful smile. "And why not do it? You yourself were the one who saved yourself from this terrible attitude you had," said Naruto's inner voice. Thanks for getting me out of that depressive shell," said Naruto, stopping walking, while I extended my hand to his inner voice, who simply saw the hand and then laughed and tried to take Naruto's hand. However, when he tried to take it, his hand dissolved into particles of light that slowly merged with the real Naruto. "Looks like I'm out of time," Naruto's inner voice said as he watched his limb crumble away. "So this is goodbye," Naruto thought, to which Naruto's inner voice smiled. "What are you talking about? I am you and I will always be there, but I want you to make a promise," the inner voice began to Naruto, who only nodded. "Promise that you won't do anything stupid that will make me come back, because if you dare to do that, I won't care if it's a show, I'm going to punch your face in the face," Naruto's inner voice finished, then took a step towards Naruto and gave him a hug before disappearing into particles that worked with Naruto. Once that happened, Naruto simply looked up at the sky and in an almost inaudible whisper said, "I promise." Time skip. The weeks passed without any inconvenience. The classes were taught as they normally were, and it was on a particularly cloudy day when Naruto, along with a somewhat blushing Harriet, were making potions in the class of a certain Navy, who looked at them with some annoyance at seeing the Potter so close to Naruto. This was also competed by Hermione and Ronnie, who watched with pouts on their faces as they saw Harriet take some lead with Naruto. But well, leaving that aside, the weather itself Preciado wanted to rain torrentially, and there was some animosity between the Slytherins and the Gryffindors since today there would be a match between them too. But well, speaking of matches that would be played, it is assumed that at this moment a match would be played between his team against Akito from Canada, and if his calculations were not wrong, right now they should be at the 20-minute break. Hunk. The thunderous sound of the classroom door being abruptly opened was heard, causing all the attention of the students as well as Navy to go in its direction. And immediately everyone saw a tall woman with blue hair that Naruto recognized instantly. However, what most caught the attention of those present was that said woman had an apparently normal soccer uniform, except for the fact that the light blue parts of the uniform seemed to be shining like neon next to the logo of the sweater. NT. I'm going to combine the name of Real Madrid with Barcelona, since these two teams are the most supported, so to speak. Well, at least in my country it's like that, so I decided to unite them so they don't complain about why I didn't put Naruto in such team, and also because the team names that came to mind were terrible. P.S. Personally, I'm a Barcelona fan. But that wasn't all, the woman also looked like she had come from some kind of muddy place, since she was completely wet and had dirt stains all over her. "Naruto, we have to go, we need you on the team," said the woman, to which everyone immediately turned to see Naruto, who face-palmed himself. "What are you doing here, Rita? You're supposed to be in a game," Naruto said to Rita, who was walking in his direction, and then grabbed him by the back collar of his shirt and lifted him up with relative ease and then placed it on his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. "Our 8 center forwards are injured and the only one we have left is you," Rita explained seriously to turn around and try to leave, however she couldn't because in front of her stood a serious Navy who looked at her with annoyance. "May I know where Naruto is being taken?" Navy asked threateningly. "To an important match," Rita said simply and calmly. "You can't just take a student from a school," Navy replied. However, Rita quickly pulled out a piece of paper from who knows where that had the signature of the Ministry of Magic on it. "This piece of paper gives me the power to take Naruto with me whenever we need him," Rita said to a bewildered Navy. So leaving the classroom, Rita quickly threw a cube to teleport us, and not a second later a recovered Navy came out along with Harriet, Hermione, Ronnie and Alicia and other students. Toronto, Canada. Rita and Naruto appeared in the locker room where the rest of the team were with Sophia, who was explaining the tactics they would use to come back in the game. Almost no one really noticed the arrival of Rita and Naruto, so Rita calmly walked to a locker and from it took out a shirt that had no number or name, along with some pants. "Put on your uniform, your things are in that locker," Rita said, pointing to a locker with the number 20. So heading to the locker, Naruto quickly began to take off his school shirt while he began to hear screams from the fans asking for the second half to start, and only by the noise Naruto knew that there were a lot of people. Now while Naruto wasn't terrified of being in front of a lot of people, this was another level. He could literally feel himself shaking with every scream that was made, and this was making Naruto nervous to a level that he hadn't even imagined, and this was demonstrated when Naruto was taking his tacos out of his locker. Question. In your countries, what do you call soccer shoes? In my country, we call them cleats. The question is to know if you find it strange what I call soccer shoes. Literally Naruto's hand was shaking uncontrollably, he had never felt the sensation before, so holding his hand tightly Naruto thought. What's wrong with you? Why am I getting nervous now? I fought a dragon with my bare hands, and I get nervous in front of 800,000 people. He tried to encourage himself, which seemed to work, so taking a deep breath, Naruto proceeded to put on his sweater along with his pants, and when Naruto was going to put on his cleats, Rita stood next to him and handed him some shin guards that Naruto took. These were from the last striker who got injured, Rita said calmly to Naruto, who didn't really ask how he got injured, since light traces of blood could be seen on his shin guards. If you're wondering about the red, don't worry, Robertson liked to eat hot dogs with a lot of tomato sauce, Rita tried to reassure Naruto, who simply smiled at the vague attempt and simply put on his shin guards, then pulled up his socks and put on his cleats. Letting out a big sigh, Naruto finally stood up from the chair he was sitting in and went to listen to some of Sophia's instructions, but nevertheless just when Naruto had arrived at the small meeting what he heard was, "Okay, that's all, let's turn this game around, it's still possible," said Sophia, causing a drop of sweat to run down Naruto's forehead as he didn't know exactly what the strategies Sophia explained were. "Well, let's improvise," Naruto said in a whisper to himself and then started walking with the other players, however a hand on his shoulder stopped him, causing Naruto to turn to look at Sophia. "Where do you think you're going? You don't have your name on the shirt yet," Sophia said as she took out her wand, and with a wave of it she touched the shirt, and immediately Naruto's name began to appear on the back of the shirt, along with the number 20 in large letters, while they shone in neon color. "Now let's go," said Sophia, starting to walk through the tunnel that led to the stadium. Naruto only saw her leave, so letting out another sigh Naruto began to walk, and with each step, he could hear the screams and the cold dampness of the torrential rain that fell in buckets. Once Naruto completely came out he could see the incredible amount of people that were watching this match. The view would have been epic if it weren't for the fact that less than a quarter of the fans were those that supported his team, but not caring about that for the moment, Naruto began to trot to the field to join his teammates. But the storytellers. And soon the second half of this hard-fought match will begin, a commentator began with some encouragement as he watched the two teams repositioning themselves. "That's right, feed. But it's certainly true that FC Real Barcelona are at a huge disadvantage with all their center forwards injured and one in training," said the other commentator, in the same spirit as his teammate. "That's true, Enrique, we just need to see how he handles it. Wait, but look, it seems like a ninth striker is entering the field," Feed commented, watching a certain blonde trot to the middle of the field. "Intelligence tells me it's Naruto Uzumaki," Enrique commented with obvious surprise. "Isn't that the new prospect they had in training?" Feed said now with excitement. "Well, let's see what he has to teach us. What do you think? Will he have talent or will he be another failure for this club that is in decline?" Enrique asked the viewers. With Naruto. Naruto had stood in front of his teammate, a somewhat stocky and tall man who simply nodded at him, and Naruto returned the nod, and they proceeded to wait for the starting whistle. The referee started timing his watch and then pressed a button on his watch to blow the initial whistle for the second half. Immediately the man in front of Naruto lightly touched the ball to give it to Naruto, who instinctively had to tilt his head back to dodge a kick from the rival forward. Naruto was amazed by how quickly the rival had come towards him and kicked him, since they were at least 4 meters away from each other, and from what Naruto calculated not even a second had passed. Coming out of his thoughts, Naruto caught the ball between his ankles and jumped back, effectively dodging another rival player who tried to give him a sweep kick. Noticing that another rival was already waiting for him, Naruto fluently released the ball and with a strong kick, sent the ball at high speed directly to the face of the rival who could only open his eyes at such a movement and received the ball in the face, thus creating a loud impact sound that sent him flying to crash into the invisible barrier that covered the fans. Landing calmly, Naruto also a little the right foot too, then the ball would fall on said foot, and as if the ball was stuck to Naruto's foot, he did not move from there. The stadium was left in a deathly silence, even the commentators were saying absolutely nothing. The rivals were shocked as were Naruto's own teammates, because although Naruto trained with them, the only thing they had seen him do were those free kicks with quite a few curvature effects, although they admitted that it was incredible, since he could confuse the goalkeeper with those shots, making him think that the ball would go out. They never saw him play a game himself. But coming out of their thoughts, everyone could hear the screams of the fans, thus demonstrating the emotion that was ignited in each of them. But the commentators. But what did you just see, my eyes? Enrique, please hit me because this looks like a dream. Feed shouted in obvious surprise at seeing such a display of agility, while the cheers of the fans could be heard in the background. This is amazing, Feed. Maybe Real Barcelona has some hope of overcoming the 4-2 score, Enrique commented as more movement began to be seen on the field. New prospect Naruto Uzumaki passes it to Jefferson, who backhands Nicholas Smith, Feed narrated. But Naruto received the ball in the midfield, noticing that he had no teammates in front of him. Naruto was going to retreat, however, looking out of the corner of his eye, Naruto saw his teammates who were already really tired. Jumping to his left to dodge the opponent who wanted to break his jaw, Naruto now turned to look at the plate and noticed that his other teammates were also tired with defeated looks, thinking that this was another match. So sharpening his gaze with determination, Naruto took the first step forward, drawing the attention of his companions, who only saw Naruto's back as he began to run in the direction of his rivals who were ready to break bones. But the commentators. What is this, Mr. Director? The new prospect seems to be running to his own death. Shouted a surprised Enrique as he watched Naruto advance. But Naruto. He was running without stopping at the moment he jumped next to the ball, thus avoiding a slide and then dodging another punch which Naruto took and twisted, then grabbing the player by the neck and putting him in the path of a kick that ended up hitting the player's face. Pushing the unconscious player's head hard, Naruto destabilized the owner of the kick who fell to the ground and then saw how Naruto kicked the ball with force, causing it to hit the player's chest, sending it flying to crash into one of his teammates. He saw that coming. And just like that, Naruto had made his way to the opposing team's defenders, who were now getting really serious, seeing how their forwards and midfielders were keeping quiet. However, they were confused to see Naruto kick from that distance, and not only that, but the ball didn't even seem to be going to the goal. Even the goalkeeper didn't even bother to move to stop the ball, and that was a big mistake as he saw how the ball started to curve and enter the top left corner of the goal, thus counting as the third goal against them and with only one left to tie them. And not only that, but there was still 1 hour and 40 minutes left in the match. Commentators. Ooh. Feed shouted hoarsely at the impressive goal that Naruto had scored. Normally, players always tried to get closer to the goal, but Naruto still shot from almost halfway across the field, and not only that, but he had already scored a goal. Is this the birth of a genius? Or was this pure luck? Enrique said now in amazement as he kept watching the replay of the moment. Naruto on the other hand decided to celebrate a little when he saw his teammates running with smiles on their faces and then hugging him while the fans burst into cheers. Minute 32. Andrades decides to throw a cross that falls straight at Naruto's feet. Why? Ghoul, Enrique shouted enthusiastically. The Wonder Boy scores again. Said a stunned Feed. The game is equal thanks to this player who came from nowhere and decided to make a difference on his own. Enrique said while watching Naruto run in front of the stands followed by his teammates and then slide on his knees while shouting with encouragement. Minute 45. Why, Takashita shot. Feed shouted. But it's deflected by Marcos Pineda and goes straight to a corner kick for Real Barcelona, Enrique said. It looks like Wonder Boy is going to take the corner kick, he has good options since Captain Rita seems to want to participate in the attack, added Feed. The Uzumaki prospect prepares for the ski shot and kicks so that I can catch her. What is this? Narrated an astonished Enrique. Ghoul. He's an absolute genius. The goalkeeper didn't even flare, Mr. Director, what's happening? Feed shouted in total euphoria, and why was that? Well, because Naruto had scored the first goal directly from a corner kick even though no one else had touched it. This is the greatest comeback ever seen in the history of this sport. Naruto Uzumaki just appeared out of nowhere and made the greatest comeback in history, said a hoarse Enrique while putting his hands on his head in a sign of shock. While with Naruto. He had a smile of pure joy as he took off his shirt and started to spin it around like it was a flag, then approached one of the many cameras that were recording the game and started to celebrate while his teammates arrived to celebrate with him. Minute 120 final whistle. The referee decided to end the match, which ended with a crushing 4-9, leaving Real Barcelona as the winners, celebrating their first victory in their last 10 matches. And this match that left us with a big surprise is over, Enrique said with emotion. Certainly this young man is going to be a trending topic in sports news for a whole season, Feed said now with equal emotion. Stay tuned to our channel because we'll also be talking about this colossal comeback, so don't miss our opinions on ESPN, Enrique said. But Naruto. I have to say, you really surprised me, Brad, said a cheerful Rita as she wrapped her arm around Naruto's shoulders who smiled. Don't give me all the credit after all, you also scored 2 goals, Naruto said with amusement to Rita who smiled more. I certainly noticed those 2 goals before looking for you, but I wasn't the one who came back in the match with 5 goals and assisting with the other 2 goals from Andrade and Takashita, Rita said to Naruto, who simply smiled. Well, if you say it like that, I have no choice but to accept the praise, Naruto said calmly. By the way, what tournament are we playing in right now? Naruto asked curiously, to which Rita smiled. In fact, this match gave us the points we needed to qualify for the Intercontinental Cup, at least as the last on the list, Rita said to Naruto, who smiled. Time skip. As usual, Naruto appeared on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Naruto had stayed longer than necessary celebrating his victory, and that, combined with the time zone difference between Canada and London, caused Naruto to lose track of time. So here was Naruto at 6:45 p.m. as he entered the Great Castle and then entered the Great Hall to have his dinner. This caused all the students who were in the hall to turn their eyes in his direction. Oh shit, I forgot that today Professor Dumbledore called everyone to dinner at the same time, Naruto thought as he tried to ignore the whispers of the students about him already being back and other whispers wondering about the woman who took him away in the middle of class. Well, rumors spread fast was the only thing Naruto thought as he arrived at the slithering table and then sat next to Alyssa, who acted as if she didn't care about his arrival. Ah, the master has finally arrived, Alyssa thought with internal encouragement as she felt Naruto's hand go up her thighs to her privacy, which she happily opened a little for easy access. Well, as I kept saying, there are going to be some slight changes to the class schedules, that's all, said Dumbledore as he proceeded to sit in his chair. The students began to eat with calm tranquility, while whispers could still be heard about a certain blonde who continued with his discreet caresses to a blushing Alyssa, who was trying to eat as normally as she could. Naruto kept a smile on his face at all times, as he was really happy with his first victory and his first real match. It was surprising how satisfying it felt to win a match like that, but well, now it is supposed that in a week the Intercontinental Cup tournament will begin, and according to what Naruto was told, this tournament will last at least 3 months and a week, to which Naruto calculated that the final match would take place a few days after he did the third test. But snapping out of his thoughts, Naruto had lost track of time again, and at this moment he was standing up from the slithering table, and shortly after being followed by a blushing Alyssa, discreetly looking around. Naruto noticed that no one was really looking at him at that moment, so blending in with the environment, Naruto discreetly left the dining room and headed to his room, all the while followed by the silent platinum blonde. Time skip 8 minutes. Once they reached the door of his room, Naruto, without waiting any longer, turned towards the now submissive Alyssa and then took her by the thighs, lifted her up and with great violence, planted a chaste kiss on the blonde masochist who simply let Naruto do whatever he wanted to her. Turning around, Naruto opened the door quite forcefully, surprising a certain vampire who seemed to be thoughtful. Hey? What's going on? Asked an alerted Zelda who had jumped in fright to see the 2 students kissing each other. Are these kids these days, Zelda said to herself, calm as she watched Naruto take Alyssa to the bed and then drop her on it, and as if his clothes were burning him, Naruto took off his upper garments and then looked at Alyssa. What are you waiting for? Take off your clothes, Naruto said to the girl who nodded with an already quite excited face and then got up from the bed and began to take off her clothes while Naruto lay down on the bed and watched as the platinum-haired beauty undressed in front of him. Once undressed, Naruto proceeded to point at his crotch with some arrogance. Now why don't you pay attention to me down here, Naruto said with amusement while Zelda watched everything that was happening. Alyssa nodded and then began to unbutton Naruto's pants and then lower his zipper. Now Zelda was no stranger to seeing a hennis for the first time. She had seen plenty of hennizes before and she could only expect Naruto to have an average-sized one. However, what came out of Naruto's pants was nothing like what she had imagined, and that was the cause of why Zelda now had eyes so wide you would think they would burst. Shit, that's even bigger than an adult hennis, the vampire said to herself, seeing the blonde's tool, who simply looked up at her and winked at her. You know, you can always come here and join us, Naruto said as he felt Alyssa clumsily begin to give a blowjob. Zelda, on the other hand, still hadn't gotten over her initial shock. However, once her brain processed what Naruto had told her, she simply stared at him with some curiosity. Kid, do you really think you can handle me? Zelda asked Naruto with amusement, who simply smiled. I have a lot of resistance, so why don't you come here and find out, or maybe you don't trust yourself, Naruto said with amusement, trying to provoke the vampires, which seemed to work. What a naughty boy, said Zelda as her gaze was darkened and followed by a quick movement making her yellow dress fall, revealing that the vampiress was not wearing anything underneath the dress. Then let's have fun, said Zelda as she began to walk seductively towards the masochistic master and slave couple. I agree with you, we're going to have a lot of fun, said Naruto as he placed his hand on the platinum-haired girl's head as it bobbed up and down, while Zelda knelt next to the masochistic girl to start working alongside Alyssa. This is life, Naruto said with amusement as he felt the 2 mouths licking and sucking his erect member. Chapter 11. Hogwarts Castle was as quiet and peaceful as ever, no sound could be heard apart from the slight snores of the students sleeping in their respective rooms. But now that detail gave me ears, why didn't we feel more specifically in the room of a certain blonde magician and resident magic soccer player? If you approached the door of said room you could notice that you could hear absolutely nothing. Okay, that in itself was not strange, the strange thing was the slight glow that came from one side of the door, that in turn came from a set of runes, that for a certain blonde would mean silence. Now at this point I suppose that each one of you readers knows exactly what is happening on the other side of this door, but well, I won't leave you with the supposed doubt any longer, and let's see what happens on the other side. Lemon skipped. Good night rest said Naruto and fell asleep instantly. Time skip. Time quickly passed without preamble, days quickly turned into weeks, and weeks inevitably turned into a month and a half, in which things remained as quiet as ever. Well, that was for the other people, since for Naruto, he simply followed a silent navy that did not give him a single word or look. Anyone would say that this is something normal for her, however for Naruto this was not normal, since that kiss occurred on the shore of the lake, after escaping from those sea creatures she has been avoiding it completely. When Naruto used to talk, she would answer him with small phrases and occasionally smile with him, but now she didn't even do that and didn't even bother to talk to him. Even when Naruto asked questions in class, she didn't answer. And that is why Naruto is closely following Navy, who was trying to avoid Naruto's presence at his side. Well? Are you going to say what's wrong? Naruto asked, already a little fed up with Navy's attitude. However, the only thing Naruto resolved as an answer was a cold nothing. Getting annoyed by this obvious way of avoiding him, Naruto with a fluid movement took Navy by the hand and taking her by surprise, Naruto pulled her into an empty classroom. Navy instinctively felt the sudden movement and tried to pull out her wand, however Naruto took advantage of the weakness of a magician and took her wrist to twist it enough so that she released the wand but did not get hurt. Navy quickly tried to do magic with speech, but Naruto at an incredible speed took out his wand and put it lightly on his stomach. Pat followed by conjuring a spell that prevented the person being touched by the wand from using magic. Navy, what's wrong with you? Naruto asked the teacher, who looked away not wanting to look at Naruto. Come on, tell me, Naruto said, now more relaxed, to Navy. I don't want to and it's none of your business, Navy finally spoke, causing Naruto to frown. Navy, what's happening to you is ruining the relationship we have, so you could say that it concerns me, Naruto replied, causing Navy to simply sigh and look at Naruto with his typical expressionless face. It's about what I did at the end of the second test that shouldn't have happened, Navy confessed to Naruto, who simply stood there looking at Navy with a stick face. Ah, was that it? And? Naruto said to Navy, who also looked at Naruto with a poker face. What do you mean so? Don't you understand the situation this puts us in? Navy asked Naruto, who simply nodded. I know what you're trying to say, but no one has to know about that, Naruto said calmly, stopping touching her with his wand. What are you talking about? Don't you remember that Bobaton's girl and Alyssa saw us kissing? Navy said, already somewhat worried, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow. And doesn't it seem strange to you that at this point not a single student is talking about it, or that even Headmaster Dumbledore has called it to his attention? Naruto asked Navy, causing her to remain completely still while she analyzed what Naruto had just said. Wait, did you have something to do with no one talking about that? Navy asked Naruto, who simply smiled. Well, with Alyssa I didn't do anything, she herself said she wouldn't talk, and with Gabrielle, well, I only talked a little with Fleur and we came to an agreement, although I'm surprised she didn't mind sharing. I guess it's her perverted side, Naruto said with amusement, while Navy put her hand on his chest and sighed with relief until from one moment to the next, she opened her eyes in total disbelief at the detail of sharing. So letting out her aura of death and with a really chilling smile she asked. What did you mean by sharing? Share what? Navy asked Naruto, who just looked at her calmly while the living room door began to open. Well, let's just say that Fleur and Alyssa have a very interesting relationship, said Naruto, causing a vein to start swell on his forehead and the small group that had entered the room to stay listening to the conversation. What kind of relationship would that be? Navy asked now with 3 swollen veins on his forehead. Oh well, you could say that our relationship, as Naruto tried to explain, but it was obvious that it was something difficult to say, and even more so when Naruto finally noticed Navy's angry face. We are her lovers, so to speak, said a smiling Fleur, making her presence known along with the others who had entered the room and obviously drawing the attention of Naruto and Navy, who thought they were alone. However, the French woman's statement caused an uncomfortable silence to take over the place. Oh shit, was the only thing Naruto said, knowing what was going to happen next if the angry faces of all the residents was anything to go by. Minutes later. I can't believe how inappropriate this is, you're still students, you shouldn't be doing that, Navy said sternly to Fleur and Naruto, who at this moment was sitting in a chair next to the wall, while the other girls looked at him with palpable rage. Well, that was with Harriet, Hermione. Ronnie, since Luna on the other hand looked at him with the same look as always, and it didn't seem to bother her that the person she considered someone special so to speak was with someone else, and for Fleur's part, she simply wasn't upset. For Luna, as long as she was next to him, it was fine, so while the others began to argue again, Luna approached Naruto and asked him. "Naruto, do you love them?" Luna asked, drawing everyone's attention, causing them to stare at Naruto for his answer. Now to start, Naruto wouldn't know how to say if he loved Fleur, Alyssa and Gelda. I mean, Fleur was a passionate pervert, Alyssa was a hopeless masochist, and Gelda was a sadist, a strange combination if Naruto thought about it. He had been with them for about 4.5 months, and many things happened between those three that Naruto couldn't help but laugh. That's how Fleur met them one day when he took her to his room, and they had a moment of intimacy. But well, they talk about being fun to be with them. Once Naruto arrived early from one of his training sessions and caught Gelda caressing Alyssa while she was tied with ropes and gagged. It was a funny sight, and more so when the two stopped doing what they were doing to imagine them watching them with an awkward silence, although of course after that Naruto joined Gelda and they had fun together. And with Fleur, well, with her the funny thing was that she liked to have hex in somewhat exposed places. It seems that the girl was excited by the adrenaline of being discovered. So thinking about that, Naruto now wondered what would happen if they took them away from him. Well, the answer was simple: Naruto wouldn't like that to happen, so seeing Luna's impassive face, Naruto smiled. "You could say that I love them," said Naruto, causing the others who were listening to begin to fall into depression. "How can I love two people?" Luna asked Naruto, who didn't stop smiling. "And who said you can only love one person?" "I love them just like a father loves his family," Naruto said calmly. "In that case, Naruto, could you give me that love?" Luna asked, leaving the girls in massive perplexity. "What did you just say?" asked a perplexed Harriet, supported by the others. "I want to know what love feels like," was Luna's only response as she continued to look at Naruto, who smiled at her. "Sure, why not?" Naruto replied. "And you're not upset?" Ronnie asked now, looking at Fleur, who simply denied it. "I don't really care," Fleur replied as she walked with her new lover partner and gave her and Naruto a hug. "You are also invited to join if you want, you know I don't mind, and you don't know the inexhaustible energy this stallion has," Fleur said, causing a massive blush. Leaving the invitation there, everyone dispersed in different directions while thinking about the invitation. Time skip. Time passed again, and the games came and went, Naruto scoring and assisting in different soccer games. Naruto quickly became famous all over the world. There was no one who did not know who Naruto Uzumaki was, the ace of FC Real Barcelona. And although of course they didn't win the games, they continued playing with an overwhelming difference. Like the first game, they still continued winning, with Naruto being one of the team's top scorers. Now it was natural that they didn't win by much, after all they were playing with the best teams in America. But well, the thing was that as the team advanced, Naruto's fame also rose, and this was noticed by the Magical Ministry of London, since Sophia deliberately took Naruto in the middle of classes. Okay, this wasn't relevant in itself, however the mention that the people who took Naruto had a document that allowed them to do that and that allowed him to be in some kind of team caught their attention. So, investigating the Sophia, the only thing they could find out was her nationality, which was Canadian. Contacting the Ministry of Magic of Canada, representatives from London met with them, and from one conversation to another, the representatives from London learned about the alliance between continents and how Europe was the only continent outside of such alliance. Now knowing that it was not beneficial not to be in such an alliance, London quickly contacted the other countries on the continent, and it did not take long for them to respond with wanting to join the alliance. And that is what at this moment an interested Harriet was seeing in her newspaper along with Hermione and Ronnie, since the newspaper said in big letters, "Europa se unile alianza continental." "Wow, that's interesting," said Hermione, reading the following paragraphs. "It says there that Europe is going to try to make technological advances," said Ronnie, now pointing to a specific paragraph. "I feel like the newspaper is thicker than usual," Harriet observed curiously. "It says there that we'll apparently be able to see the most relevant news from other countries as well," Hermione said curiously. "Wow, look at that, what do you think it is?" Ronnie pointed to some kind of futuristic product. They just kept looking at some interesting news and some products they had never seen. As they continued reading the newspaper, the girls began to hear murmurs around the large dining room, and while they might not have been interested in what other people were saying, what intrigued them was the mention of a certain blonde they liked. "Isn't that Naruto Uzumaki?" asked a Hufflepuff boy while looking at the newspaper. "That's the one, but what's he doing at the newspaper?" another boy asked, now from Ravenclaw. "And he's with a woman who looked for him that time," said another boy from Ravenclaw. "Oh my god, look at that amazing six-pack," said a Gryffindor girl, with other girls around her watching the same page as the others, so with intrigue Harriet asked them. "Girls, what page is this?" Harriet asked the girls and they answered. "It's the one in the middle," the girl indicated, to which Harriet curiously opened the page in the middle to reveal that it was a full page in which a smiling Naruto appeared shirtless while running through a field that they recognized as a soccer field. The image moved until an equally happy Rita arrived and hugged him from behind. The girls blushed massively at the image of Naruto without a shirt, however the appearance of that woman hugging Naruto made them twitch, but ignoring that for the moment they began to read what the article said. Once again the boy wonder has managed to lead the team to another victory against Liverpool 3-2. With this victory Real Barcelona manages to advance to the final in the Intercontinental Cup, where they will be fighting for victory against Manchester United. This match will be played on October 3rd in Brazil. Harriet finished reading in amazement at what Naruto had done without them knowing. October 3rd. That's Hermione was about to say but was interrupted by a smiling Naruto. In a week, Naruto said with his head peeking out from behind Hermione, causing her to give a small squeal of surprise. "Ah, where did you come from?" asked an excited Hermione. "Oh? I've been here for a few minutes," Naruto said calmly as he looked at the newspaper and began to rub his chin as if he were analyzing the image. Those cameramen sure know how to take good pictures," Naruto said approvingly. "Naruto, why didn't you tell us about this?" Ronnie asked excitedly. Well, actually it's something complicated," Naruto tried to say somewhat nervously to the girls, who seemed to be somewhat angry for not being informed about the matter. However, a new voice made itself known, calling the attention of those present. "That's because before Europe wasn't in the Continental Alliance, so all relevant information from the other continents couldn't be revealed, but now that Europe joined that's no longer an inconvenience," said a blonde who was dressed as if she were some kind of secretary. "Oh? You're here, Akira," Naruto said, identifying the new person in front of them. "If I remember correctly, she is a character from Tokyo Ghoul. I did watch the anime, but it was a long time ago and I don't remember what her personality was like, so don't expect her to have the same personality as the anime." "Sigh Naruto, I told you I'd be waiting for you at the exit," Akira said with a pout as she crossed her arms. What was it for?" Naruto asked with apparent ignorance, causing a small vein to appear on Akira's forehead. "We have to go to Adidas so you can do an ad for their new cleats," Akira said to Naruto, who just laughed. "It was a joke, of course I knew where we were going," said Naruto, making Akira sigh. "Why do you like to bother me so much?" Akira asked, not really expecting a serious answer since on other occasions he had asked him the same thing, and Naruto responded with, "Because you have an air that makes me want to bother you," Naruto said with amusement, and before anyone could say anything else a certain teacher of possibilities appeared. "Could you tell me who you are?" asked a serious Navy while looking at Akira, who also looked at her calmly. "Oh, hello Navy," Naruto greeted Navy, who simply gave him a look and nodded in his direction. "Oh well, let me introduce you girls, this is Akira Mato, and she's my manager, and as you probably already know, I'm a famous gamer, that's why she's in charge of attending to the companies that want me to use their products in exchange for a monetary value, like in the case now," Naruto said to the girls, who simply stared at him, and apparently that was happening with all the other students in the great dining room, since everything seemed to plunge into an awkward silence. "Wait a minute, you mean to tell me those companies pay you just to use one of their products?" said a confused Ronnie. "That's right, now we have to go," Naruto, Akira said to Naruto and nodded, but before leaving Naruto stopped her. "Oh Akira, by the way, do you have the tickets?" Naruto asked Akira, who nodded. He took a few tickets from his briefcase. Naruto took them and gave them to the girls, who simply took them with confusion. "Those are the tickets for the game, someone will be picking them up on Saturday, October 3rd at approximately 5 p.m, Naruto informed the girls, who were simply looking at the tickets in which the two holograms of. "And why don't you take us?" Hermione asked curiously, to which Naruto simply replied. "Well, on October 1st, I'm going to be in a rigorous practice with Rita, a teammate, and she's also constantly talking about how we're facing our nemesis. Anyway, see you tomorrow at the second test of the True Wizard tournament," Naruto said to the girls, more specifically to Harriet, who nodded. Without further ado, Naruto left the large dining room, leaving the girls somewhat eager for the day of the game to arrive. This was more due to a certain Rita who loved sports. Chapter 12. The day of the third test had arrived, and the small stands were completely filled with students waiting for the test to begin and to find out who would be the winner in this part of the tournament. But let's focus on the tent where the participants were, where in fact a nervous Harriet poked her head out from inside the tent while she saw the dark and gloomy entrance to the immense labyrinth a few meters away. Although Harriet wasn't someone who had many things that scared her, she still had the thought that a Dementor could appear in that gloomy place, one of the few things that scared her. However, the path of her thoughts were diverted thanks to a touch on her shoulder that made her jump a little in surprise. Turning her head, Harriet saw Naruto looking at her calmly. "Are you okay?" Naruto asked calmly, causing Harriet to just nod as a slight thought passed through her head as she turned back to the labyrinth. What if something happened to her in this test? what if she died in this test? She wouldn't be able to confess to the person standing in front of her right now, she wouldn't be able to spend any more time with Naruto, although on second thought Naruto already had Alyssa, Fleur and Luna, so how could she possibly fit into that circle of love, and yet the invitation offered by Fleur still lay floating in her head, waiting for an answer that would satisfy her. In front of her was that proposal floating before her eyes while two options presented themselves, yes or no. For a moment Harriet stood there thinking, she liked Naruto a lot and that was obvious in her mind, but was it a good idea to share the love of your life with other people? Well, Harriet observed Naruto's lovers and in reality she didn't see them complaining about something in their relationship or arguing about any related matter, in fact Luna seemed to smile more often. Fleur was still perverted and cheerful as always, and as for Alyssa Harriet didn't talk to her much so she wouldn't know if she liked being in that relationship, and despite that the relationship didn't seem to have problems so making her decision, Harriet looked back at Naruto and then took him by the hand and dragged him to the back of the tent, which coincidentally was behind the stands and where there was a lower chance of someone seeing them. Wow Harriet, what's going on? Naruto asked in confusion to the little girl who was starting to get more nervous. Well it's about the proposals from that invitation from Fleur said Harriet, already completely red from having to say that. Naruto on the other hand opened his eyes a little in understanding and with amusement Naruto smiled. Is that it, so tell me what you decided? Naruto asked in a hoarse whisper as he approached the little girl who was getting redder and more nervous. Well I want Harriet tried to say, however any answer Harriet was about to say was interrupted thanks to the hands that took each side of her cheeks and forced her to look at Naruto's face, who without wasting time approached and planted a chaste kiss that took Harriet off guard. Her cheeks quickly heated up and a tingling began to run through her entire body at the new sensation of feeling her lips moisten while a furious exchange of tongues occurred inside each mouth. Feeling her legs start to shake from the excitement and ecstasy of the kiss, Harriet looked for a way to hold on, so she delicately moved her two soft hands up from Naruto's abdomen, all the while feeling his six-pack and muscular chest up to his neck and joining her two hands together to hang there. Wanting to go a little further, Naruto began to lower his hands from Harriet's cheeks to her shoulders and then continue going down the side of her breasts, almost touching them to reach Harriet's well-formed waist that felt Naruto's touch, and yet far from wanting Naruto to stop the little girl took the initiative and giving a small jump, Harriet wrapped her shapely legs tightly around Naruto's waist that took a step forward and supported Harriet's back on a wooden post of the stands. The far more daring Naruto who now held Harriet by her thighs, now ran his hand slowly to her firm and tight buttocks to then give them a squeeze, causing the girl with glasses to let out a muffled moan that did not come out completely due to the kiss they still shared. Breaking away from the kiss, Naruto and Harriet simply stood there staring at each other as they gasped for air. I want to be with you was Harriet's final response as she gave a small, loving smile to the blonde who smiled back and gave her a quick, small kiss. Welcome to the family Harriet Naruto replied with validity in his voice. Minutes later. Very well, to pass this test you need to find the hidden sword in this maze, began Dumbledore as he had the participants around him. But be careful because there are a lot of dangerous magical creatures inside, warned Dumbledore, causing Harriet to swallow a little. Now, if you feel you can go no further, cast a flare spell so a team of teachers can quickly search for you, said Dumbledore. Good, now you may take your places at the different entrances to begin the test, said Dumbledore to the participants who nodded and began walking to the entrances. Okay, this third test was pretty simple, or well the rules were simple, since they only had to look for a sword in a giant labyrinth that measured a good number of kilometers, so much so that you couldn't actually see where the labyrinth ended. And yet Naruto thought that the test was not that difficult, after all he had fought a dragon and had been frantically escaping from two underdeveloped fish in the previous tests, meaning what could be found in this labyrinth. Well, maybe Naruto would have reconsidered that statement if he actually knew that this labyrinth had never been fully explored, even though many claimed to have fully explored it, however, they were far from having fully explored the place. But well, leaving that aside, Naruto now approached the very nervous Harriet who was currently in front of her respective entrance, so placing one of his hands on the shoulder of his most recent girlfriend, Naruto gave her a reassuring smile. Calm down Harriet, don't worry, you just have to stay alert and nothing will go wrong, Naruto tried to reassure Harriet, which seemed to have a little effect. But what do I do if a creature appears that I can't defeat? Harriet asked nervously. Don't worry Harriet, just remember what they taught you in class, Naruto said as he remembered a particular class. Memory. The day we will transform animals into glass cups was said by a calm McGonagall who was standing in front of the class. End of memory. Stupid educational plan, Naruto complained in a whisper after all why did they want to transform animals into cups, I mean the place is full of cups, so why screw up the life of a poor animal by turning it into a cup, but anyway leaving that aside, Naruto once again focused on his new girlfriend. You know what, it's better not to think about that and instead try to cast a spell on everything that moves, after all we are in a labyrinth too big for any of the four of us to meet by mere chance, said Naruto, while looking around to make sure no one was watching them, and in a fluid movement, Naruto gave one last kiss to the little girl, along with a soft squeeze of her buttocks that made her moan. Take care Harriet, if you feel that you can't continue you know that you can withdraw from the test, you don't have to force yourself to continue, said Naruto with a smile as he turned around leaving a somewhat calmer Harriet who nodded to herself. But the third test of the Triwizard tournament begins. Dumbledore announced through a loudspeaker to all the cheering stands as they watched the participants enter the maze, while each of the entrances began to close, leaving a wall of branches and leaves. Once Naruto saw how the place he came in was completely closed, it was as if he had actually been teleported to some random place in the labyrinth, because almost instantly the labyrinth closed, the screams and music of the people quickly ceased, and now only the cold silence of the labyrinth remained along with a bright moon that illuminated the many corridors of the labyrinth. Saying goodbye to embark on the search for the sword, Naruto began to walk through seemingly random corridors, always with his wand ready for anything that might happen. Naruto was walking for about 13 minutes until he finally noticed that something really strange was happening with this labyrinth. Now you will wonder why this sudden feeling of strangeness, because every place, every corner and every tear that Naruto gave, he memorized it to know at all times in which part of the labyrinth he was. However, this was already the third time that Naruto tried to return to the place where he came from, only to realize that the labyrinth was no longer the same. The labyrinth is constantly changing, Naruto said to himself, now leaving me to memorize his retirement, since it would be a waste of time. In that case, Naruto decided to go with his plan B, and what one would think was the fastest way, so kneeling down, and with the use of his runes on his ankles, Naruto took a great leap in the air, so that instantly Naruto had to use the runes again, this time to dodge a fireball that you almost insinuated. Dropping back to the ground, Naruto sighed as his plan B was dismantled. Well, it seems they don't want us to cheat, Naruto said to himself, now starting to run around the place at random, hoping to run into the sword. Turning to his right, Naruto came across a dead end, so smacking his lips Naruto turned around, only to find that the labyrinth had changed, and behind him where he had come from was now another wall. Naruto didn't even have time to think about going to his left when that path quickly closed, leaving only one path Naruto could go. Raising an eyebrow, Naruto began to run down the only available path. And as Naruto ran, he noticed how the entrances always closed, leaving only one path, and Naruto was not stupid. Naruto knew that the labyrinth was guiding him somewhere. Maybe the first times Naruto would not have suspected, but now this really was not normal, so following the path he was being guided to, Naruto finally stopped at a dead end. What? The labyrinth brought me to a dead end. Naruto asked himself in confusion at this strange event. Turning around to go back, Naruto again ran into a wall blocking his exit. This caused Naruto to be in a cubicle where he could not go anywhere. This has to be a joke, Naruto said to himself, now really confused as he thought of some reason that caused this event. Can the labyrinth set traps? Or was this done by a teacher as a test? Naruto asked with a frown, however his thoughts went away when he saw two flares light up brightly in the night sky. So two people left, Naruto said to himself, watching as the figures of the rescuers arrived on brooms, but Naruto couldn't think much about that when he felt the first wall that prevented him from passing begin to open, completely revealing a field wide enough to fit half of Rita's mansion. And right in the middle of this small field was a humble cabin, in front of which a small path went from the door to a small wooden bridge that crossed a small river that went under the walls of the labyrinth, and around it some flowers and fireflies flying through the night place. But at night, Naruto just stood there with an impassive face while his brain tried to process this strange occurrence. Really, what was a cabin doing in the middle of this maze, and how come no one had noticed the cabin in the first place? I mean, there were people flying on broomsticks at this time, and it didn't seem strange to them to see a cabin in the maze. Leaving his questions for another time, Naruto decided to take a tentative step towards the place, not really sure that anything would happen if he approached the cabin, which seemed to be inhabited, if the illuminated window was anything to go by. Crossing the small wooden bridge, Naruto began to hear a kind of music that seemed to come from a piano as he continued approaching the cabin until he finally reached the wooden door that seemed to be quite old. If the music doesn't come out, search YouTube for Under Giant Trees. The music gave a touch of tranquility to the environment, and at the same time they seemed really unmotivated. It almost seemed a shame to have to interrupt the music when there was a knock on the door. Sigh, well, whatever God wants, Naruto said to himself, knocking on the door. The bus stopped abruptly, and for a moment there was an abrupt silence in the place. However, a few seconds later they began to hear footsteps approaching the door, and then it opened, and from inside appeared a woman with long black hair, silver eyes, an emotionless face, a scar on her cheek and a French servant outfit. I know that's probably some spit on your cheek, but I'm going to make it a scar. Minutes passed in which the two just stared at each other without even making a move. Naruto at this moment was prepared for anything. Naruto could feel how every rune in his body was burning awaiting one of his orders. Why ask? Because Naruto knew that this woman in front of him who seemed to be about 4 or 5 years older than him was someone equally dangerous like Zelda, so staying still with his body prepared for anything Naruto stood there to see what the woman would do. More minutes passed like this until the maid finally decided to speak. "Who are you?" asked a maid's monotonous voice, almost resembling Luna's, only more mature. "I am Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto said with apparent calm, while the maid gave him a slight bow. "Nice to meet you, Naruto Uzumaki, but if you came looking for my master, I have to tell you that he is not there," said the maid with her always impassive voice. "Master? No, I didn't come looking for your master," Naruto said to the maid who raised an eyebrow. "So what are you looking for?" the maid asked, to which Naruto simply shrugged. "I didn't really come here to look for anything, the labyrinth just brought me here," Naruto replied calmly. "Oh well, would you like to come in for a cup of tea?" the maid asked Naruto, who stood for a few seconds weighing the invitation until the two had to look at the night sky when they saw a flare light up the starry sky again. Sighing in relief, Naruto turned to the maid and nodded at her proposal. "Sure, I would like a cup of tea," Naruto said, to which the maid nodded and entered the cabin followed by Naruto. Once he entered, he took off his school cloak and hung it on a coat rack. "Please sit down," the maid said to Naruto, who walked to a sofa in the small living room in front of another armchair and a small table in the middle. Looking around, Naruto noticed that the cabin was probably enchanted with some space spell that made the interior of some place larger. He also noticed that the place was actually quite cozy. In a corner at the back was the piano where the maid was playing that melody a few moments ago. However, his sight finally fell on a particular painting in which there was a man in his 60s standing next to a woman of the same age while they smiled. In another portrait he saw the same people, now younger, but now a boy of about 15 years old appeared, but Naruto could not continue watching since the maid came out of the store with 2 cups, a teapot and some cookies on a tray. Placing the cup in front of Naruto, the maid began to dress the tea and then poured it into the other cup at the other end of the table in front of Naruto and finally placed the cookies between the two. So sitting in front of Naruto, the maid calmly took a sip of tea, deciding to try the tea. Naruto also took a sip, only to be surprised by how good it was. "Wow, this tea is quite good," Naruto said calmly but showing his amazement. "Thank you," Naruto said, the maid giving a small bow. "Well, and what is your name?" Naruto asked as he took a cookie from the middle and brought it to his mouth. "My name is Emma," was the simple response from the now recognized Emma. "Well, Emma, nice to meet you," said Naruto, returning a small bow to the maid who nodded. "And when will your master return?" Naruto asked tentatively while savoring the delicious chocolate chip cookie. Emma on the other hand remained silent for a moment until she finally answered. They won't come back," Emma said, causing Naruto to stop mid-cookie, having a suspicion of knowing what was going on. There were 2 scenes that could have happened, that Emma's teachers abandoned her here or that they died, so asking the black-haired girl in front of him, Naruto spoke. "Where are they?" Naruto asked, to which Emma gave a brief glance to a window behind the house where Naruto could see 3 tombstones next to each other. "Oh, sorry for your loss," Naruto said sincerely, to which Emma shook her head. "Don't worry, it's been a while since I left this world," Emma said calmly, emphasizing the quite a while. Naruto seemed to realize that and decided to ask. "How long are we talking about?" Naruto asked tentatively, to which Emma replied. "It was 167 years and 94 days ago," Emma said calmly, making Naruto almost spit out the tea. However, Naruto held back his surprise simply because the tea was quite good and it would be a waste to throw it away like that. 167 years, Naruto said to himself without really knowing that it could be true that someone could live as long as Zelda. When thinking about Zelda, Naruto thought that Emma could probably be a vampire, so without wasting time Naruto asked. "Emma, are you a vampire by any chance?" Naruto asked, to which Emma remained silent for a while until she finally answered. "No, I'm not a vampire, I'm an elf," Emma said as she moved a few strands of hair, revealing Emma's pointy ears. Okay, Naruto at this point was seriously wondering what was happening. First he meets a vampire, now he meets an elf, what was next, a cat or a fox? Leaving his surprise aside because Emma was going to ask him something, Naruto paid attention to her. "And what were you doing wandering through this treacherous maze?" Emma asked calmly. "Well, you see, I'm in a tournament that's being held at the school where I'm at, and it turns out that one of the tests in this tournament is about finding a sword in this labyrinth," Naruto explained to Emma, who nodded at the explanation. "Oh, then you have to go," Emma said, to which Naruto nodded as he looked at the door and felt Emma's attentive gaze, so turning to look at her, Naruto noticed how Emma quickly took her impassive gaze off Naruto. Looking away, Naruto again felt Emma's penetrating gaze, so that Naruto turned to look at her again and her gaze stopped once again. This made Naruto break out in a sweat and now he couldn't help but feel bad about having to leave Emma here alone again, so sighing Naruto proposed the following. "Emma, do you want to come with me?" Naruto asked, to which Emma remained silent. Are you sure, Naruto? Emma asked, to what Naruto said. Well, if you don't want to, Naruto was going to say yes. However, Emma suddenly wasn't sitting in front of Naruto anymore and was now standing in the doorway with a small suitcase while she waited for Naruto. How fast, Naruto thought with a drop of sweat, seeing the impassive Emma waiting for him. Taking the last cookie, Naruto began to head towards the door with Emma and then put on his school robes and leave the cabin. Once outside the cabin, Naruto turned to Emma and asked her. Is it okay to leave the cabin like this? I mean, won't it deteriorate? Naruto asked Emma, who simply directed her gaze at the small cabin and recited a prayer in a language that Naruto didn't know what it was. Immediately everything stopped around the small cabin, the plants, the fireflies, even some sheets that were hanging on one side remained completely still. Wow, that's amazing, Emma. Naruto praised the maid, who nodded. Thank you, master, said the elf, causing Naruto to look at her in confusion. Master? Naruto asked, not knowing when he had asked the maid to be his servant. Yes, master. Don't you want to be my master? Emma confirmed and asked with her impassive look, almost challenging Naruto to refuse, and Naruto knew that no matter what he refused, the always impassive maid would continue calling him master, well, although there was no real reason to refuse in the first place. Sure, why not? Naruto said with a smile, to which Emma nodded. Thank you, master, please take care of me, said Emma as she began to walk around the cabin with Naruto until they reached the tombstones of Emma's former teachers. Goodbye, teachers, the time has come for me to retire. It was a pleasure serving you for so long, said Emma in the rumbas of her former teachers. Let's go, Emma, said Naruto, to which she nodded and began to follow Naruto to some random entrance of the labyrinth, leaving the cabin that had been Emma's home for so long. Minutes later. Emma, have you ever walked through the labyrinth? Naruto asked, to which Emma nodded. Yes, I did it when I was looking for an animal to hunt, Emma said, to which Naruto nodded. And do you know how the maze works? I asked again. Emma nodded. I know every pattern in this maze, every change it will make next, Emma replied. That's pretty good, however I don't think you know where this sword I'm looking for is, said Naruto, to which Emma denied. Well, it was to be expected, with the labyrinth constantly changing and without knowing exactly where what we are looking for is, we won't know how to find it, said Naruto as he turned to his left, and as if a merciful god was listening to his worries, there was the sword stuck in a rock at the end of a corridor that was beginning to shake. Oh shit, Emma, can you run? He asked his maid, to which she nodded, so Naruto started running with the help of the runes on his ankles and being closely followed by Emma, who seemed somewhat surprised that Naruto could run so fast. In less than 6 seconds, Naruto and Emma had traveled through the corridor that had now closed, and if Naruto had to calculate, he would say that there was between 75 to 80 meters of distance. Until I finally find you, said Naruto, looking at the sword with some annoyance after spending so much time searching for said sword. Well, we better take it to get out of here, said Naruto, who was about to take it. However, before taking it, Naruto stopped when he felt that a particular rune was starting to heat up. Wait, Emma, Naruto asked Emma, who stopped taking the sword. Something is wrong, said Naruto, since the sword was enchanted, although Dumbledore had commented that the sword had been enchanted to teleport anyone touched by the sword out of the labyrinth. The strange thing here was that the sword had 2 teleportation spells, and its rune said so, since it heated up to a certain amount of degrees when it sensed spells on objects. So for example, if the sword had only had 1 spell, the rune would not have gotten as hot as it was now, although of course it was not as hot as Pat being a nuisance. What's wrong, master? Emma asked, to which Naruto replied, Op. This sword has 2 teleportation spells when it should really only have 1, Naruto informed Emma, who nodded in understanding. And what do we do, master? Emma asked, to which Naruto remained thoughtful. Well, we'll have to find out where this sword will teleport us to, said Naruto, putting his hand a few inches from the hilt next to Emma, who now took Naruto's hand. So taking the hilt, Naruto and Emma disappeared along with the sword. Unknown location. Naruto and Emma appeared in a kind of gloomy cemetery where strangely there was a large cauldron boiling some kind of strange liquid. A hidden test? Naruto asked in confusion as he left the sword stuck in the ground and approached the cauldron and looked around to see a bunch of ingredients hidden behind a statue with a scythe. Well, it seems we have to do something with this, said Naruto as he took the 2 bags full of ingredients. Do you know what to do with these ingredients, master? Emma asked as Naruto looked at the blackish purple liquid in the cauldron. Well, it seems to be a multi-juice potion. It is a somewhat complicated potion to make, but not impossible for me, said Naruto as he approached and searched for some ingredient in the bag until he found. Well, here it is, seeing that this ingredient hasn't been used yet, I must assume the potion is on its way, Naruto said while throwing what looked like sheep eyes at the cauldron. Minutes later. How strange, I swear those were the ingredients used for the polyjuice potion, Naruto said, scratching the back of his neck in confusion as he watched the cauldron shake and the liquid bubble strongly until from one moment to another the cauldron stopped wobbling and the viscous liquid inside evaporated at an incredible speed while a face of smoke emerged from it, apparently in agony as it dispersed into the air, letting out a heartbreaking scream. Naruto and Emma just stood there in silence seeing that strange reaction of the position. And from one moment to another Naruto now found himself crouching near the statue with a scythe while making circles in the grass with a twig. I'm really bad at making potions, Navy is definitely going to be disappointed in me, Naruto said to himself, really depressed while Emma patted him on the back. Well, what can we do? Come on Emma, let's go back, Naruto said, to which Emma nodded and gently took Naruto's hand so that he then took the sword again and they disappeared. A few seconds after Naruto and Emma left, a fat guy appeared with a face resembling a rat. The guy was hideous, but well, it seemed that said guy was tired of waiting and decided to go take a nap while he waited for Harriet to appear. Said nap was interrupted when he heard the scream of agony that made him wake up abruptly from the good sleep he had at that moment, so hurrying to the place the man with the rat face paled when he saw the empty cauldron and the ingredients that had cost him so much to gather were no longer there. Oh shit was the only thing the guy said. Chapter 13. Hours had passed in which the last participant had not left the labyrinth. This was something worrying for the teachers. Well, actually it was not so worrying for them, since it was just an ordinary student who had wanted to participate in a tournament where he could obviously be in danger. It was funny to think about though, since 2 hours ago they were so worried they could say they might have a panic attack at any moment. Why? Well, that was because 2 hours ago Harriet, the girl who lived, was still in the maze. It was incredible the careless demonstration of favoritism of the teachers towards Harriet that just seeing it made you want to shout in the faces of said teachers how hypocritical they were when they said they had no favoritism, even Dumbledore showed favoritism towards her. And yet Naruto was glad that Harriet ignored such flattery and favoritism. Anyway, the thing was that everyone was waiting carefree except for an almost panicked Navy that was about to enter the labyrinth and look for Naruto. However, everyone's attention went directly to the familiar distortion that occurred when something or someone was being teleported. A few nanoseconds after the distortion stopped fluttering in the air, a calm Naruto appeared while holding the sword in his right hand. At that moment Naruto did not have time to greet those present when his small group of for the moment friends and girlfriends quickly approached him to greet him and welcome him. This commotion masked the presence of an impassive Emma who remained behind Naruto the whole time. Her impassive face and aura of absolute tranquility also helped the elf in a maid outfit to be almost imperceptible to everyone's sight. This fact was actually quite good since Naruto totally ignored explaining to the teachers what he was doing with a maid inside the labyrinth, so he signaled Emma to sneak away or do something to avoid being noticed. Nodding at her new teacher's signs, Emma calmly repeated words in that language that Naruto didn't recognize, and a few seconds later Emma's body quickly began to become transparent until it disappeared from everyone's sight. That was a good technique. Of course, while there were spells that made you invisible, they always left large traces of residual magic because the entire body was being wrapped in magic to make you invisible. But what Emma had done left absolutely nothing. It was as if she had never been there literally, so making a mental note to ask her about it later, Naruto focused on receiving hugs from his girlfriends and potential girlfriend candidates. But well, in the end of the third test was not celebrated much, and quickly everyone was already full on their sides. Naruto, on the other hand, was leaving being followed by his usual group while they talked about the test and its difficulties. Throughout this journey the girls couldn't help but notice the obvious closeness of a certain brunette towards the blonde, who wasn't bothered by the fact that the girl with glasses was so close to him, almost as if she were about to hug him all the time. So with palpable curiosity, Hermione was the one who decided to satisfy her curiosity, and that of all the others. I see you're much closer than before the test started, Hermione commented tentatively as she tried to hide her jealousy as best she could. It's true, what is the reason for this sudden attachment? Surprisingly asked the always shy Rani, who at this moment no longer looked as shy and nervous as always. Well, she didn't look like that since she found out that Naruto was in a relationship with Fleur, Alyssa, and Luna. Temporarily moving away from the blonde, Harriet looked at the others with a somewhat controlled blush before proceeding to speak. Well, how do I say it? Harriet said nervously until with a more determined look she proceeded to confess. I'm dating Naruto now, I'm one of his girlfriends. The green-eyed girl finally confessed to those present, who simply stared at her as if they were processing what she had said, until after about 30 seconds, the ones who reacted first were obviously Naruto's current girlfriends, who smiled big from Fleur and Alyssa, and a small smile from Luna, who quickly approached Harriet to give her a group hug and welcome her to the family. However, Hermione, Ronnie, and Navy had faces of disbelief. Had Harriet really agreed to be in a relationship in which she had to compete with her husband with 3 other different women? NT. Remember that none of them apart from Melissy, Fleur and Luna, know Zelda. Well, time passed again, and now at this moment Naruto was waking up thanks to the bastard rays of sunlight that entered through one of the windows of the luxurious room in which he was. Sitting down on the oversized bed, Naruto hatefully looked around only to see a certain elf maid wearing pajamas enter the room with a tray with 2 plates of food. "Good morning, master," said Emma's always monotonous voice as she placed a long bedside table on Naruto's thighs and then placed one of the plates of food on it. "Good morning, Emma, did you just wake up?" Naruto greeted and asked Emma, who simply nodded since she had to get up early to reduce the room service that brought breakfast. However, leaving that aside, Naruto patted the empty space next to him so that Emma could join him for breakfast, so getting into bed, Emma calmly settled next to Naruto to also start eating. Although Emma had insisted that she would prepare breakfast for him, Naruto persuaded her that after they returned to Howard or to the house he was about to buy when he finished school, she could serve him whatever he wanted. Now you're probably wondering what's Naruto doing in a luxurious apartment instead of Howard. Well, the answer is very simple, since the game was just a few hours away from starting and also because he was promoting the latest Adidas cleats. However, Naruto's thoughts were interrupted thanks to the fact that he no longer had anything on his set, combined with the entrance of 2 blondes that Naruto knew very well and that Naruto swore were sisters. "Are you sure you're not sisters?" Naruto asked with the normally raspy voice of someone who had just woken up. "Naruto, she's German and I'm Canadian, how can we be sisters?" Sophia informed her for the 50th time while she watched Akira with her ever-faithful briefcase. "Right, oh by the way, I have something important I want Akira to do during the match because if not I won't be able to win," said Naruto with a smile with hints of amusement. Hours later. "Do I really have to do these lectures?" asked a bored Naruto, who got out of a luxury car followed by his new maid, who now wore an outfit similar to Akira's. "If you have to," said a calm Sophia as she got out of the same car. "I don't know why you're complaining, they're paying you to answer irrelevant questions," added Akira, somewhat annoyed by something totally different from the conversation they were having at the moment. "Yes, I know, but the questions are getting repetitive," Naruto said, signing a notebook distracted from the crowd taking photos. "Master, aren't you worried that Alma signed some document that takes something from you?" Emma asked, seeing how Naruto didn't even see what he was signing. This question made Naruto smile. "Not really, after all nothing I've bought is in my name," Naruto began with amusement since Naruto wasn't stupid and knew that something like this could happen. "All my things are in the name of a foundation," Naruto said calmly, confusing Emma, who didn't know what he was talking about. After all, Emma didn't know much about the outside world, so seeing the confusion of his maid, Naruto proceeded to explain. "The foundation is like a group of people who campaign to donate money to people in need. However, the foundation where my things are does not do that. The purpose of that foundation is simply to have all my things in its name. There is even a bank account that is in the name of the foundation," Naruto informed Emma, who nodded. "And who is the owner of that foundation?" Emma asked, to which Naruto smiled more. "Me, of course," Naruto said with amusement. "NT. This information is true, so if any of you become millionaires, remember this fic and thank me later." Minutes later. "Naruto, how do you feel about this match?" a random reporter asked as Naruto sat next to a long table that was filled with stickers of different brands. "Well, I would say that I feel excited, but I'm trying not to get too excited and keep my mind calm," Naruto replied with almost the same answer he had given in a previous conference. After all, what else was he going to answer? "Are you confident of winning the finals?" another reporter asked, to which Naruto simply replied. "Many things can happen in a match, so victory is not guaranteed," Naruto replied, causing the reporter to write it down in his notebook, and Naruto wondered what he was writing down, and it was the same answer as other conferences. "What do you think about the video those girls made for you on social media?" a reporter asked now, causing Naruto to smile. "Oh, finally an interesting question," Naruto thought with amusement as he remembered the video that was made by a group of college girls for him. The video consisted of each of them drawing Naruto's name on their tits and his jersey number on their buttocks and then starting to play soccer in a bikini on a beach, presumably in Brazil. "Oh, that video was pretty good. I guess I'll go say hi to those girls for doing something so good," Naruto declared with amusement while Sophia and Akira face-palmed each other, since that kind of question was better answered with hilarious answers because otherwise they could be misinterpreted. "Mr. Uzumaki, what do you think about the new ace of Manchester United? Do you think you're better than said ace?" asked another reporter, causing Naruto to remain silent for a few moments, thinking about these questions. Naruto had heard and seen matches of said ace and Naruto could actually say that his skills were quite good. It could also be noted that said ace had appeared about 2 weeks after his debut, so they had been on the fields of the major leagues for almost the same amount of time. "I must admit that ace is pretty good and this Intercontinental Cup final might get pretty interesting," Naruto replied with a grim smile. Hours before the match. "Ready, what do you think, master?" asked an impassive Emma while holding a hair clipper with some scissors. Wow, I really hit the jackpot with you, Emma, Naruto said as he ran his hand through his cropped hair. In this short period of time, Naruto had discovered a lot of things that Emma could do. The food she cooked was bucking good, the place where she lived was always kept clean, no matter how much time passed. Although things didn't seem very impressive, in reality that was only a little of what she could do, since a few days ago she had commented that she could do quite destructive spells. This led Naruto to ask about said ability. To which Emma replied that quite a few years ago, about 480 years to be exact, she belonged to the elven army that was in conflict with the Dark Elves. However, after the conflict was settled and peace was made, Emma no longer had anything else to do in the army, and since fighting was the only thing she knew since she was born, she simply dedicated herself to wandering until she met her masters. This story had made Naruto wonder how old Emma really was, however the story was interrupted when her girlfriends entered the room and began to talk about other things that continued to talk about lewd things that inevitably ended in an orgy in which Harriet lost her virginity. Coming out of his thoughts, Naruto quickly continued looking at himself in his mirror and could tell that the change in his look suited him quite a bit. NT. Taking advantage of the fact that I posted this image, I can see the signature under the ear. I thought it would be a good idea to make the rune similar to it. Good job, Emma, Naruto congratulated with a smile as he turned towards the aforementioned and patted her on the head and then went to give her a bath and remove the remains of the head that were left around her head and body, leaving Emma touching her head in a chibi form with her always stoic expression. Minutes before the game starts. Naruto was in the locker room as he began to put on his sports uniform, and as usual the place shook a little in anticipation of the game starting, so taking a box of wine red sneakers with the Adidas Lotus, Naruto proceeded to sit on one of the benches in the locker room and then opened the box and revealed some black cleats, and on one side of them, the distinctive 3 lines seemed to be floating. Shit, this time they really showed off, Naruto said to himself as he took out one of the tacos and was surprised to even feel a little weight. They are so light, Naruto said in surprise and then put them both on and didn't feel any weight. Okay, this is on another level. The previous ones didn't weigh much, but these it's almost as if I had nothing on my feet. Meanwhile in the VIP box. Look how many people there are, said Ronnie's excited voice as he approached the window and saw the crowd of people from different countries in the world. Although the state of Quidditch is bigger, Ronnie said to herself. Well, according to what I heard, this sport has only existed for 60 years, unlike Quidditch, Hermione added. And where is Naruto? I don't see him, and the white one asked an anxious Navy who was looking for her blonde student. He's in the locker room getting ready to leave in about 15 minutes, said the voice that everyone recognized as Naruto's manager, so turning around they all fell silent when they saw Akira with half of her face painted white with Naruto's name in red and on the other half the crazy team drawn. For several moments nothing was said and they simply stared at the blonde manager until Fleur spoke. Well, you are a big fan after all, Fleur said with amusement. Wow. Where can I get one of those? Asked an excited Ronnie and Alyssa, one because she wanted to support her not-so-secret love and the other to show how loyal she was to her teacher. Well, follow me, I'll tell you where you can get your face painted, said Akira, a little better at not being the only one who would have her face painted. Wait for me, I want some too, said the sleepy moon. Well, little by little, everyone joined the group to go paint their faces to support Naruto, even the always serious Navy joined them. Minutes later and they had all returned with their faces painted in different shapes, but the same color and the same name of the person they were supporting. Why? Here we are once again in the Intercontinental Cup final, with 2 teams that were rivals in their best times, said the voice of one of the narrators with quite a bit of emotion. We are certainly witnessing the resurgence of real Barcelona, a team emerging from the shadows once again to rise above the rest and take victory, said the other commentator. But we can't ignore the fact of how Feed's lineup is going. Look, both teams are going to play aggressively, and each with their star rookies. Without a doubt this is going to be a clash of titans, Enrique commented while looking at the lineups. With Naruto. The team was already prepared to enter the court, Naruto keeping calm and some noticeably nervous, if the slight trembling of feet was any indication. Seeing that this could be an inconvenience, Naruto opted to talk and try to encourage his companions. Friends, calm down, I know you're nervous because for some of you this is the first time you've tasted this in a final, Naruto began calmly while everyone listened to him. And maybe you're expecting me to give you a speech about teamwork, about how we'll do it right or some such crap. However, I'm not going to tell you any of that, Naruto continued talking while a small drop of sweat appeared on everyone's face. Instead, I'm going to ask you to imagine the feeling of holding the cup in your hands while 2 million spectators shout your names in applause while your rivals lament. It's nice, right? So the only thing you have to do to achieve that feeling of victory over your opponents is to leave your soul on the court, so let's give it our all in this match, was the speech given by Naruto that left everyone in stunned silence. The nervous murmurs of some of the team members could no longer be heard, and the trembling feet of some had long since stopped shaking. Instead, now everyone had an unwavering determination. At that moment, the doors that indicated they should advance began to open, letting the screams of the fans be heard loudly. "Without anything else to say, we're going to win this bucking game," Naruto said as he started to leave the corridor towards the box, and then stood still for a few moments watching the stands fill to the brim with spectators. Once everyone saw him, the stands began to shake, and the fans began to shout his name with enthusiasm, followed by the rest of the team following his example, and went out with determination to the field. "That was a rather peculiar speech you gave in there," said an amused Rita who approached Naruto. "Well, I figured it would work," said Naruto, who looked up with a smile. However, their little dialogue was interrupted by a voice that caught their attention. Well, how long has it been since we faced each other, or I mean how long has it been since you reached our heels," was the voice of a brunette who approached the duo with malice, until she was in front of Rita, who frowned in annoyance. "It's been a while since I saw your smug face in front of me. What's going on? We ran out of carrots at your house and you came to ask me?" Rita asked with amusement, causing the brunette in front of her to frown. "You know very well that I was drunk," the brunette excused herself with a sharp look. "Whatever you say, Mirko," Rita said with apparent disinterest towards the now recognized Mirko. "Jump whatever, so you're the highly acclaimed star rookie who dragged this team to the finals," said Mirko, trying to annoy Rita by mentioning being dragged to the finals. "Well, you couldn't say that I dragged them, they just needed a push," Naruto said calmly, to which Mirko smiled. "Well, the game you debuted in doesn't say the same thing," said Mirko, bringing up the fact that if Naruto hadn't been there, the team would have surely lost. "Well, I didn't score all the goals, this big girl scored 2, Naruto said as he leaned on Rita, who simply let Naruto lean on her. "Jump, well, since you're here, why don't I introduce you to your counterpart," Mirko commented with amusement while signaling to his team group for the Manchester Ace to emerge. As Naruto approached, he noticed her short black hair and her slim body with muscles made for speed. He also noticed a few scars on some parts of her body and face, and she seemed to be more focused on wrapping some bandages on her arm than paying attention to them. "She is Maki," Mirko introduced to his ace. "Hello," Maki greeted curtly, causing an awkward silence to fall until a referee was finally heard asking them to take their positions. "Don't hold back, Naruto," was the last thing Rita said to Naruto before going to his defense position. Nodding at what Naruto said, he began to walk to the middle of the court to find himself face to face with Maki again, who paid no attention to his presence at all, so shrugging his shoulders, Naruto simply waited for the referee to throw the ball. "Are you ready?" the referee asked Maki, who simply nodded. "Are you ready?" I asked again, but this time to Naruto, who smiled. "You bet," Naruto replied, and not even 2 seconds later the ball was thrown into the air, and as if a switch had been pressed, both Naruto and Maki jumped in search of the ball. In the finals they always do this type of serve, so that both had the same chances of getting the ball. However, since Maki was a little taller than Naruto and apparently had the same jumping distance, she managed to touch the ball a little with her head. Thinking he could retrieve it once they hit the ground, Naruto simply waited for his feet to touch the ground. However, Naruto's eyes widened when a blur passed by the umpteenth of the two and took the ball. "What?" Naruto asked in surprise, turning to look behind him to see a smiling Mirko landing with the ball in his position. "I'll keep this," said the brunette, then started walking towards the arch. "Should," Naruto said to himself, so that once his feet touched the grass, he took off at great speed towards the defensive line to prevent Mirko from showing off his powerful cannon shots. However, it was too late when Mirko took his foot back and with a maniacal smile, hit the ball, causing it to shoot out with a rarely seen speed in the exact direction of the angle of the goal. Regretting his late reaction, the goalkeeper tried to put his hand in, but even he knew he wouldn't get there in time, so already prepared to jump for his goal, Mirko started to run and celebrate, but that idea went to shit when a serious Rita appeared to put her foot in the path of the ball, causing it to go wide. "Awesome save, director," Enrique shouted in surprise. "The game is starting and Manchester already has a chance to score," commented Feet. "The ball is going out for a corner," Enrique said as a Manchester United player prepared to take the corner. Preparing to kick the ball, the player, instead of throwing it into the area, gave a pass to a lonely Maki who caught the bath and simply watched with boredom as the real Barcelona midfielders were going to try to take the ball away from her. And it wasn't until it was late when the half-campers realized that Maki was no longer in front of them, but had already passed them and was behind them while advancing at great speed while dribbling. However, a few meters from reaching the dangerous area, a serious Naruto stood in front of him. "You're not going past here," said Naruto while he waited for any movement from Maki, who simply feinted to the left and then changed direction to the right, only for Naruto to appear in her path blocking her way. So passing the ball behind her, Naruto thought it was a feint to the right, however what he didn't expect was that Maki in the middle of that dribble lifted the ball and with her heel hit it so that it passed over Naruto, causing Naruto to take his eyes off her, giving her the opportunity that she is in an explosion of speed to pass it, and with monotonous grace, she kicked the ball towards the goal where the goalkeeper intervened in time. However, a few inches away the ball took a little spin enough to hit the side of the goalkeeper's hands, causing the ball to bounce into the goal. "Ooh!" shouted the always animated Enrique as the fans once again began to celebrate their team's goal. "It's incredible how Miss Maki can haggle like that," Feed commented with a smile. Back with Naruto. He simply looked at the ball inside his own goal with apparent surprise. He really didn't expect her to make that movement, so changing his sight towards the serious Maki who seemed to be approaching him, Naruto thought she was going to say something to him, however, contrary to that, she simply ignored him and passed by. Looking down, his hair shadowing his face, Naruto allowed a smile to appear on his face. What is this pressure of emotion? Naruto asked himself as he looked at his hand and felt his blood begin to circulate faster, now full of adrenaline. I found someone at my same level, Naruto said again, now calming his face to leave it in a somewhat impassive face to turn to see Maki's back and say. This feels really good, Naruto said to himself as he felt the sensation of competing with someone equally skilled as himself. However, before Maki could get any further away, she finally seemed to notice the blonde's presence and proceeded to turn towards Naruto and say with a sharp face. Is that all this team can offer? Maki asked with a hint of disappointment, then turned around without noticing how abnormally still Naruto had become. Now Naruto could allow many things before becoming the person he was now, before he could let them insult him and belittle him, but like I said that was before. Now Naruto was not going to allow this poker-faced chick to belittle him. So looking up with a noticeable swollen vein, Naruto simply smiled to head to the middle of the court where his teammate was to start the game again. Oh yes, Naruto was going to show him how much he had to offer him, so receiving the ball from his teammate Naruto noticed Maki and Mirko stand in front of him to prevent his advance, however Mirko had to open his eyes wide upon noticing something, even Maki's always sharp gaze also had to open a little in surprise, since in front of them, where Naruto should have been there was absolutely nothing. Ahead, do you think you're the only one who knew this trick? Naruto said mentally as he was already behind the two girls who could only turn their eyes. The trick was to have great speed and know how to exploit it when your opponents blinked. That's right, just a blink was enough to lose someone in this game if you had enough speed. But what? That trick, Mirko said, only for Maki to finish it for her. It was mine. Maki finished with some surprise when she saw Naruto put his leg back and then kick the ball, which took the effect which confused the goalkeeper, and he didn't know where the ball was going until it was too late. Duel. And here's the other prodigy tying the game. This is a battle of skills. Tell me, TV viewers, who do you think will win this hard-fighted war of wills? Shouted an enthusiastic Enrique as he felt the stands go wild and the fans scream with euphoria. Without a doubt the two fastest goals in history, just 4 minutes into the match. What awaits us in the next 3 hours and 56 minutes? Now it was Feed who spoke with emotion. But the girls. Yes, come on, love, show them who's boss, said an excited Alyssa while eating a Hoy dog. That's it, baby, you can do it now. It was Fleur who encouraged from the VIP box, while the three calmest of the group, which were Navy, Luna and Emma, simply watched the game in chibi forms while waving flags with Naruto's face. Back with Naruto. He walked straight through the middle of the two players without looking at them until he looked at them out of the corner of his eye and said. Is that all this team? No, this is all you guys can offer me? Naruto asked with an amused smile on his face, causing the two alluded to smile back. Naruto Uzumaki, you just caught my full attention, said a smiling Maki who finally saw Naruto recognizing his presence. Okay, brat, let's have fun, said the amused Mirko as she watched Rita stand next to Naruto, and now the four of them were staring at each other. Minute 27. Naruto sneaks down the right wing while sweeping past Taylor and Gustman. He throws a cross. Oh my god, what a precise cross to Rita's head. Enrique narrated almost agonizingly. Duel. And Rita scores the goal that put FC Real Barcelona in the front, narrated the always animated Enrique, while on the screens, Rita was seen grabbing Naruto and taking him in a harmless neck lock to celebrate the goal. Minute 46. The Manchester ace, Maki steals the ball from Richard, but Naruto appears to intercept it, but it is not very effective because Maki quickly takes it away and deceives the goalkeeper with a feint and passes the ball to Mirko, and Enrique continued narrating while the ball went into the back of the net. Duel. Incredible. And so the game is tied again. This match is definitely the best we've seen in generations, commented Feed. And so the game continued for the next few hours, goals coming and goals going, yet the score never strayed beyond a 1-all letter tie. At this point the game had become so intense that the fans' animosity was at its peak, so much so that each goal caused earthquakes that some Chileans in the stands would swear they felt like they were in Chile. However, the match was already at a critical point with only 5 seconds left to complete the estimated 4 hours, with a score of 6-6. Seconds later and everything started to shake, and yet this time it wasn't the fans who caused the shaking. This time it was the same stadium that began to shake as the ball went by itself to the middle of the field and then began to turn a bright gold. A few seconds later the entire stadium detached itself from the ground and began to rise below the clouds, while the stands divided into several pieces that remained levitating around the field. Golden lights began to appear everywhere and as if it were a roar, the fans were heard screaming. Golden Ghoul. And so after many lessons, 47 players out of the game, 9 players in intensive care and 4 exhausting hours, finally after 40 years we can witness the second final that reaches the legendary Golden Goal feed, narrated now with notable emotion. So hold on tight and take all the pictures you can because this is going to be a moment that marks sports history throughout the wizarding world. Enrique shouted with all the strength he had. Back to the painting. Naruto was exhausted as were Rita and her 2 opponents. Naruto at this moment had a line of blood running down his nose, his shirt was soaked in sweat that was combined with blood from other players or his own blood. He also already had several bruises forming around his body and face, and yet Naruto was no better than Rita and her 2 opponents. Rita on the other hand had a swollen eye, and her shirt was almost torn like the others, also saying that she had a split lip and bruises all over. Although Mirko's bruises were not as noticeable due to his tanned skin, some could still be seen here and there, and like Rita, Yam's eye was swollen to the point where he couldn't open it, and his nose was possibly broken. Maki was already stripped of her broken glasses, which had been shattered by a well-delivered punch from Rita, which even had a couple of pieces of glass still stuck in her cheeks and on her abdomen, which was visible thanks to the thin fabric of her shirt. A large bruise could be seen thanks to her trying to deflect a ball that Naruto had thrown with all his strength. The 4 of them were breathing heavily and heavily, as if the air refused to enter their lungs, tired to the point of exhaustion from playing and receiving blows for 4 hours straight. His team had been playing with their last reserve players for quite some time now, and yet paramedics had to rush in to take away 1 unconscious Manchester player and 3 unconscious Real Barcelona players. Now Naruto's team was not in a favorable position, with their opponents having 10 players and theirs having 8, this really looked very bad for them. Drip. Naruto looked slightly at his shoulder as he felt a drop fall on it. Drip drip. The screams of the fans were no longer heard, and Naruto had to look up to begin to feel the billions of raindrops that began to fall on them to mix with the sweat and blood they had shed for this important game. Naruto could feel the incredible amount of anxiety shielding Sophia in the players' box, as he could also feel the gaze of billions of spectators who had their eyes on them, however he could also feel their gazes in the VIP box. So looking in their direction he gave them a reassuring smile that didn't have much effect due to the debts on his face, but was interrupted when he heard the referee's voice. The last one who had the position please go to the middle, ordered the referee, to which a tired Mirko and Maki went to the middle, and as if the referee knew of their great fatigue and not wanting them to rest, he gave the starting whistle, and almost instantly Mirko gave the pass to Maki who advanced forward and then began a game of quick passes between her team. Although they were no longer playing as fast as in the beginning, they were still precise in their paces and were very effective in finding holes in their defenses, which they did not take long to find due to their lack of players. So soon a rival player found himself in a good position to shoot, which he didn't hesitate, and the ball was heading towards the goal, however the goalkeeper was able to stop it and deflected it into the sky. This calmed Naruto a little, however that calm didn't last long when he remembered a certain brunette who jumped too high. So, gritting his teeth, Naruto strained his foot muscles and with effort, looked at the trajectory of the already kicked ball, then jumped and placed his face in the path of the ball and effectively diverted it. Naruto? Are you okay? Rita asked, approaching her charge as she watched Naruto take his nose and with a movement readjusted. Yes, I'm fine, come on, we have to win this, Naruto said with all the calm he could muster at that moment, while his feet shook frantically when he had to stand up. Minutes later and the game was quite agonizing, and with the teams now reduced to 6 players each, and Naruto's team staying on the defensive waiting for an opportunity which was about to arrive very soon. Cannon shot. From a noticeably frustrated Mirko, and ouch that must have hurt, narrated Enrique as the Real Barcelona goalkeeper was being carried off on a stretcher with a broken nose and 3 missing teeth. Now the team is in real trouble, without a goalkeeper they are too exposed, commented Feet. What is this? Real Barcelona's star player is taking off the goalkeeper's gloves. It looks like the star forward is going to be the goalkeeper in this last stretch, said Enrique as he saw Naruto position himself in the goal. But Naruto? Come on, damn it. Don't give up. Naruto encouraged his companions who seemed about to faint. Minutes later. Naruto jumped with his hand extended to intercept a perfect shot from Maki, which due to Naruto's interference was deflected towards Rita, who passed it to a teammate so they could start moving forward. However, once they stepped on the midfield, a furious Mirko appeared and kicked the player in the face and stole the ball from him. "Shit, if this keeps up, we'll wait, I can feel it, this is the scent of a goal," Naruto said to himself as he watched Mirko about to kick the ball, without realizing Rita's intentions right next to him. Instinctively Naruto's sore legs began to move forward slowly until it quickly became a fast forward run. "What is this, Mr. Director?" Naruto Uzumaki, the team's current goalkeeper, has just left the goal and is heading at full speed towards the opponent goal. Enrique narrated as he stood up from his post in surprise. "What are you doing, Naruto?" shouted a panicked Sophia, who for the first time in a long time had changed her serious face for one of disbelief and fear. However, Naruto didn't listen and just kept running until he saw how Mirko kicked so that the ball didn't even travel 4 inches away so that it was intercepted by Rita's foot, causing the ball to bounce back. Being stunned for a moment, everyone was ready to look for the ball, only for the Manchester team to see in horror how Naruto was already in front of the goal with his foot leaning back, and as if everything stopped, Naruto kicked with all the strength he had left. Silence fell in those few seconds as everyone processed what had happened until, as if something had been understood, everyone shouted with joy. Even the Manchester fans had to admit that it was incredible and unexpected. Taking all he could of his remaining strength, Naruto ran towards a tearful Rita, who was also running towards him, followed by Naruto jumping on Rita and hugging her, and not long after the other companions joined them. Chapter 14. Ascending from the sky, a large stadium returned to its place where it was before the golden goal was announced, and inside was a blond man running towards the stands, followed by his teammates who were still able to move. Jumping to the edge of the stands, Naruto began to celebrate with his fans who hugged him and shouted with joy. Shortly after, a happy yet tearful Rita joined Naruto, who took off his somewhat torn shirt and forcefully threw it to his fans, who fought to obtain a shirt that would possibly cost quite a bit of money. Walking away from the euphoric fans, Naruto was thrown to the ground by his other teammates who pounced on him while the fireworks exploded with a beautiful colorful rhythm and confetti fell all over the stadium. In the VIP box, everyone was jumping for joy, while some hugged each other, like in the case of Harriet and Ronnie, who hugged each other with joy. Hermione was more than happy, while she had a kind of giant fawn glove with the name Naruto, while behind her were Navy and Emma with the same gloves, and although they were both serious, Navy's joy was more noticeable than Emma's, who although she was happy, her impassive nature did not let her express herself. But the storytellers. "I can't believe it, here it is. The goal that makes the difference, a goal that changes things, a goal that allows FC Real Barcelona to rise above all others on the American continent, a goal that allows them to emerge from the darkness, a goal that says we are still here," was the inspiring speech of an euphoric Enrique while in the middle of the stadium, a small altar was placed, and soon after the clouds began to accumulate while lightning twisted inside the cloud. And knowing what was coming, everyone watched expectantly as a lightning bolt fell directly on the small altar, causing a flash. A few seconds after the flash disappeared, everyone could now see a trophy with a rather extravagant design. Lines of lightning still danced lazily around the majestic trophy, while the small altar at a great speed began to dismantle and reassemble itself, consequently becoming much larger until finally it was a great altar that rose up in view of all the spectators, and on top of it sat majestically the trophy for which the now 11 starters of FC Real Barcelona had fought so hard and were now climbing the stairs to glory. Almost seeming like an eternity, the 11 starters had finally been able to climb to the top and were finally in front of the Intercontinental Trophy, their first title after a long day of defeats and failures. They could finally taste once again the taste of glory, that taste that had been denied to them a long time ago. So standing in a circle around the trophy, each of them took it, and with the strength they had left and ignoring their ailments, they raised the trophy above their heads. Once again the spectators began to scream hoarsely at the top of their lungs, marking a historic moment in the history of the magical sport. And there was the face of a calm Naruto, while he was reflected by the glass of a display case, and some flashes illuminated his face momentarily to reveal that behind said display case was the Intercontinental Trophy with its aura of majesty. It had been almost a month since that historic match had taken place, and the paparazzi still seemed to get extremely excited when they saw him visiting a clothing store with his girlfriends, dining in a fine restaurant with Sophia and Rita, or simply when he walked through the streets, whether in Germany, the United States, Argentina, Portugal, Brazil or any other country. Now Naruto was known worldwide, and there was no one who didn't know him unless they weren't a fan of the sport. Joining more in his thoughts while seeing the trophy, Naruto thought about everything that had happened in this last month. To begin with, Naruto now had a mansion that he bought with the great fortune that he got from his fame. Now Naruto was actually going to buy a regular two-story house, thinking of only hosting Emma and Gelda. However, the insistence of a certain French blonde that she wanted to live next to him incited all the others to ask the same, and it was actually funny to see how Navy with her tsundere aura finally gave in and asked to be allowed to live with him. While having all the girls living with him wasn't a problem, the problem itself came with a depressed Hermione and a sad Harriet. Okay, well Harriet wasn't a problem, since it was obvious that her aunt and uncle wouldn't care if Harriet didn't show up at their house. However, those disgusting leeches still received some sort of pension from the government that they didn't bother using on her. Instead, they would most likely use it to buy presents for that sack of shit son of theirs, so it was possible that they were reluctant to hand Harriet over for that reason. However, Naruto, with his knowledge of Manga laws, filed a lawsuit against them for child abuse, theft, harassment, and many more lawsuits strong enough to put that dysfunctional family in jail for a long time. Now, a small problem lay in the evidence that Naruto had no great strength to evade and instead threw verbal feints. Yam combined entities that Harriet's uncle ended up singing like a rooster at 5 in the morning. No doubt Harriet would be happy when he showed her the papers signed by the judge, indicating that now her new host was going to be Professor Navy since she was an adult. Now the problem with Hermione was more complicated than Harriet's, although the problem was also familiar. The problem was not abuse, but rather that Hermione did not want to leave her parents' house and hurt them in the process. In short, Hermione's situation was more delicate. So with all the calm in the world, Hermione spoke with her parents about the fact that she wanted to stay at a friend's house for the whole holidays, omitting to say who else would be living with her and her relationship with him. This obviously did not please her parents, and they refused the idea. However, Hermione insisted. In the end, Naruto didn't know how Hermione managed to get her parents to accept. Now that Naruto started to think about the matter, he couldn't help but think that in reality Harriet's problem was more complicated than he thought. But while leaving those thoughts for another time, Naruto calmly turned around as if it were the most normal thing. Naruto began to leave the place while autographing sheets, posters, t-shirts, balls and many other things. While doing this, Naruto had to laugh at the memory of that time when a bunch of lawyers came to Howard with the same property transfer papers with his signature on each one of them. And you didn't have to be a genius to know that some of those people he autographed thought it was a good idea to try to take everything away from him. That day Naruto didn't tell them that there was absolutely nothing they could take from him and simply watched as the lawyers began to argue among themselves to keep his things. Now Naruto didn't know why they were trying to take things away from a rookie like him, although having won the Intercontinental Cup and made him earn a good amount of money, it still didn't compare to the amount of money that all the other famous players who had been playing for a while had. But well, the matter ended in that none of those stupid lawyers could get anything from him, and instead what they received was a counterclaim that, needless to say, he won each and every one of them. This caused that each one of the people who wanted to take his things in the first place ended up paying him a large amount of money that Naruto spent wisely on one of the most luxurious and expensive vehicles in the magical world. Aside from that, Naruto hired a driver who wasn't named Sebastian, but Naruto still called him that because he sounded like a movie butler. Leaving the headquarters of his club where the trophies they had won were kept and left on display, Naruto walked calmly among the fans and paparazzi who were being held back by some guards who were watching over the safety of the famous players. Reaching the end of the Naruto fan road, he was finally greeted by a man of about 75 years old and somewhat gray-haired who bowed to him. Behind the man was the car he had been thinking about a few moments ago, a car of immaculate white and with some rather elegant intricate designs. "Mr. Naruto, where do you want to go?" the older man asked, making Naruto think for a moment until an idea finally came to his head. Now that idea wasn't to go to his new house and have his new companions drag him around to ask him what color was best to paint the walls of the bedrooms or bathrooms. No, Naruto had an idea that he sincerely thought would be a good idea to pass the time. How about you take me to the University of Amsterdam?" Naruto asked, to which the man in butler clothing nodded. "At your service, sir," said Sebastian as he opened the vehicle door for Naruto, who got in calmly to reveal that at least 20 people could fit inside. Without a doubt, magic could be quite useful on occasions. Now Naruto said it because in reality there were really useless spells that they also taught at school, but well, it was not the time to think about that. "Let's go, Sebastian," Naruto ordered, to which the driver nodded and started the car, causing it to start levitating. As a more aesthetic event, the tires began to hide inside the car until they could be covered by white doors, making it seem like they were never there. To finish, the car turned in a specific direction, and as if it were a blur, it disappeared in pure speed. Netherlands University of Amsterdam. "That final was pretty exciting," was said by a seemingly amused voice, while he seemed to be chewing on something. "Arissa, don't talk with your mouth full," another voice spoke, reprimanding a somewhat disheveled blue-eyed blonde. However, the monotonous tone of voice didn't really seem like she was reprimanding her. Yes, of course, Maria," the blonde named Arissa responded with disinterest to her companion with black hair with pink-tinged lines. "Hey Maria, do you think he saw the vid over there?" Arisa was going to say, however she was interrupted when another person entered the empty classroom, so looking back the two girls turned to see the third member of the group, a girl with black hair and cut a few centimeters above the shoulders, chocolate brown eyes almost reaching gold, or well, that was on her right son, since the left one was being covered by an eye patch, as a last detail was her clothing. Since she was wearing the FC Real Barcelona shirt with a distinctive number 20 behind it. "Be destined once again to intertwine our meeting and our vie," the girl said with a voice that you would hear in a movie narrator, however the girl's entrance was interrupted by Maria. "But the same sweater again, Maharu. Maybe that's why everyone thinks we're weird," said Maria trying to make a joke, however her monotonous voice didn't seem to help her, anyone else would think she was serious, however the other girls actually knew she was joking, thanks to years of friendship. "NT. I know her name is Amaharu, but well, I removed the O from the beginning to see if she would stop dreaming so Japanese, but I see that it didn't work, so I'll leave her with her original name." "Maria. I already told you not to interrupt me when I make my entrances," claimed the aforementioned Amaharu, while she stopped making her epic entrance and simply walked towards her two friends and proceeded to take out her lunch, which consisted of a sandwich. "And what were you talking about?" Amaharu asked, then took a bite of his sandwich. "Well, I was going to ask Maria if she thought Naruto had seen the video," said an excited Arisa. "Of course he must have seen it," replied an equally excited Amaharu. "Well, that's obvious, but do you think he's interested? I mean, you know he's a famous player who led his team to victory, do you really think he's interested enough to come see us?" said a monotonous Maria while eating a chocolate cupcake. Now there was the thing, they had made the video for 3 reasons. The first was to show how much they gave him. Okay, maybe there were many more ways to show their fanaticism toward someone than drawing Naruto's name and his jersey number on their tits and butts, but hey, for them this was the most effective way to get his attention, after all the other ways were already too worn out by other fans. The second reason was for the simple fact that they wanted to meet the person who led the team they supported, since they were girls to victory. And the third reason was actually quite simple and obvious, because he was incredibly hexy. Now they, as good fans that they were, knew that Naruto was underage, but that didn't take away from the fact that Naruto himself didn't look underage. He looked more like an 18 or 19-year-old boy than a teenager who had just turned 17. "Come on girls, he's coming." He said it in that conference before the final, Amaharu said optimistically. "Celebrities always promise things, but very few of them deliver," Maria said monotonously. "Oh come on Maria, have a little more optimism like Amaharu," Arisa said calmly, however she herself knew that Maria was right and there was no visible possibility in which Naruto was going to visit them, however there was something that they did not know about Naruto, and that was the fact that apart from being on his way to get there was that when Naruto said he was going to visit them, he meant it. "Good, why aren't we going back to classes? We have to use simulation software," Arisa said with her faithful cheeky smile back. "Which classroom was that class in?" asked a confused Amaharu as she put away the container that held her lunch. "In lounge A352, Arisa replied confidently. "It's the B143, I'm amazed by its mental capabilities," joked Maria, however Arisa and Amaharu didn't react to Maria's mean and occasionally cruel jokes and pranks and simply continued on their way. Walking through the long corridors of the Magic University, the girls walked calmly to the classroom corresponding to the subject they were going to teach. On their way the girls themselves received looks of disgust so great that they could reach toxicity from the other female university students, but from the male university students there were other looks that said pure lust in their eyes. Okay, although this was normal for them, it wasn't always like this. This had been going on for at least 6 years, and to start this little story, we will have to go back 6 years when they were still in school. Years ago. The blonde who you already know as Arisa was talking with her friends at recess as she normally did, the topic of conversation. Well, the topic was the same as always, talking about how horrible a hairstyle a girl had, the horrible nails that other girl had, and making fun of many other things about the girls around them. To sum it up, they were gossiping. "Look at those shoes, I'm sure her grandmother wore them," said a random girl from the group. Ha, they all laughed at a random girl at school. That was one of the many jokes they made among themselves, one at a time, but the other, however, every time the group of girls looked away to look for a target to make fun of a certain blonde, the fake smile would be removed from her face and she would simply stay there waiting for her group of friends to make fun of someone else again to put that fake smile back on her face. "Hey, do you know who she is?" a girl from the group asked when she saw short black hair that reached her shoulders and an eye patch. That question caught Arisa's attention, and with curiosity she looked up and saw the girl approaching a group of boys who were playing soccer on a synthetic field in front of the school. "Does he think he's a man?" a girl from the group asked mockingly as they watched a girl with an eye patch start playing with the other boys, who seemed to be making fun of the girl as well. "And what if she's one-eyed?" They made fun of the girl again, while one of the boys who was playing with the black-haired girl purposely put his foot in her way to make her shut up, which inevitably happened and gave the group of girls more reasons to make fun of her. In the end, it all ended when the bell rang, indicating that recess was over and it was time to return to classes, so laughing one last time the group of girls began to leave the place without realizing that Arisa had still been staring at the black-haired girl lying on the floor of the court until she slowly began to get up with a smile that Arisa recognized as a fake one. How did she know? How could she not realize after all she had been making the same fake and disgusting smile for quite some time? Arisa followed her with her gaze the whole time until she finally saw the black-haired girl leave the synthetic court and walk up to a bench and greet another girl with the same black hair, but with pink lines and a face of total monotony. Arisa actually had to be a little surprised at not noticing the girl on the bench, after all that kind of hair wasn't that hard to distinguish. However, Arisa couldn't continue watching the two girls when a teacher grabbed her shoulder and caught her attention. "Miss Arisa, in case you haven't noticed, classes have already started," the teacher said to Arisa, who nodded distractedly and then stood up from her position and started heading to her classroom, but not before giving one last look to the two girls who were also going to their classrooms. Minutes later. And again there she was listening to the hypocritical conversations of her group of friends. Arisa knew how fake each and every one of them was, after all. Every time one of the group was missing or did something they didn't like, the others would spend the whole day talking bad about her. However, the next day when said girl from the group returned, they would hug each other, as if they had never spoken badly of that girl. Arisa didn't know and didn't want to know how many times they spoke badly of her, so when they came with their words oozing with hypocrisy, Arisa simply stood on the sidelines and received them with a fake smile. Arisa would never say it, but she would really like to have male friends. After all, they were more simplistic, fun and said things to each other's faces, or well, those were the majority after all. Not all could be good. An example were those idiots who played in the soccer team. However, being in a group of men couldn't work in the end either, since although it was fun to be with them, sooner or later one of them would end up confessing to her, and things would get awkward between that boy and her, which would cause the group itself to become tense. Letting out a sigh of exasperation, Arisa stood up and asked to go to the bathroom and get away from the absurd conversations of the group she was in. Today she simply didn't feel like listening to those conversations that much, so leaving the classroom, Arisa walked through the empty hallways of the school while listening to the bustle in the other classrooms. Once she arrived at the girls' bathroom, Arisa proceeded to enter, and immediately a couple of voices reached her ears, cursing because she couldn't have a moment of peace. Arisa was about to leave when a name that she knew very well reached her ear again. "You really have Rita on your staff, damn how lucky," said the voice with surprise, drawing the attention of Arisa, who approached the booth from where the voices were heard. "But you have Leonardo Bonucci and Harry Maguire," the other voice replied calmly. "But you know Maguire can't hold a candle to Rita as a defender and he plays for Manchester United," the other voice replied. Okay, Arisa now knew exactly what they were talking about, and it was true. Maguire wasn't even close to Rita, and that was a universal fact. How did Arisa know that? Because she was a soccer fanatic and she also liked to admit privately that she was one of the biggest fans of FC Real Barcelona. "Yeah, sure, Maguire is obviously better than Rita, just like Real Barcelona," the monotonous voice stated, a vein popping up on Arisa's forehead. Okay, Arisa could stand 6 hours of stupid conversations, people talking bad about her behind her back or to her face. However, Arisa wouldn't allow someone uneducated to speak blasphemies about her team and players, so kicking open the door, Arisa let out what she thought. "You dare to blaspheme my team, you ignorant bitch. I'll show you who's better than who. Come on, answer me, you damn bitch," Arisa barked with rage in her voice, while the two girls inside the cubicle were stunned while holding their cell phones that were playing some kind of game. As if the whole school had heard her, the place fell into an absolute and uncomfortable silence, in which the blonde was finally processing what her outburst had done. However, the two girls were still processing what was happening. After all, from one moment to the next they were playing soccer strike, and now someone was calling them uneducated. A few seconds later, Arisa was now visibly blushing and really didn't know what to do in this uncomfortable situation. However, the action of the black-haired woman with pink undertones of moving to make room indicated to her that she was being invited to come in, which Arisa instinctively accepted and, somewhat calmer, she entered the cubicle and closed the door again. Now the situation was more than silent and tense, and they didn't know what to do. After all, they were in a cubicle in the girls' bathroom with Arisa, a girl belonging to the popular girls group at school. "So do you want to play?" asked a nervous Amaharu, handing her cell phone to Arisa, who saw Amaharu's game and template, so opening her eyes in some surprise, Arisa took the cell phone and in amazement said. "I don't believe it, you have Van Persie and Griezmann," Arisa said in surprise. However, she smiled, and with some arrogance, she took out her own phone and entered the same game and said. Although your squad is good, I have Haaland and Lukaku, Arisa boasted, causing Amaharu to now take Arisa's cell phone and, in surprise, deny it. This has to be a joke, and you have it in Toti. This is too unfair, complained Amaharu while Maria peeked behind his shoulder. After this exchange began what everyone would call a beautiful friendship, but as everyone expected this decision was going to have consequences. After all, the friendship with Amaharu and Maria was not going to be hidden forever, and as it was inevitable everyone found out, which led to the group of Arisa's ex-friends starting to do what they were experts at doing, creating stupid but credible rumors. This was where the looks of disgust began, and the nickname that would mark them for the rest of their time at school, the trio of bitches, and yet, the friendship of these three never faltered for a second. After all, Arisa and Amaharu could now smile for real, and for Maria, well, she was always like that, and the truth is, I don't think she'll ever change. Then flashback. Entering the classroom, the three girls ignored the stares and simply went to their lonely chairs at the back of the room and once again gave thanks that they were in a university, since as the subjects were taught in different classrooms, the students could not scratch their chairs and write things on them, although Yam still doubted that they were childish enough to do so. After all, they were in a university, they should have matured by now. Amaharu, how did you do with the FPS fluid settings? Arisa asked calmly as she took out a folder and a laptop with her club's logo and the most famous players on the team below the lotus. I still can't make the game run smoother, and you? How are you doing with the graphics? Amaharu complained with annoyance while taking out his own laptop with a copper from his equipment. I still can't get Megan Rapinoe's face to stop looking so old. Maria, how are you doing with the fluidity and server errors? Arisa asked. The server is the same as the PUBG servers, Marie replied with a sarcastic tone that only Arisa and Amaharu noticed. What they were doing was something they had banned each other a year after their friendship had formed. After playing all the games related to magical soccer, they were never satisfied with the game, since there always seemed to be something missing from the game they played, and this really irritated them to no end. So this was the first real goal they would accomplish no matter what, so there were 3 soccer fans trying to create a game for 5 years now. Although the game they had created could already be played, it was still not as accessible as any other game, since the servers were crashing and bugs were everywhere. However, they never gave up and kept trying to fulfill this demise. Okay, let's start with the classes, said a teacher with pink hair and a seemingly always furrowed brow. Everyone at the university knew that this professor was one of the youngest and newest to teach classes, however her lack of experience in the workplace did not seem to make her nervous, since she seemed to always exude an aura of seriousness around her. Finally, apparently she was half Dutch and half Japanese, but everyone said that she got more of her Dutch side than Japanese in appearance, since in height, you could say that she got her Japanese side since she was a little short. And finally, her name is Kurisu, a Japanese name. Okay, let's get started. Today we're going to do a simulation of Kurisu was going to say, however a knock on the door interrupted her, so going to the door to attend to the person, Kurisu opened it to reveal a blonde man of the same height as her. For a moment Kurisu stared at the blonde man for a moment, wondering why this boy looked so much like that famous boy who played soccer. However, she couldn't think anymore when all the members of the class opened their eyes wide in absolute astonishment, and with a collective shout they said, NNN, Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 15. Magical University of Amsterdam. A university that certainly wasn't the best in the world nor the worst. In a certain sense, this university was in the balance of good and bad. After all, quite renowned magicians came out of these facilities. However, these successes were overshadowed by the high rate of students who ended up working as prostitutes or selling drugs. These two things were the daily bread not only at the university, but throughout the country as well. But well, now that we have given a brief introduction to this topic, we are going to focus more on the commotion that, despite being quite scandalous, also had reasons for said scandal. After all, the recent young man who rose to stardom in magical soccer was walking calmly through the halls of the university, being followed by a group of 4 women. Well, rather, there were 3 since the 4th was trying to convince her 3 students to return to the classroom. As a calm Naruto walked forward, he signed a few shirts with his name and waved to the cameras of some students taking photos, as well as the paparazzi who didn't take long to appear after a group of students posted on social media that he was there. However, this didn't stop the small group from continuing to walk, ignoring the questions from the reporters who wanted to know why he was there in the first place. Naruto was no longer bothered by the overwhelming feeling of the cameras focusing only on him and the reporters asking questions, then bringing the microphone so close that they were about to hit him. However, that wasn't the case with the 3 girls following him, who only answered vaguely or simply became a stuttering mess under the pressure. Once they left the main gates of the university, they quickly approached Naruto's rather expensive car, which was opened by an Alfred who remained on the sidelines the entire time, with a serious face distinctive of a quality butler. Entering the car, followed by his companions, Naruto finally took a seat in the fine leather chair, and then heard the sound of the door being closed, isolating them from all the noise outside, effectively leaving them in a quite overwhelming silence. A silence that sincerely calmed the girls after all the revelry, so feeling how the car began to move, Naruto was going to speak, however whatever he was about to say was overshadowed by the angry voice of a pink-haired woman, directed at a somewhat recovered Maria, Arisa and Maharu, who only looked at her with confusion. "I can't believe you guys left class like that. The university statutes dictate that if you leave the classroom, you will be given a penalty," scolded Kurisu, who, in case you don't remember, is the professor who teaches them at the university. This scolding caught Naruto's attention for two reasons. First and most obvious, she just interrupted him. Okay, that didn't really bother him, in fact our blonde wasn't upset in any way, no more than that he was intrigued. Second, Naruto realized that the pink-haired girl hadn't even realized that he had gotten into her car, which at this point had already traveled a considerable distance from the university, and in fact she seemed to be getting quite comfortable in the place, if her action of leaning back further in the fine chairs was anything to go by. However, not wanting to interrupt her as rudely as she had done earlier, Naruto simply moved his hand to an armrest so that with a small impulse of magic channeled into his finger, he activated a rune hidden there with the function of blocking a hidden drawer that quietly came out, revealing some cold soft drinks due to another rune whose function was to keep the drinks cool. So, opening one with the least noise possible, the blonde simply dedicated himself to watching the curious scene of a teacher scolding her students who just sat with their heads down listening to the sermon. "You three have disappointed me, I can't believe it, and you're no less than my three best students," Kurisu scolded the three who didn't know what to say to refute their teacher's scolding. "Do you know how bad a mark of leakage will look on your graduation records, and all because of what? Because of that blonde?" she scolded and asked while pointing at Naruto who, upon being pointed at, stopped drinking his soda and then greeted. "Hello," Naruto greeted with a calm smile, however this did not dissipate the teacher or the three students who were still immersed in the scolding. "Unforgivable. You know I care about you, and I only wish for a bright future for you," Kurisu scolded again, while she was already feeling the symptoms of dehydration due to her anger. This was caught by Naruto, who took another soda to give it to the teacher, who took it while giving her a quick thank you. "Do you want some too?" Naruto asked the other three, who nodded gratefully without really remembering that at this moment they were in the presence of the highest rated player in the history of soccer when it comes to skills, so taking out 3 more sodas, Naruto gave them to the girls who drank them calmly, leaving a pause while they recovered the energy from his scolding. This was enough to notice their surroundings and remember why they were there. Therefore the 3 girls slowly turned their heads until they saw Naruto, who was watching them closely. "Hello," Naruto greeted again upon noticing that they finally noticed his presence, however the reaction they gave was surely one that Naruto expected, but certainly not the first one he expected to happen. They fainted. But that was a very late reaction, was Naruto's only reaction due to the fact that they had already seen it moments before, but well, maybe it was because the whole situation was so surreal that they couldn't believe it and simply thought it was some kind of fantasy. Now Naruto didn't want to be a narcissist, but the fact that he was interviewed by a bunch of television stations, sports channels, being in some short commercials, and that his face was printed on around 40 buildings around the world was enough for at least a little bit of fame to go to his head. But coming out of his brief musings, Naruto now noticed that the pink-haired teacher was now staring at him with a face of few friends, so raising an eyebrow at the threatening look, Naruto simply asked. "What?" Naruto asked curiously at what the pinky girl was going to say. "Are you trying to kidnap us? Because if so, then I'm going to call the police right now," accused a teacher with her eternally furrowed brow and her attitude with clear airs of tsundere. Naruto, on the other hand, simply stared at her with a blank face as the car stopped at a traffic light near a building in the magical world of Amsterdam, in which a giant poster was illuminated, revealing an image of the real Barcelona club with all its players on the cover, and in front was Naruto next to a smiling Rita with the Intercontinental Cup. This clearly caught the attention of both, who turned to look at the poster, leaving an awkward silence, letting the pink-haired girl finally begin to put the pieces together, until from one moment to the next, the pink girl dropped down, as did her 3 students. "Well, I guess it was to be expected," Naruto said calmly as he continued drinking his drink and saw on a magic screen in his car a news item saying that the shirt he threw to the fans at the Intercontinental Final was sold for $500,000. Time jump. Okay, Kurisu wasn't someone who watched a lot of sports. In fact, the only time she watched sports was when the news touched on those topics and the different developments that occurred in the world of sports. However, since it wasn't something that really interested her, she often ended up not paying attention to it and instead went to do something else that she considered more important. However, there were times that, although they were very few, they still occurred. Those times were when she didn't have exams to grade, papers to grade, essays to read, projects to review. The pink-haired woman seemed almost forced to stay sitting on her couch with quite clear signs of excessive use to watch that category of the news in which men and women, mostly men, played brutally dangerous sports. And although Kurisu was someone ignorant of the sports world, one of those occasions still occurred, and at one point the news talked about a 15-year-old blonde boy who led his team to win the Intercontinental Cup. Kurisu could actually still remember his expression of disapproval upon learning that such a young teenager was playing a sport in which he had a high probability of ending up crippled. Apart from that, in the image of Naruto on the screen presented by the reporter, it was most likely that the pink-haired girl had probably forgotten about the news. However, that simple detail made it stick in her head. But well, now it was thanks to that blonde who, after having woken up from a slight faint along with his students, were in one of the finest restaurants in Amsterdam, having a meal that would surely cost half of his salary, while paparazzi tried to get in to interview Naruto, who didn't pay enough attention to them to indicate that they weren't something important, but well, not wanting to stay in an awkward silence, a shy Arisa decided to speak. Mr. Naruto, the blonde began with a shyness totally alien to her mischievous and flirtatious attitude, although well, it wasn't as if Naruto knew her attitude anyway. Instead, Naruto had to look at her with eyes of confusion as to what he was called. This confusion was captured by those present who looked at each other, not understanding the reason for her confusion, until Naruto let out a small snort of amusement and then put a piece of lobster in his mouth. "PFF, sir. You know that you are at least 4 or 5 years older than me," Naruto commented with amusement to the others who noticed the slip. Well, what do you think would be better to call you?" Maria asked with that somewhat gloomy aura that characterized her, along with a somewhat monotonous voice. "It's fine with Naruto, and listen, calm down and eat, it's going to get cold," Naruto suggested, savoring the heavenly flavor of the food made by specialized chefs, leaving a slightly shorter silence. Everyone except the pink-haired girl slowly began to consume the appetizing-looking food, only to end up intoxicated with the incredibly delicious flavor that was fading in their taste buds. "Do you like it?" Naruto asked, noticing the slightly faster speed at which they ate the food. This actually lowered the tension between him and the girls, well, at least the 3 students, since Professor Kurisu still kept a serious face while looking at him scrutinizingly. Although his visit to the university was only intended to meet with the 3 university students, that didn't mean he was going to leave the teacher out of a 5-star dinner. That would be rude. "Wow, this is fantastic," Miharu commented, feeling the lobster meat spread in her mouth. This comment caused Naruto to nod, however Naruto had to look away at a certain pink-haired girl who kept looking at him with more intensity, so raising an eyebrow he proceeded to speak. Weren't you going to eat?" "I'll treat," Naruto asked and informed Kurisu, who stared at him for a few seconds and then lowered her gaze to the food that certainly had a very fine presentation, so taking a fork, she proceeded to take a little food and then eat it, and without apparently stopping eating more, she put the fork aside. "I'm not hungry," replied Kurisu, now strangely refusing to eat the food. "Well, I guess I can't obli," Naruto was going to say, not caring that the woman ate the food, after all it was only $60 lost, so putting more food in his mouth, Naruto stopped in his progress when he heard the familiar sound of a stomach growling reach his ears, so stepping back in his action, Naruto proceeded to look up at a blushing Kurisu who looked away in embarrassment. "Embarrassing," Kurisu whispered to herself, however the movement of a hand at the edge of her vision made the pink-haired girl return her gaze in the direction of Naruto, who was taking her plate of food away from her. "Well, if you don't want it then I'll eat it myself," Naruto commented with a slight hint of amusement in his voice, causing Kurisu's indecision to begin to arise in her mind as she slowly watched Naruto move the plate further out of her reach until she finally extended her own hand to stop the famous athlete's hand, causing Naruto to look at her in mock confusion. "Is something wrong?" asked a confused Naruto. The pink-haired girl pressed her lips together until she finally gathered the confidence to answer in a low voice that Naruto could hear. "Yes, I'm hungry," Kurisu replied to the blonde, who simply dropped the plate, letting the pinky girl return the plate to its place while grumbling in a low voice. However, Naruto's attention was caught by a curious Arisa, Maria, and Miharu, who looked at him with interest in knowing something. "Naruto, I don't want to be rude, but what is the reason why you brought us here?" Arisa dared to ask, since in the most normal cases when a famous person visited a fan who did something outstanding for them trying to get their attention, it resulted in some greetings, signatures on t-shirts given by himself and some other photo. However, Naruto brought them to a 5-star restaurant, and not only that, but he was paying for the food. "Oh yeah, well you see I was going to do those boring routines that all the other athletes do, you know, the one where we give them t-shirts and all that stuff," Naruto began calmly while he watched the girls containing their states of ecstasy for having dinner with Naruto. "But I remembered that you guys made an effort to make something original for me, so why not do the same?" Naruto continued while he joined his hands and held them a little below his chin, leaving an atmosphere of suspense until he decided to make his offer. How about you ask me for something, anything, that is, of course, as long as it is within my power to do it, Naruto offered to the girls, who remained completely still at the offer that the blonde had just made in front of them. There were so many things that they wanted them to do, but at the same time those requests were reduced to just a few when Naruto added the "as long as I can do it," and well, it was to be expected, since any other person in his position would surely ask for something absurdly high. This certainly made them think, so looking at each other the girls thought of something they wanted, something necessary, no, something they needed. It is at this point that the girls finally smiled at knowing what they wanted. We want. Time jump. The life of a celebrity had been a very interesting change in Naruto's life, and he liked it, he wouldn't deny it. Fans asked him for autographs, opposing teams made defensive tantrums with the sole purpose of stopping him, they made commercials with his face, he had fun playing. He had a contract with the club that paid him enough to consider himself excessively rich in a few years, and not only that, they also paid him $30,000 for every goal he scored. For many, they would say that this was the perfect life, and for obvious reasons, Naruto wouldn't deny it either. However, as good as life was, there were also the paparazzi that were lurking for anything you did, with the sole purpose of making it news. Every time he walked down the streets, went out to the store to get bread, there would be a paparazzi there to take his picture. But well, leaving it to think about it, Naruto had to snap out of his thoughts when he felt a pair of lips press against his own. So, looking more calmly at the person in front of him, Naruto noticed the long, wavy, and shiny black hair of a certain teacher he knew well. So, letting his previous thought sink into oblivion, Naruto wrapped his arms around the woman's waist to deepen the kiss with Navy, who moaned at the sudden encouragement of her blonde lover, who attacked her as they hid behind a wall at the express train station. That's right, classes at Hogwarts had come to an end. This had been a very busy year, and in reality this was a year that Naruto would never forget for the rest of his life. After all, it was in this year that his life turned upside down and changed in the blink of an eye, all thanks to a single decision. Who knows what would have happened if Naruto hadn't made the decision to put his name in that goblet, but hey, the past is the past. And Naruto, the express is going to leave any moment. Navy stopped, not really wanting to stop feeling Naruto's lips devour hers. However, Naruto simply gave her a smile, since although he could take his fancy car and go home, the girls insisted that entering and leaving the magic school by train was a kind of ritual, so Naruto couldn't refuse anymore because Hermione, Harriet, Ronnie, Luna, and Alice promised him a relaxing gift for the trip. Or well, that was the case with Alice, Hermione and Harriet, since Ronnie didn't really comment on the remark and just stood nervously blushing at the side of the group. On Luna's side, well, the platinum blonde with her typical dreamy state had just kept accompanying the girls without really adding a real comment apart from a light pink dust on her cheeks that really wasn't very noticeable. Very well, I suppose you're right, Naruto accepted, but not before giving her one last kiss while squeezing her buttocks and feeling the light squeeze of Navy's arms around his neck. Well, go now, the train is going to leave you, was Navy's peculiar way of saying goodbye to Naruto, who simply gave her a smile. I'm going to miss you too, Naruto said goodbye, leaving behind a Navy who fervently refused to let her blush increase any more from that dust on her cheeks while she watched the blonde walk in the direction of the train that was already beginning to sound the steam horn, indicating that they were about to leave. At the same time, in the USA International Headquarters of Magical Sports. Very well, let's start with this meeting, was the voice of an elderly man of at least 76 years old as he sat in front of a rectangular table while a lot of other people, some older than others but no less important than the others, stood in front of all of them, and always calm Sophia, who simply nodded at the request of the president of the SIDM. Gentlemen, I think that it is time to take another step in the evolution of the sport, Sophia began in a rather intense and unexpected way that no one saw coming, since the fact that Sophia spoke in this way gave the impression that she was talking about something very big, and that is not what I mean, so do not think badly. This comment left a somewhat overwhelming silence in the room, and yet before Sophia could decide to continue with her tirade, the president of the association, who by the way was a founding friend of Sophia's father, spoke. I see that it is a very interesting proposal that you are presenting, however, the president began, leaving a pause at the end, again leaving a tense silence until he continued speaking. I don't see a plausible reason for what you're suggesting, the president finished as he interlaced his fingers and rested his elbows on the table. However, what the older man said didn't make Sophia hesitate at all. Instead, she simply approached the table, which was a rather enveloping black color, and then simply placed her fingers on it. In fact, there is a reason for this, Sophia began, sliding her fingers as if it were nothing. This comment made the president's gray eyebrow rise in curiosity, indicating that he was interested in what she would say next. Statistics indicate that the Intercontinental Cup final caused an increase in income that's right around $478 billion dollars were raised in just 1 month, Sophia reported as she let her mana flow on the table, causing a hologram with that figure to appear in the middle. This didn't really surprise this present, since that detail was known by everyone, and well clearly it was something that no one would forget after all. They were able to raise double of all the previous times. I still don't see the point, the president commented, indicating to the blonde to get to the point, so nodding, she proceeded to speak. The point is that Europe is already starting to create clubs, and the fans want more, he continued with a sharp look towards the other counselors at the table, who were looking with interest at what the blonde in front of them was saying. What I suggest is a cup in which clubs from other continents can be combined. The manager finally dropped the bomb, and even so, although the reaction was not what she expected, Sophia was not really discouraged after all, there was no end to it. Excuse me for interrupting you, but the Champions League already exists. I don't see the need for another cup that's exactly the same, replied one of the men, attentive to the explanation, causing Sophia to simply give them a small smile. True, but that wasn't a World Cup, he said almost in a whisper that everyone could hear perfectly, causing them to open their eyes in some surprise. You mean another of those present was going to say, only to be interrupted by Sophia, who responded. That's right, the Club World Cup. Sophia finally spoke with a rather strange smile on her, considering the fact that she didn't usually smile often. To tell the truth, there were few times, if not to say scarce, when she allowed herself that right. Just imagine the amount of millions we'll be able to get, Sophia suggested calmly. However, money was something that mattered little to her. No, what Sophia was really passionate about with this idea was being able to consecrate her father's team as the best in the world. That's the only thing that mattered. However, this comment was necessary if she wanted the men in front of her to support the idea, and judging by their looks, it seems that it did work. Causing a slightly more hidden smile to cross her face. Time jump. A month and a half had passed since the summer holidays began, and in reality not much had happened that could be highlighted, except for the multiple games that Naruto had to attend to help the club pass the group stages of different cups. For many, the fact of having to be constantly playing would sound tedious, however for Naruto it had not been like that. No, for Naruto this was more than annoying, it was fun after all. He only had to teleport to the country where the game was going to take place, win, return home with his maid, and have around 5 days off in which he only had to keep his body in shape. However, as time passed, Naruto noticed something that was changing. As time passed, the matches gradually became more difficult to win. Naruto was not saying that they suddenly became difficult, no, the difficulty increased at a fairly low rate, but there was still that increase in difficulty. Why? Well, that was because the clubs began to make defense strategies with the sole purpose of stopping him. But well, leaving that aside, although today was a free day for Naruto as far as games were concerned, that was not the case since today Naruto was not at home. Today Naruto was fulfilling one of the requests he promised to a certain trio of university girls. Naruto, do you want something to drink? Was the monotonous question of a certain maid who looked with that unwavering tranquility at her master, who seemed to have a light layer of sweat. No, I'm fine, Naruto replied without really showing that he was tired. However, that answer didn't seem to be enough for the demure maid, who somehow made a jug of lemonade appear next to a glass cup. The strangest thing was that the slot Naruto used to know if someone used magic didn't activate. Naruto had tried it a lot of times before and hadn't been able to find out how Emma could do those actions. I must insist, if you want to continue you need to hydrate, Emma insisted while she poured the lemonade into the glass, causing a drop of sweat to run down Naruto's forehead, who simply accepted the glass of lemonade. Ooh, that looks refreshing, can you pour me a glass? Was the voice of a smiling Arisa, who approached along with her 2 childhood friends Maria and Miharu, who seemed expectant to be served some lemonade as well. However, more than Emma's typical monotonous look, what they received was a scrutinizing look from the maid, who froze the 3 girls who stopped in their walk. I guess it doesn't matter, Arisa retracted nervously, since Emma's look clearly said, why should I share the lemonade I made with so much effort for my master with you? And yet this scene was perfectly seen by a Naruto, who could only let out a sigh of amusement at the comical scene. Come on Emma, why don't you serve him some lemonade? Naruto calmly asked the maid, who turned to look at him with her impassive look, but Naruto quickly translated it as a "but master." Come on Emma, do it for me, maybe if you behave I can give you a reward, Naruto suggested with a smile, causing Emma to stand still for a moment as she seemed to be weighing the pros and cons of what Naruto had said. However, noticing that the reward was greater than what it would be like to lose a little lemonade, she finally decided to obey her master's order, so once again taking out 3 glasses from who knows where, she proceeded to serve the liquid. Well, now what was Naruto doing with those 3 university students? Well, unlike your thoughts that surely thought of indecent things, Naruto was helping the 3 with their personal project that consisted of a video game. It may have sounded somewhat complicated, however the only thing Naruto had to do was play as he normally did while being scanned in a room, more than that they did everything else with their computers. But well, leaving that thought aside, Naruto simply smiled as he saw Miharu shakily take the glass that the always serious Emma offered her, and for his part, he simply guided his own glass to his mouth to take a sip while he thought about the potential that this game would have in the future. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.